Hey there, awesome viewers. Welcome back to Manhwa Empire Recap. Before we dive into today's recap, we want to hear from you. Drop your favorite genre of manhwa or manga in the comments below, and let us know where you're watching from. Your feedback helps us bring you the content you love. Now, let's jump into today's recap and explore the incredible stories we have for you.
Currently, in the north of the Hunan province, Huyong, people were mockingly staring at the man on the street as they were weirded out by his actions. The man was dirty and was attracting the people's attention. They thought that the man was crazy as he was sitting in the middle of the road, uncleaned and with an unfamiliar cloth. Meanwhile, the man mumbled, saying just like how the wind blows. He added that time flows past as well as he enjoyed the wind. He looked above and started to stare at it. Then, he began to contemplate. He pondered that there really is nothing left behind. Dan Woohyun rampaged across the world, not fearing anything. He had blood on his hands and swords, and even his soul. He destroyed the world in the brink of an eye. Woohyun had killed all enemies that is in front him. He didn't let them go without mercy. He had fun mocking the world and killing the people. Hence, he was given a nickname, Ultimate Divine Demon. He was known as the most vicious person in the world, regardless of country and age. But he was getting bored from the repeated situations. Shortly, he decided to leave. But something stopped his foot. He was surprised as he saw his foot was enveloped by ice. Suddenly, a person mumbled. He quickly looked at who it was. He then saw the Eight Immortals, a group of people who protect the Central Plains. Moreover, Woohyun's body was slowly being enveloped by the ice. They wanted to punish him because he couldn't overcome his killer instincts. They were in disbelief, thinking that there's no one who could kill Woohyun. As Woohyun's body was being completely wrapped in ice, he looked at the immortal that was doing that to him, while the immortal is also staring at him. Moreover, the Eight Immortals combined their powers to seal the ultimate divine demon, Dan Woohyun. After sealing him, they threw him in the deepest place of the Dongting Lake. 1,000 years have passed since he had been frozen and imprisoned by the Eight Immortals. Subsequently, Woohyun pondered that even though they are named the Eight Immortals, they are just people who have lost their minds to eating and fooling around. At first, he couldn't believe that he got backstabbed by them, but he realized that he was just too weak. Moreover, as he wandered around the city, he pondered that no person that he knew isn't around anymore. After all, he thinks that there can't possibly be humans who have lived for 1,000 years. Hence, he had no place to go and no place to live. All he could do is follow the moving clouds and wind and living out the rest of his life. He thinks that it was a punishment by the ghost of his past. Then, he wondered if he had changed a lot after his 1,000-year imprisonment. He pondered about the world where he was living now. Suddenly, he stopped walking. He stumbled upon a kid laying on the ground. The kid had no reaction as he observed her. He then wondered if she was a beggar. Then, he noticed that she was struggling. Hence, he checked her impulse and felt that it's weak, and mused that she will probably last for only 4 hours at max. Suddenly, the kid barely opened her eyes. Woohyun was surprised. He saw a resemblance to her when he was a kid. So, he stood up and considered helping her. He then decided to help her and ponder that she could count herself lucky. Shortly, he saw that she was getting better after the amount of vitality that he infused on her. However, he thought that there is one more problem. Suddenly, the child's stomach growls loudly. So Woohyun thinks that the vitality doesn't give her nutrition. Thus, he thought that there's no food nearby, so he reached into his pocket. He retrieved some pills he had for 1,000 of years, wondering if they're still all right. He thought that if the pills are not okay, she might end up getting diarrhea, and in the worst case, die. After giving her the pill, he wondered if he should leave her. Shortly, the kid started to regain consciousness. Meanwhile, Woohyun pondered that the kid's live is up to her luck. Finally, the morning came. Woohyun eventually stayed behind. He felt the morning breeze, to which he instantly woke up. As he woke up, he saw the girl offering him food, but he didn't talk. Then, he noticed the joy on the girl's face. Hence, he asked what she was giving him. At first, the girl felt anxious. She then happily told him that it was a dumpling. However, he said that he meant what is the meaning of giving him that. In response, the girl just smiled. Then, Woohyun thinks that she wants to pay her debt to him. As he looked at her again, she kept smiling. Thus, he told her that he won't eat it, as he pondered that he's not used to a facial expression that does not have any fear or bad intention. The next day, the girl brought him food again. The girl kept bringing him food every other day, and he eventually ate it. Furthermore, Woohyun didn't realize that 2 weeks have passed just like that. He started to get used to the smile of the kid that looked strange to him. Eventually, he came back to wander in the city. There wasn't a change as he still doesn't know anyone. Suddenly, a man screamed calling someone. This caught his attention. The man was kicking a child as it was stealing from him, and it wasn't the first time. He told the people that it wasn't the first time that he caught the kid. Meanwhile, the kid could only apologize. Woohyun went closer and realized it was the girl. He saw how badly the man beat and scolded the girl for what she did. He then realized that the girl was giving him the things that she had been stealing. Woohyun decided to help the girl, stopping the man from hitting her. The man felt surprised by his sudden interference. His fingers were broken even if Woohyun just kicked it one time. Meanwhile, Woohyun looked at the kid, who was very tired from the endless beating. Suddenly, Woohyun left the girl. He walked as fast as he could, as he didn't know why he suddenly got annoyed. He hated the fact that he had been living with food that the kid was stealing. Even if he didn't know where she got it, he just took and endured. However, he hated that she was still giving him food by stealing after getting beaten up like that. He pondered that he doesn't want that, but he was confused about what he really is not liking. After running so fast, he reached a forest. Eventually, he realized that he came too far as he was walking without thinking. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw the view in front of him. It was a beautiful lake, where he realized that it was the place that he was trapped. But he didn't feel anything and just remembered. He pondered that Dan Woohyun, who was praised as an unstoppable god who ruled the world, was sunk down in such a place. Hence, he turned around and refused to see the lake ever again. To his surprise, he saw the girl was looking at him behind the bushes. The girl cried in relief as she finally found him. Meanwhile, Woohyun noticed that her feet was swollen from all the walking. He wondered why the girl was going overboard, when all he did was to cure her. So, he asked her why she followed him. The girl was about to answer him, but she clings to him first and tells him that she doesn't like to be alone anymore. She told him not to, which made him silent. He pondered that he's always alone and lonely, that even 1,000 years have passed, it's the same. Moreover, he asked her name. The girl said that it's Wasomi. He then reached out to her and wondered if the relationship with the kid is destiny. He thought that the girl will maybe make the place where he has to be. Hence, Woohyun told the girl that they will go together. As the night slowly descended, Woohyun lit up a fire. The girl was sleeping on his lap. He started to ponder that they don't have a place to live, even though he asked the kid to live with him. Hence, he thought of something. He guessed that he had to build a house. The next day, morning came. The girl woke up from her sleep. Her eyes widened in surprise as soon as she opened her eyes. She was confused that there was a house in front of her. So, she tried to rub her eyes to make sure that she wasn't seeing things. Then, she went closer to Woohyun asking why there was a house. She said that it's weird, as it was only yesterday and there was no house there. Woohyun said that it was there yesterday and it was just a little old looking, so he fixed it a little. But the girl wasn't convinced. But Woohyun was also persistent that there was indeed a house yesterday. So, the girl thought that maybe she remembered it wrong, since Woohyun was saying it seriously. She thought that he was right, as she thinks that he wouldn't lie about it. However, she still had doubts and couldn't believe that such a cool house would pop up in a day, as the walls are even made of ochre that is known to be hard to find. Then, she expressed that it was cool and said that it's like a villa. Woohyun said that he was happy that she liked it, as it was quite hard to build it. The girl wondered why he said build, so he told her that he fixed it, not build. Woohyun breathed in relief and thought that he was fortunate that she was young. Suddenly, the kid asked her why it doesn't have a fence. She mused that it was abandoned because it doesn't have a fence. The next day, the kid was surprised that there was a fence already. Woohyun told her again that it used to be there. In response, the kid laughed, stating that she haven't said anything yet. Moreover, the kid noticed that the walls are high, but she felt something was wrong. She then sat on the ground with a sigh. Hence, Woohyun asked her what the problem was. So, the girl spoke up and told him about it. She said that the house was quite empty, as there were no flowers or trees. The next day, flowers and trees grew inside the house. The kid felt surprised again, asserting that it was not there yesterday, but Woohyun told her again that it was. She was amazed that they even have a pond. Meanwhile, Woohyun stared at her. He thought that there are many things to do yet, as he needed to make a bed and had to start making rooms that they might need later. Additionally, he thought that he had to go fishing since he can't let the kid starve. Then, he pondered that it's not quite bad to live like that. Suddenly, the kid called him, making him think that she's going to say something again. He instantly covered her mouth, which surprised her. He told her not to say anything. Afterwards, the girl was swaying her feet as she watched Woohyun. She then asked him what he was making. Woohyun told her that he was making a tub where they can bath. He said that it was for washing their bodies. Hearing this, the kid slowly walked away, but Woohyun ordered her to stop. He informed her that he bought some clothes yesterday and said that if she is going to wear new clothes, she should get her body cleaned. In response, the kid said that he looks cool even if he doesn't take a bath. Woohyun told her that he does, but she doesn't. The kid tried to run away and said that she is also clean even if she doesn't take a bath. But Woohyun was formed by bathing her. After a while, Woohyun eventually made her bathe. He then asked her how long she has not taken a bath to end up like that. The girl cried as she responded that she didn't know. After taking a bath, the kid felt refreshed. Woohyun told her that she looked more like a human now that she had taken a bath, then asked her if the clothes fit her well. In response, the kid stated that it was and expressed that she have never worn a cloth like that one. Hence, Woohyun told her that it's fortunate that it fits her, as she was worried that it might not fit her. Then, Somi said that it was okay even if it won't fur. She told him that even if he wears cheap clothes and starve, it's okay as long as she's with him, which surprised Woohyun with her statement. Woohyun then said that she is quite good at talking even if she was still young. He then pat her head and said that he wished that they could just live peacefully like that. In response, Somi said that they can do that. Meanwhile, a group of men was staring at them outside the house. The next day, rumors began to spread in the city about the new house near the Dumpling Lake. One of the men got intrigued and asked if the rumors are true. His servant said that he hasn't confirmed it with his own eyes, but there is a rumor going around. The man said that it was amusing, considering the house was built in a few days, so he mused that the rumor would turn out to be an absurd lie. As the night fell, the man gathered a few men as they were going to see if there really is a new house near the Dumpling Lake. While they were walking, two men were talking about how the governor hasn't been at his best the past few days. One of the men felt anxious as they heard a group of bandits roaming around the area of Hunan region. They said that even the royal family has been pestering about the case, hence they were sure that their governor is concerned. Then, the man said that it was all because of Jang Baek-san. Jang Baek-san is the current head of the bandits. He is a first-class martial arts skill that not even the assassins dare to go near him. They heard that even his cavalry skills are outstanding, and he's capable of retreating even when being chased by better horse riders. Suddenly, Jang Baek-san's enemies sent him the heads of his family members, and it made him go on a rampage, being uncontrollable. However, the servant assured the governor that Baek-san will be wiped out by the palace, so it should lessen his concern. The governor hoped that it would be the case as it was a restless year for him. Suddenly, he was taken aback. The rumored new house near the Dumpling Lake was actually true, and they are seeing it with their own eyes. The governor couldn't believe it and wondered if what he was seeing was real. They were all surprised that there really was a manor. Suddenly, the group of men knelt. They pleaded mercy to the manor and prayed in Buddhism. One of the governor's servants chose not to believe that there is a ghost, to which the governor also ignored and said that they shall go in. But he suddenly felt a strong presence behind him. Thus, he turned around anxiously. To his surprise, it was just a man holding a rabbit. Woohyun told them that he doesn't remember inviting any guests. Meanwhile, the governor pondered that he definitely felt a murderous intent, then asked Woohyun if he is the owner of the manor. Woohyun responded that he's correct and asked who he was. The man said that he is Yang's present governor, Hong Wonchong. In response, Woohyun also told them his name. Moreover, Wonchong then asked if he was the one who built the manor. Woohyun said that he didn't build it, and he just repaired a ruin. Hence, Wonchong told him that it was the state's land and he cannot build or live in that part of land without any approval. Wonchong pushed him and asked if he didn't know. Hence, Woohyun told him to approve it at the moment. Then, he threw his hunt in front of Wonchong. Wonchong saw that it was the rabbit and got confused. Then, Woohyun told him to act like he didn't see anything in exchange for the rabbit. Hearing this, Wonchong got mad. He immediately told his guards to arrest Woohyun. Meanwhile, Woohyun wondered if he should wait and see if he doesn't end up in further trouble, then think that it's a relief that Somi is sleeping. Afterwards, they tied him completely, and the governor told him that he picked the wrong person to mess with. Wonchong asserted that he won't let him go easily, so he better prepare himself. Additionally, he told Woohyun that he won't finish it with just being tortured, as he just bribed a governor. Then, Wonchong turned around as he got scared with Woohyun's fierce gaze. He then thought that he should get rid of Woohyun fast and take some rest when he got back. Suddenly, Woohyun felt something. The other guards also felt something strange. Hence, they thought that it was Woohyun. They mused that he was about to defy the law. However, something struck him and he fell dead on the ground. Wonchong was alarmed and wondered who was causing trouble. To their surprise, a bunch of arrows were falling to them. They couldn't defend themselves and were struck by the arrows. Hence, they fell to their demise. Wonchong got frightened as all his guards was dead, and he and Woohyun were left. He started to wonder who on earth was responsible for the ambush. Suddenly, a man screamed his name. Wonchong turned around and looked for the voice. To his surprise, he saw a man with a group of bandits behind him. Wonchong sweats in nervousness as he was starting to realize who the man was. The man was none other than Jang Baek-san, who is currently the leader of the bands, who is in rampage and uncontrolled. Afterwards, Jang Baek-san asserted to Wonchong that his life will come to an end at that moment. Wonchong got frightened and sat in fear. He suddenly thought that he made a mistake. He didn't expect for Baek-san to come at him, as it has already been more than a half a year since he killed Baek-san's family. Suddenly, he looked at Woohyun. He thought that he wouldn't help him for sure, while Woohyun was only thinking about Somi. Moreover, Wonchong thought that the only weapon he got is a single sword. He realized that he cannot fight dozens of people with that. Also considering that the bandits are a group of first-rate professionals led by Jang Baek-san. Shortly, the bandits told Baek-san that they should kill Wonchong already and get revenge for his wife. They said that they will cut his limbs and give it to the dogs to eat. Meanwhile, Wonchong begged and asked that they have mercy on him. Baek-san suddenly kicked him and said that he have always wondered when he would hear him say those words. Baek-san laughed and stated that there will hardly be another day as joyful as that day. Then, he told Wonchong that he wants to see his frightened face forever. However, he said that he couldn't. He said that it was because that moment is going to be the day of his funeral. Hearing this, Wonchong got frightened. Then, Baek-san threw him to the bandits and instructed them to take him away as he would give him a taste of hell. Suddenly, Wonchong shouted at Woohyun and asked him to save him, saying that he will do anything. On the other hand, one of the bandits asked Baek-san what they should do with Woohyun. Hence, Jang Baek-san contemplate. Suddenly, he noticed that Woohyun's hands was tied. So, he suddenly grasped his situation. Jang Baek-san cut off the rope on Woohyun's hands and told him to consider himself lucky, as if it wasn't for them, he would have gotten into some serious trouble. Afterwards, Jang Baek-san and the bandits left. Still, Woohyun hasn't displayed any reaction. Meanwhile, Wonchong was crying and was asking him to save him, and told him that he would do anything if he just save him. So, Woohyun started to consider it. Shortly, he called Jang Baek-san and told him to hold on for a second. Jang Baek-san got mad and asked Woohyun if he was talking to him. Woohyun said that he was talking to him and asked what they intended to do with Wonchong. Baek-san said that he will kill Wonchong the same way as Wonchong killed his family. Then, Woohyun told him that he looked like he killed more than Wonchong. He then said that Wonchong got revenge for the people who were killed by him. Hence, the bandits got mad, thinking that Woohyun was out of his mind, but Baek-san stopped them. Baek-san then smiled as he asked Woohyun if he wants to save the governor. The governor was crying as Woohyun looked at him. Then, Woohyun contemplates about what he should do. He looked around and counted the number of bandits. He discerned that there are approximately 50 people. Then, he asked the governor if he wanted to live. Woohyun told the governor that there would be a condition for saving his life, and that is to never raise a question concerning his manner. The bandits got mad and thought he was crazy, while the governor pondered. He pondered if Woohyun was talking about the manner that he saw earlier. Shortly, he told Woohyun that he will do anything if he save him. Baek-san kicked him and told him to shut up. Moreover, Woohyun told the bandits that if they stand back, they won't get injured. However, the bandits got mad and asked what he meant. They thought that he was talking crazy. Then, one of them charged. He attacked Woohyun with a smile as he thought that he's just pouting some nonsense. But Woohyun easily dodges. To their surprise, the man was sent flying by Woohyun. The bandits started to get anxious as they saw the man was already dead. They gathered around him and were surprised that he got taken down that easily. Meanwhile, the governor also got surprised with what happened. On the other hand, Jang Baek-san fell silent. He pondered that he couldn't see Woohyun's movements. Then, he started to wonder why someone like him is subdued and tied up. Hence, he was starting to get alarmed and felt something else towards Woohyun. He thought that Woohyun might be stronger than him. However, he considered that they outnumbered him. Hence, they have a numerical advantage. He pondered that he has already survived against countless opponents who were stronger than him, so Woohyun isn't any different. Shortly, the bandits surrounded Woohyun. Then, Baek-san thought that it's better if he killed Woohyun right away. Hence, he ordered the bandits to kill Woohyun immediately. Jang Baek-san also charged towards Woohyun. The bandits also charged all at once, while Woohyun was standing still in place. While the bandits were about to charge, a thought appeared in Woohyun's mind in that brief moment. He wondered if he should kill them or not. He thought that killing doesn't need an effort, as they are all opponents who will just die in one blow. However, he thought of seeing blood again. He felt disturbed, and doesn't make him wants to do it as he think about Somi. While thinking of Somi, he suddenly felt sad. Hence, he closed his eyes. As the bandits attacked, it created a large outburst. The governor fell silent with what happened. Jang Baek-san also felt speechless after seeing it. To their surprise, all of the bandits were eliminated. Woohyun didn't even take a second to take them down. Jang Baek-san couldn't believe what he saw. After throwing his sword, Dan Woohyun started aiming them with stones. Consequently, it shattered the sword. He annihilated Baek-san's bandits, causing Baek-san to feel threatened. His body hair was standing due to the excessive fright, as he expected that Woohyun was just a regular person, yet they couldn't guess what he was doing. Moreover, Jang Baek-san started to wonder if what Woohyun did is something that a human can achieve, and thought that Woohyun is on a different level from the martial artists that he have met. Hence, he started to consider his revenge, and thought that if he moves even just a little, he will be instantly killed. Baek-san realized that he can't deal with Woohyun. Hence, he started running with all his might. He left his bandits for the first time since his birth. He moved his legs with all his might, as all he thought was to run and get away as far as possible from Woohyun. Meanwhile, Woohyun wondered if Baek-san was running away. Hence, he realized that he hasn't no guts, unlike his demeanor. Suddenly, Wonchong told him not to let Baek-san go. He said that he had to catch him and begged Woohyun to catch Baek-san for him. But Woohyun thought that the governor was a coward. He then thought that it was not in his nature to chase after someone who was running for his life. But he thought that he needed the governor if he wanted to finish the manor. So, he chased Baek-san as he could only listen to the governor's demands and able to live peacefully at the manor. Shortly, he caught up to Jang Baek-san. However, Jang Baek-san continued running as he didn't sense any presence beside him. Suddenly, he felt Woohyun's hands reaching for him and wondered when he caught up. In an instant, Woohyun shoved Baek-san on the ground. Afterwards, Woohyun hanged the governor in the tree. Then, he called him. He told him that it was the end of their agreement. Woohyun said that he assumed that he understand what he meant. He told him to keep in mind not to ever raise another question about the manor again. In response, the governor said that he does not dare to do it, and he does not have to worry. Additionally, Woohyun told him that he will have to remain silent about everything related to him, to which the governor also agreed. Woohyun thought about Somi as he looked at the governor, as it was also his concern. Then, Woohyun smiled and said that it's good that he understood. On the governor's thoughts, he perceived Woohyun as a monster and wondered why someone like him is doing at their land. So, he told himself that he will not go against him and gave him what he wants, and also will not go near the manor and not even on the mountain. The next day, Woohyun and Somi went to the Yaeng marketplace. Somi heard the people talking about the bad guy being caught, so she felt relieved as she told Woohyun that she's actually scared since it was just the two of them in the forest. Woohyun then asked if she was scared even though she was with him, to which Somi said only a little. But she said the bad guy has been caught already. Suddenly, she smelled something nice. She looked at where the smell was coming from. Meanwhile, Woohyun was thinking about the bandits and the governor's disappearance, hence he thought about what he should do. Suddenly, he spotted something. He saw different foods on sticks. Somi's eyes brightened as she saw all the food. Meanwhile, Woohyun fell silent. He opened his hands and saw that he had no money. He thought that he forgot that when he is raising a child, he needs money first and foremost. So, Woohyun thought that he needs a lot of it, as he needs to provide Somi all her needs and wants. Woohyun thought of the time when he was alone. He was comfortable sleeping anywhere as long as there was a surface, and he satisfied his hunger by hunting. Since Woohyun has lived that way since he was a child, he has no idea what to do to actually earn money. A large amount of money is essential for him now as he has Somi to take care of. Shortly, he told Somi that they shall head back. Woohyun then pondered that he needs to think of a way to earn money fast. On the way back, they stopped for a moment. Somi was suddenly digging something. She told Woohyun that it's almost done. Woohyun then asked her what she's up to all of a sudden on their way home. Somi said that she want to bring the flower home and plant it. Hence, Woohyun asked her if she could do it. He said that it looks like it's firmly fixed on the ground, but Somi told him that it's fine as she's strong. She tried to pull the flowers all by herself, even if it takes strength. Suddenly, Woohyun noticed something. He saw footprints surrounding the flowers and discerned that it was not theirs. Moreover, he also noticed that the weed around the flower has been removed. Shortly, Somi was able to pull out the flower. She felt happy. Then she told Woohyun that there is a weird pouch bound to the flower. Then, she said that she will try and open what's inside. Suddenly, a man screamed at Somi, saying how she dare touch the pouch. Surprisingly, he was about to attack Somi. Somi was confused why the man was about to attack her. Fortunately, Woohyun stopped the man. The man let go of the grip from the dagger as Woohyun held his hand. Woohyun quickly asked the man what he was trying to do. Meanwhile, the man thought what's wrong with the man. To his surprise, Woohyun gripped his hands tightly. He was caught off guard by the ridiculous strength he felt towards the grip. Much to his surprise, Woohyun pulled him. Then he threw him above. Consequently, he fell to the ground with an intense impact. Thus, he lost consciousness. The man was caught off guard, confused about what happened as he slowly lost his mind. Seeing this, Somi was surprised. Then, she suddenly felt dizzy and slowly fell. Thankfully, Woohyun catched her in time. Woohyun wondered if Somi fainted because of the shock. He got mad as he knew that someone was getting closer, but he didn't expect that the person would target Somi, who was just a child. He then pondered that if the person tried to harm Somi, he would have died. So, he was relieved that the person was at least in his proper mind as he didn't go that far. Moreover, he wondered what's inside the pouch that the person wanted to protect so much. Hence, he poked it. He opened it in an instant and was taken aback by what it was. Seeing it, he smiled. Shortly, he went close to the man. He carried the man on his back while he also carried Somi in his arms, thinking that the man is going to be quite useful. After a while, night fell on the manor. The man earlier was slowly waking up. He struggled to sleep and was uncomfortable, like he was having a nightmare. Shortly, he woke up in surprise. He wondered where he was, and Woohyun suddenly came, asking if he was awake. The man then asked who Woohyun was. So, Woohyun stated his name. Woohyun showed the man a fierce gaze. Hence, the man got anxious as Woohyun stared at him, wondering what kind of gaze he was displaying. He thought that with just Woohyun's eye contact, he felt a dangerous and ominous murderous intent. Moreover, Woohyun told the man that he wanted to kill him on the spot, but he changed his mind and asked if he could guess why. The man cried as he answered Woohyun that he doesn't know. Woohyun sat down and stated that everyone has a worth to their life, to which he then asked the man how much he thinks his life is worth. The man responded that he thinks that it's 1,000,000 yangs, to which Woohyun smirked, saying that his value is quite high. The man said that he likes to think that he is worth that much. Afterwards, Woohyun told the man that he looks like all he does is theft, hence he will price him a silver yang at best. However, Woohyun told the man that he had already chosen his worth, seemingly confident in himself. Hence, Woohyun told him that his life shall be worth 1,000,000 yangs and 1,000,000 yangs for forgiving his crime of attempting to kill Somi. He informed him that it's a total of 5,000,000 yangs, to which the man was taken aback. Woohyun fiercely retorted that the 5,000,000 yangs was the amount that he had to pay if he wanted to live. Meanwhile, at the palace, girls were overjoyed to serve the governor because of what he did for capturing Jangbek-san. Han Wang-chong said that he will kindly accept their feelings, but he still has work that is left undone. Hence, he told them that he will have to get going. Upon leaving the room, Wang Chong screamed quietly. He thought that his situation was too burdensome, and he also felt pressured. He felt troubled as people look at him differently now, as they think that he has caught the notorious Jangbek-san. Wang Chong thought that it's excessive and everyone considers him to be a hero. Previously, the royal family also showed faith in him. They told him that someone stole the golden Buddha in the palace. The royal family said that the case needs to be confidential, so he has been thinking if he could lend them a hand. They said that it should be easy for him since he arrested Jangbek-san even after his subordinates were defeated. Hence, the royal family was sure that he could do it. At the present, Wang Chong thought that it was a torture, thinking that the thief should have stolen things in a way that one knew. Meanwhile, back at the manor, the thief suffered the consequences for trying to harm Somi. The man pondered why the heavens give him so much ordeal and hardships. Yesterday night, the man felt troubled thinking about where he would get the 5,000,000 yang that he needed to pay in order to live. He looked at Woohyun as he contemplated. He realized that he wasn't joking, thus, he told Woohyun that he doesn't have any money on him at the moment. Then, he begged him for mercy. He said that he will do whatever he asks. The man asserted that he could do anything, like cleaning and laundry. The man then felt that if he defied Woohyun's words, he would kill him. He then thought that he couldn't die yet. So, he told Woohyun that he can cook as well, which Woohyun started to consider since he was bad at cooking. In response, he told the man that he will be holding on to his belongings until he repays what he owes him, and if he tries to run, he will double the amount. The man then thinks that Woohyun is a corrupt scammer, and thought that it won't go as Woohyun's wish. Back to the present, the man became a slave, and it has been a week since he lived in the manor. He then noticed Somi looking at her and felt irritated. He thought that if it weren't for her, the pouch would have not been discovered and he wouldn't be in that situation. Moreover, he thought that he didn't have much time. He pondered that he had to retrieve the gold Buddha back before the black marketer arrived at the promised place. Eventually, dinner came and the man cooked a variety of foods. Somi was amazed seeing all the foods which the man was proud to share. Woohyun told the man that he's quite skilled and cooking suits him better than being a thief. The man chuckled and asked if Woohyun liked it. In response, Woohyun said that it was good. Then, he told the man that they shall set his salary to 3 silver yangs a month, to which the man thought that it's ridiculous as he doesn't want to work there. Moreover, the man pondered that he only needed to find the right timing to leave as soon as he retrieved the golden Buddha as he had found where Woohyun hid it. While eating, Woohyun asked Somi if she knew the saying. He told her that there's a saying that no matter how many times Sun Wukong reincarnates, he still remains the palms of Buddha, to which he also asked the man if he knows it too, and the man said that he does. After dinner, the man went to clean the house. He was angered as he thought that he wasn't a person who should be cleaning and doing laundry. He told himself that he was the greatest thief of all time. Stealing from the palace no one could ever do. Moreover, he thought that he's incomparable with the petty thieves. However, he was just a servant by Woohyun now. Hence, he felt pitiful about his situation. He questioned himself why he was giving it his all. as that is not what he should be doing. Moreover, he thought that it's been 3 days again since then, and the black marketer should have arrived and must be waiting. However, he also considered that if he stayed hidden inside Woohyun's house, he wouldn't be caught. But then, he also thought that he's a thief and he's not someone's lackey. Suddenly, Woohyun called, which surprised him. Woohyun informs him that he's going fishing with Somi and they will be gone for a while. Hearing this, the man felt a mix of emotion as he thought that it was his chance. Shortly, Somi bids goodbye to the man, saying that they will get going. In response, the man assured Woohyun not to worry and he will keep the manor clean. Woohyun then told him to remember that if he runs away, it is only going to double the amount that he has to pay. In response, the man said that he understood. The man then finally felt relieved as Woohyun and Somi left. Shortly, Somi and Woohyun reached the lake. Somi asked Woohyun why they are fishing all of a sudden, even if they still have a lot of food. Woohyun responded that it's nothing. Then, he said that he has a business to take care of. Somi then stood up and asked Woohyun if she just needed to stay inside the circle. In response, Woohyun said that she does, as he drew the circle where no wild animal or human can see Somi while she's inside it. Moreover, Somi said that she will catch tons of fish, to which Woohyun said that he's looking forward to it. Instantly, he teleported to Han Wang Chang's place, where he saw Wang Chang was feeling troubled. Hence, he called his attention. Han Wang Chang turned around to see who it was. Woohyun then told him that he got a good case for him. Meanwhile, the thief ran away from the manor as fast as he could. The man went to the black marketer's place to sell the golden Buddha. He showed the golden Buddha and said that he wished to get rid of it. The shopkeeper told him that it would just cost 200 yangs as it was difficult to sell, to which the thief said that it's fine. Suddenly, the man confronted him. He told the thief that he was surprised that he managed to survive after stealing something like that. In response, the thief just smiled, showing confidence. Shortly, the shopkeeper gave him the money and told her to be careful, as the government office is on alert after Jang Baek-san was arrested. The shopkeeper said that's why things turned upside down, since Jang Baek-san was the mighty bandit ruling the entire region of Hunan. Hence, the thief said that he doesn't need to worry, that even if he gets caught, he won't say a single thing about him. Suddenly, some men were rushing towards the shopkeeper's room. The group of men barged in and informed the shopkeeper that there was a problem. The shopkeeper asked what's going on, to which the thief was also surprised. The man then anxiously told them the problem. He said that the officers are everywhere. Moreover, the shopkeeper's men told him that it looked like someone ratted them out. Then, he looked at the thief and considered it was him. To his surprise, the thief was about to escape through the window. Additionally, he noticed that the thief also took his wallet. As the thief came down, he told the shopkeeper that he wished him luck. Shortly, the guards managed to barge into the house. The governor told them to arrest everyone. Hence, they pinned down the guards and tied them. Meanwhile, Han Wang Chang proceeds to the shopkeeper. As he went to his room, he saw the golden Buddha statue. He was surprised as the golden statue was really there. The shopkeeper then demanded him to tell him who they ratted them out to which Wang Chang said that he doesn't need to know that. Thus, the shopkeeper got mad and asserted that he won't let that end quickly. Hence, Wang Chang told him not to be ridiculous. He told the shopkeeper that it won't be easy for him to get out for the crime of stealing the palace's golden statue. Moreover, Wang Chang pondered that if he found and returned the Buddha, he would not only gain trust from the royals, but also the emperor. Previously, Woohyun was the one who told him where to find the golden Buddha, and he thoughtlessly followed him and actually found the real item. Hence, he started to wonder what Woohyun's real identity. Meanwhile, the thief was hastily running away. He struggled as many guards were chasing after him. He wondered why the guards are persistent, even though he can't run because of the gold. Moreover, he thought that he needed to focus, as if he got caught, he would be executed after being tortured in every way possible. So, he pushed himself a little more. He decided that he will run to the cliffs. After a while, he reached the cliff. He felt tired after reaching it. Thus, he tried to catch his breath. He thought that he barely managed to survive and escape the guards. But to his surprise, Woohyun was there. He sat in surprise and asked Woohyun how he was there. In response, Woohyun said that he already told him that Sun Wukong will always remain in Buddha's palms. Hearing this, the thief was confused. Still, he thought that he can't get caught up in a place like that. So, he jumped to the cliff. He told Woohyun that he will never be caught, to which Woohyun just smiled at him. The thief then slowly falls to the cliff with no plan on how he would survive. Then, he thought that he would run as soon as he touched the ground. But to his surprise, something caught him. He was taken aback when Woohyun was already there and was holding him. Woohyun told him that he should be careful when coming down a cliff. The thief was taken aback and was getting fed up. However, he still ran and tried to escape, while he wondered what was wrong with Woohyun. But to his surprise, Woohyun just keeps appearing. Woohyun appears everywhere he goes. Even when he's inside the cave, Woohyun can still find him. After a while, the sun was about to set. The thief got tired from running and hiding. Moreover, Woohyun told him that his debt is double for running away. He told him that even if he had paid back the 2 million with the money, he still had 8 million left to pay. While Woohyun was looking at the money, the thief grabbed the opportunity to attack him. Meanwhile, Woohyun was thinking that he forgot to receive the reward for Jang Baeksan's head. Hence, he said that he should buy Somi's snack with the reward. After what happened, Jang Samtae, the thief, was forced to stay in the house. Somi was amazed by how shiny the manor was as the man was cleaning it. Previously, Woohyun successfully captured the thief. Woohyun forced him to work in the manor and pays him 3 yangs for his service. Samtae felt that he was so unlucky. He abandoned the thoughts of running away, as he never succeeded to escape from Woohyun, not even once. Moreover, he realized that they have a run of ingredients, so he wanted to go to the grocery store. Hence, he quickly went outside. Suddenly, he felt like someone was following him. He noticed that Somi was behind him, so he turned around, prompting Somi to hide immediately. Somi thought that she didn't get caught. To her surprise, Samtae was already in front of her, asking why she was following him. Somi doesn't know what to say, so she laughed her way out. Samtae told her not to laugh and instructed her to go back, because if something happened to her, Woohyun will get mad. But Somi grabbed his clothes. She told him that she doesn't want to be alone. Hence, Samtae asked if she knew where he was going, to which Somi said on the streets. In response, he told her that he can't bring her to places where there are a lot of people. But Somi persisted, saying that she will follow him closely and quietly. Samtae started to consider bringing her because she was so persistent. He thought that he also doesn't feel good sending Somi back alone. So, he carried Somi as he decided to bring her along. While they were walking, Somi saw some fruits. They were also chased by wild boars. Additionally, Somi witnessed some beautiful birds. Shortly, he noticed that Somi fell asleep. But he still carried her as it was too far to go back already. After a while, Somi woke up and saw that they had already arrived. But Samtae felt anxious seeing some men around the area. Those men were like part of the bandits. Samtae then thought that the streets are worse than he thought, but he thinks that it's no surprise as the black marketer has been caught. Then, he thought that the black marketer has already been beheaded. Suddenly, he had a thought. He wondered what would happen to him if he got caught by the men for selling the golden Buddha. Suddenly, someone grabbed Somi. Samtae was surprised as he saw Somi being taken away. The bald head man ran as fast as he could, while he asserted that he's taking away the kid. Meanwhile, Samtae thought that he's going to die that day because of Somi being taken. So, he quickly ran after the man. As they were running, he saw a light streak as he was chasing the man. Hence, he wondered if the man also knew how to use the light speed technique. After some time of running, they reached the forest and Samtae felt like the man was luring him. He wondered if it was a trap, and also wondered why the man would lure him into a trap. Then, he thought that if he stopped pursuing the man, Woohyun would kill him. Moreover, he pondered that he was lucky enough to be able to use the light speed technique, so he won't lose to anyone in speed. Then, he thought that before he got caught in the trap, he just needs to catch up with the man and get Somi back. In an instant, he was able to catch up with the man. He quickly demanded the bald man to put down Somi, but the man laughed and told him to take a look around him. Samtae felt surprised as he realized what situation he was in. He just realized that they are surrounded with numbers of men. Suddenly, a man was about to attack him and he didn't sense it. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Woohyun just got home. He sat in silence as Samtae and Somi weren't around. Moreover, he started to wonder if the manor was always that big. Then, he pondered that even if he was alone all his life, he easily got used to the noisy daily life he was in now. Woohyun stood up and guessed that Somi followed Samtae on the streets. Meanwhile, Jang Samtae was being beaten bu the guys. He defended Somi and endured the pain as he take all the beating. After some time, the bad guys got tired of beating Samtae, but they noticed that Samtae is still enduring it. So, they thought that Somi was so important to Samtae. Hence, they wanted to take Somi and planned to cut her to pieces in front of Samtae. Meanwhile, Samtae looked at Somi. He stared at her and started to reminisce about his past. 12 years ago, Jang Samtae had a sister. He was the one that was taking care of her. Jang Samtae told his sister that he was counting what he stole earlier. His sister was amazed how many there were, but she said that it's dangerous for him to steal that much. So, Samtae told her not to worry about it. He told her that she doesn't have to worry about anything and she just needs to stay healthy, as he will be taking care of her from then on. Samtae told her sister that he would take care of her until she dies of old age. Shortly, his sister wore the clothes that he stole earlier. Samtae shared to her that there was a merchant who was quite wealthy on the streets earlier. So, he decided to steal from the wealthy man with the thing that is most expensive. Suddenly, his sister was surprised when he took the clothes from her. He told her that the people can't see her wearing the clothes for at least 2 months, as the people are cruel. So, his sister got mad. Samtae then told her that they should wait until those people are gone, to which his sister said that she wanted to brag about it at the moment. That night, his sister didn't come home and he searched everywhere for her and surprisingly saw her. Samtae was surprised and didn't know how to react. His feet was already swollen, as was looking everywhere for her. But to his dismay, he just saw her lifeless on a narrow alley that no one goes to. Samtae thought that his sister found the clothes that he had hidden and wore it outside, and the people he stole from saw it and killed his sister. Moreover, Samtae hugged her sister, but from that day, he also started to hate kids. While he was hugging Somi, he started to reminisce about what happened. He pondered that he hated kids because they are disobedient. Moreover, the men told him that their leader was executed because of the stolen item he gave him. Suddenly, they tried to take Somi away from him. Somi struggled and tried to escape from the man's grip. Meanwhile, Samtae quickly grabbed the man's feet. He cussed at them and asked what they wanted to do with Somi, but the man just kicked him. Somi felt concerned upon seeing Samtae's situation, so she bit the man's arm. The man felt pain and accidentally hit Somi, throwing her to the ground. The man got as Somi bit her. Suddenly, Somi stood up, trying to defend Samtae. Samtae was surprised as he didn't expect a child like her would do that. Meanwhile, Somi stood her ground and was resolute. The man that Somi bit got irritated as she bit his arm, so he drew his sword. Samtae shouted, telling Somi to run away. But Somi said that she doesn't want to. Upon hearing this, Samtae thought of his little sister. Hence, Samtae quickly urged her to listen to him and said that she will die as well at that rate. Samtae doesn't want Somi to end up like his sister. However, Somi was persistent and told Samtae that she do not want to. She told him that if she did that, he would be left alone. Moreover, the man got fed up with their talk, so he quickly prepared to attack Somi. Fortunately, Woohyun arrived and stopped the man. Woohyun gripped the man's hand wrist so tightly that the man trembled in pain. Somi was surprised upon seeing Woohyun. Meanwhile, Woohyun just noticed that Somi seems got stuck on the face. He felt mad and threw the man to the ground. Then, he retorted to the bandits that they wouldn't die an easy death on that day. Furthermore, Samtae dreamed of his sister and thought that maybe his sister hates waiting for him in the shabby house alone. Woohyun have dealt with the bandits and has brought Samtae and Somi home. Somi was glad upon seeing Samtae just woke up. Samtae sat in surprise upon seeing Somi and was about to scold her, but instead, she asked her if she was all right. He scolded her, saying that she shouldn't have stepped in and should have just ran away. However, Somi told him not to worry about her as he's more injured than she was. Moreover, Somi took care of him. While Somi was tending to his injuries, he thought about what happened yesterday. Yesterday, he hugged Somi while Woohyun fought with the bandits. Woohyun then ordered him to bring Somi back to the manor. He retorted that if he can't get up and follow him, he could just die there. So, Samtae remembered that he ran for his life after that order, but he got no memories of what happened after. Shortly, he called Somi's attention. He told her that she mustn't do what she did yesterday again, telling her that her own life is more important than others. In response, Somi said that she doesn't want to. She retorted that she's going to do exactly the same in the future. Somi explained that it's because she doesn't want to lose a family member again. Samtae then was surprised that Somi knew that he was always trying to run away. Hence, Somi said that she won't run away. She asserted that she will definitely get stronger and protect everyone. She then went out and Samtae felt that he got scolded instead. Previously, Hong Wonchong and his guards went to the forest at night as some group of men was fighting near the village. Wonchong then thought that nothing was going well for him. Suddenly, the guard informed him that there was something strange on the report. The guard said that all of the injured people seemed to have a broken right cheek. Wonchong got chills and wondered who the crazy person that did it was. Meanwhile, the person he was referring to was punishing the bandits. The man that Woohyun was holding in the face asked him to spare him. Suddenly, Wonchong and his guards arrived. The guard immediately shouted at Woohyun, but Wonchong quickly stopped him as he realized that it was Woohyun. Then, Wonchong quickly went to Woohyun and asked what he was doing there. At first, Woohyun just looked at him. Then, Woohyun informed him that those people tried to kidnap and murder someone else. So, Wonchong called the guard and told them to capture those people. Meanwhile, the guards were confused that Wonchong was acting like that. They didn't expect him to be so humble in front of Woohyun. Shortly, Woohyun asked Wonchong if he knew about the Black Faction. Wonchong was taken aback and asked him how he knew their name. The Black Faction was among the groups in the Central Plains, and they're an organization that only recruits vagrants and criminals. The group is strong and commits all sorts of crimes, hence they have been giving the imperial family a huge headache for decades. So, Woohyun told Wonchong that those people are agents of the Black Faction, and it seems that they have a branch in Mount Hung. Hearing this, Wonchong mused that Woohyun went there. Suddenly, Woohyun tapped his shoulders. Woohyun whispered to him that the Black Faction owe him a debt, so he will help him with them. The next day, at Mount Hung, the servant told the man not to worry as the agents will be there soon. Yang Hyuksang, the Black Faction Hunan branch leader, said that the higher-ups are already making a fuss. The servant then said that they have sent the lights of the elites to capture the thief. However, Hyuksang still felt mad. He couldn't wait to snap the neck of Jang Samtae, who stole the golden Buddha. Moreover, he felt frustrated thinking that Jang Baeksan has been caught and the black marketer he favored has been killed. Suddenly, the wall exploded, which surprised him. The servant got surprised, wondering what it was. Much to their surprise, a man emerged from it, which was Woohyun. Hyuksan then immediately asked who he was in a fierce tone. However, he was easily beaten up by Woohyun afterwards. Woohyun quickly gave the man to the guards and instructed them to arrest him. The guards were still surprised as they couldn't believe that they were arresting one of the members of the Black Faction. Suddenly, Woohyun noticed some gold money on Hyuksang. His eyes widened in surprise. He suddenly thought that Somi and Jang Samtae might be getting hungry. So, he quickly went to Hyuksang and told the guards to wait, as he hoped that Hyuksang had something valuable on him, as he needed to get money to buy snacks for Somi. Shortly, Woohyun informed the guards that he would be taking his leave. The guards bowed and told him to have a safe journey on his way back. The money Woohyun obtained was to raise Somi and Jang Samtae. Briefly, 3 months have passed. Thus, the summer came. Because of the expensive items that Woohyun brought back from the Black Faction, their lives become more luxurious than before. But Woohyun felt troubled. Samtae's physical appearance had changed. He looked healthier than he was before. Woohyun also noticed Somi's changes. In the span of 3 months, she easily gained weight. While looking at the fish, Somi found it delicious. Woohyun felt uneasy as Somi and Samtae gained a lot of weight. But Woohyun thought that it was because of him. He bought Somi and Samtae a lot of food without much thought. He fed them until they were full for all 3 meals of the day every day, and it resulted in them gaining weight. Somi and Samtae couldn't eat much before because of their situation, but after Woohyun obtained so much money, eating became their favorite thing. Moreover, Woohyun thought that if they eat like that continuously, their health might be endangered. So, he quickly called them. He informed Samtae that he will be teaching him martial arts starting that day. Samtae was caught off guard, thinking that a martial master like Woohyun will be teaching him martial arts. Then, he also told Somi that he would be teaching him too. He then ordered them to buy martial arts books, but Samtae said that the ones that are sold are just third-rate martial arts books. Woohyun then asserted that it is why he's asking him to buy it, as they're perfect for their level. Somi thought that Woohyun was right, while Samtae felt offended. After a while, Samtae went back with the books. He informed Woohyun that is all that he could find. Hence, Woohyun scanned the book and saw a Taiji fist and Taiji sword techniques, which he doesn't remember. Thus, Samtae told him that it was from the Wudong sect, which is one of the key sects within the 10 great sects. Woohyun chuckled and said that it's interesting. Meanwhile, Samtae said that if the Wudong sect heard what Woohyun said, they would have probably put their lives on the line to fight him. Woohyun then ignored him and continued to read the book. Shortly, he asserted that they should start. Samtae and Somi began their training as soon as possible. Somi felt energized while Samtae felt tired. Woohyun then asked them why they are moving like that. He told them that they can't just follow the movements on the books. He explained that there's no fixed path for martial arts and people simply make their own martial arts and record it into books because they don't want to stray from their path. Hence, he said that they should move as they please, and only then, they can create their own path. In response, Somi and Samtae agreed. After some time, their training lasted until sunset. Samtae lay on the ground and said that he can't do it anymore. Meanwhile, Somi still has so much energy. She confidently told Woohyun to look at her. Woohyun clapped for her and told her that she's doing great. But he pondered that he just wanted her to move around and be healthy. He thought that if she continues like that, she will go back to her own appearance very soon. However, he got silent with the result. After training, Somi and Samtae prepared to eat so much food. Somi and Samtae indulge in the food with so much joy. Meanwhile, Woohyun just stared at them. Then, he thought that nothing was going to work. But in the end, they managed to get back to their former sizes after going through harsh training. Meanwhile, a man just threw a bottle at his servants. He was mad at them, causing them to be frightened. The man was known as the Wolf King, the Black Faction's leader, Sima-chan, and he was asking them what was happening. He told them about Jang Baeksan and Chuyin, which was contributing a lot of money every year. The servant felt scared and said that he knows. But Sima-chan was still angry. He said that because of what happened, those who went to get Jang Samtae have broken off contact. Thus, the man said that Hunan is the quietest it has ever been. Considering that Jang Baeksan was able to suppress surprising forces as he rampaged throughout Hunan before. With that in mind, he thought that there's someone behind it. So, the servant said that they will take measures. Meanwhile, Sima-chan thought of Wang Chong and Woohyun. He then ordered his men to capture Woohyun and Wang Chong, saying that he's sure that they will find something out from them. Back at the manor, Woohyun was peacefully meditating. Suddenly, he mused that there would be trouble. Shortly, he went to check Samtae. Samtae felt very tired, but Woohyun ordered him to get up. Woohyun told him that they should wake Somi and eat breakfast together, to which he said that he's so tired and asked if he can just rest for a while more. But Samtae saw Woohyun's fist and said that he will go right away. Meanwhile, Somi was outside the woods. She was meditating along with the birds. Hence, Woohyun was surprised that she's already awake. Suddenly, Somi heard him tell her to wash up as it's time for breakfast. Somi quickly hugged Woohyun, saying that she loves breakfast. Meanwhile, Woohyun showed no reaction. As they got back, Woohyun felt the wind again. Samtae asked if there was a problem, to which he said that it seemed to be especially windy. Hearing this, Samtae wondered why Woohyun was talking about it all of a sudden. Suddenly, Samtae was taken aback when Woohyun just ordered him to check on the situation in Yeyang, then report back to him. He couldn't decline as Woohyun told him again to go and check it. Samtae cried on his way to Yeyang as he hadn't had breakfast. Meanwhile, in the north of Hunan province, Yeyang, A man was chowing down the food. The man is Bang Chuguk, the Black Faction's Wandering Wind Squad captain. Shortly, he was informed that tomorrow is the day that Wang Chong will be transferring Jang Baeksan and his subordinates to the imperial family. Bang Chuguk thought it was so soon, but he also thought that it's strange that they have kept Jang Baeksan in Yayang for the last 3 months. Then, he thought that Wang Chong probably wanted to dig out some information. However, the Black Faction member didn't submit to him easily. Moreover, he thought that it would be a problem for Yang to transfer Baeksan to the imperial family, because those guys are incomparably stronger than Wang Chong. He then asked his subordinates what are the odds that they can save Baeksan. His subordinates said that it seems there are less than 40% of manpower taking Baeksan. So, Chuguk ordered them to kill Baeksan and the other Black Faction member. He thought that it's far easier to kill those who are caught than trying to get them back. Suddenly, a man caught his attention. He believed that it was the Jang Samtae that he saw in the composite drawing. He thought that it's the guy who's most likely to know the identity of the recluse. So, he quickly followed Samtae. He felt troubled as Samtae walked so fast. All he could grasp was his feet. But he thought that he could catch up as Samtae turned to a dead end. However, he saw that he was not there. It surprised him and made him wonder where he disappeared to. Meanwhile, Samtae just returned to the manor. He quickly informed Woohyun that the atmosphere of the city didn't feel right, and there was also some weird fellow that was stalking him. He told Woohyun that the Black Faction won't let him go easily. Hence, Woohyun asked him to tell him the details about the organization, to which Samtae said that there's not much to talk about. Eventually, Samtae shared that the Black Faction was said to be started by a person whose identity was unknown around 50 years ago. He mentioned that no one knew who the leader was, but there were rumors that after losing to 9 great sects, someone from the demon cult founded the society, but in the end those were just rumors. With that, Woohyun asked if he was saying that they got no lead. To which Samtae said that he's right as no one paid any attention to them until then. Hence, Woohyun mused that the sudden appearance of the Black Faction society must have made the great sects feel threatened. Samtae agreed and said that even in the end, the Millennium Alliance had to step in because of pressure from the great families. Woohyun then pondered that the Millennium Alliance was said to be made up of key members from the Justice factions. So, he thought that if the leader of the Black Faction society managed to hide from them, then he must be quite smart. Then, he pondered that in his days, if there had been talks of people forming a group, it would have been crushed immediately because there were many who just wanted to show off their strength for no reason. Thus, he thought in that sense, the current Millennium is so peaceful that it's no fun at all. Moreover, Samtae asked him what they should do as the governor must be in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, back at the city, Bang Chuguk visited the governor. He beat him up pretty badly. After killing all his guards, he asked if he must be the governor. Hong Wang Chong. Wang Chong fiercely said that he was. Chuguk then said that he thinks that he has a rough idea of who they are, so they should skip the formality. He told Wang Chong that he had something to ask him, so he brought him there. Hence, Wang Chong asked what he wanted to know. Chuguk stated that he can't understand no matter how much he thinks about it. He asserted that it made no sense at all that their Black Faction society's branch would fall at the hands of someone like them. He meant that they are weak, to which they couldn't possibly catch Baeksan by themselves. So, he said that he's sure that there must be someone behind them. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong immediately thought of Woohyun. Chuguk mused that Wang Chong must have remembered something seeing his reaction, so he told him to tell him when he's still being nice. Wang Chong felt scared, but he hesitated. He told them that he doesn't know anything. Then, he thought that he would probably die there. Hence, Chuguk mused that he saying that he will take his secret to the grave, and that he must keep his promise. Afterwards, he retrieved something. He thought that he had no choice but to do it. He pondered that Wang Chong looks pretty strong on the outside, but he has no martial arts at all and is weak-minded, that he will die easily from the shock of torture. Shortly, he brought out a pouch and asked Wang Chong if he knew what it was. Chuguk opened the pouch and blew a power towards Wang Chang's face. Then, he revealed to Wang Chong that it is the confession drug. Meanwhile, Jang Samtae was there and hiding at the ceiling, watching them. Samtae thought that if Wang Chong dies, things will get complicated, and he felt troubled thinking that he wouldn't be there if it wasn't for Woohyun's orders. Previously, Woohyun told him that they need Wang Chong, which confused him. Woohyun clarified that they need to save him, making Samtae ask if he meant it. In response, Woohyun eerily just smiled at him. With that in mind, Samtae thought that Woohyun is someone who would beat him up for asking a question, so if he runs away, Woohyun would probably beat him to death. So, he gathered his confidence and decided to just do it. He thought that it doesn't matter whether he dies at the moment or later. Chuguk was surprised as he sensed another presence. They were very surprised when Samtae kicked one of them. A surprise attack was the only thing that Samtae could do. After that, he immediately carried Wang Chong. Meanwhile, Chuguk instructed his underlings to go after Samtae. Samtae was surprised when they noticed that the group was there already. He cried and hoped that someone would come and save him. Moreover, he couldn't believe that he had to trust someone like Woohyun. Meanwhile, Woohyun was waiting for them. Hence, he immediately drew his sword. The sword he drew shines through the moon. Suddenly, he felt someone coming. He then showed a faint smile. He felt that Samtae was nearing, so he guessed that it's time for him to go. After some time, Wang Chong was still unconscious. As soon as he woke up, Samtae covered his mouth. Samtae told him that he will remove his hand if he keeps quiet. Wang Chong sat up and asked who he was, to which Samtae said that he's Woohyun's subordinate. Hearing this, he realized that it was Woohyun and was grateful. Meanwhile, Jang Samtae thought that his master, Woohyun, needs Wang Chong to be indebted to him so that Somi can live a comfortable life. Then, he thought that in order for Wang Chong to be indebted to them, they needed to safely get out of the place. Hence, he told Wang Chong that they need to get out of there before they can take revenge. To their surprise, the group of men already saw them. So, Jang Samtae quickly carried Wang Chong and run away as fast as possible. But, the group still managed to catch up. Jang Samtae and Wang Chong felt tired and couldn't run anymore. Samtae felt troubled as the group was approaching him, so he thought that they didn't have a choice. Quickly, he prepares to fight the group. Bang Chuguk felt mad as he got tired from chasing Samtae and Wang Chong for a while. He then quickly ordered his subordinates to attack Samtae. Still, Samtae stood his ground. Even though he felt like crying, he told the enemies to bring it on. However, Bang Chuguk fell into surprise. Someone eliminated his subordinates in one go. Finally, Woohyun appeared. He cut through the group easily. They were frightened, asking who he was. But Woohyun didn't answer, just eliminate them. Shortly, all the assassins have been finished. Hence, Bang Chuguk felt threatened. He thought about the martial god, to which he pondered that there has only been one martial artist to have ever been called that in all of the Central Plains history. He then thought about Sanfoam, who became immortal after building up the Wudong sect. Then, the Dharma, who established the systems within the Shaolin Temple. Moreover, he pondered that even the heavenly demon who had reached the peak of the myriad demon sword and ruled over the demonic cult were never able to earn the title of martial god. Thus, Bang Chuguk was scared as he felt a strong martial prowess on Woohyun. Then, he thought that the martial god was undefeated. That's why he naturally became a legend. Moreover, Samtae complained to Woohyun, asking why he was late, but Woohyun told him to be quiet. Then, Samtae pointed at Bang Chuguk and said that all the casualties was all done by him. Bang Chuguk felt scared and asked what they did. Meanwhile, Woohyun asked him if they were the Black Faction. Bang Chuguk acted strong and said that they are indeed the Black Faction and asked if he intended to stand in their way despite knowing who they are. Woohyun asserted that even a pile of trash gathers, they're still trash, to which Chuguk mused that Woohyun was referring to them, making him mad. Hence, Woohyun told him to prove it if he doesn't agree with him. However, Bang Chuguk was too frightened. Meanwhile, Wang Chong was admiring Woohyun from afar, saying that he's an amazing warrior. Woohyun was fighting the Black Faction group. He easily eliminated them one by one. He showed amazing swordsmanship as he fought them. Consequently, blood spills all over him as he kills them. Meanwhile, Jang Samtae asked Wang Chong why the monster looked human to him, which he was referring to Woohyun. Wang Chong then asked if he was insulting his master. Jang Samtae said that he will even insult the emperor if no one's listening. So Wang Chong got mad and called him a lowly servant. Hence, Samtae got mad and told him that he was the one who saved him, yet he dared to call him a lowly servant. But Wang Chang retorted that he doesn't care, as a lowly servant cannot talk to his master like that. Suddenly, Woohyun told them to be quiet. To their surprise, they saw the leader of the group was beaten up badly. Then, Woohyun asserted that they should go back home. The next day, the government had a break-in in the early morning. All the imprisoned criminals had all been killed, and those who haven't died were in a state where there's a good chance that they will die soon. Moreover, the magistrate, Hong Wang Chang, also disappeared. Yayang City was in an uproar, hence, a search team was formed to search for the magistrate. The people gossip, thinking that it was the doing of the Black Faction Society. They pity the magistrate as they muse that he might be assassinated and his body must be dumped somewhere. Moreover, they also thought that he's a man of integrity, as he tried to subjugate the Black Faction despite knowing who they were. So, the man said that he was going to volunteer to be in a search team for that day. They are confident that Wang Chang, who is a great person, would have died at the Black Faction's hands. The other man teared up just thinking about what happened to Wang Chang and hoped that he was safe. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Hong Wang Chang was safe and was also smiling towards Somi. Meanwhile, Somi felt anxious as he stared. Somi told Woohyun that there's an unknown mister that is staring at him, while Wang Chang thought that she is Woohyun's daughter. Woohyun then told Somi that Wang Chang is the magistrate and she should go and say hello to him. So, Somi immediately talked to Wang Chang and told him what her name was. Wang Chang also greeted her and said that he has a son around his age and she could come and play with him when she is free. He told her that he thinks that they would be good friends. Then, he thought that Somi is cute and she would be perfect as a daughter-in-law. But Woohyun looked at him angrily. Hence, he felt anxious and turned his gaze away. Meanwhile, at the Black Faction, Sima-chan was asking his subordinate if the contact had been broken. His subordinate said that it was. Then Sima-chan asked again that he did say the imprisoned agents were taken off. Sima-chan can't believe that the magistrate has gone missing, and he doubt that Bang Chuguk would have failed his mission. Hence, his subordinate said that they have done all they could to search for them, and they haven't found anything. So, Sima-chan asked what the odds that they are dead are. The subordinate said that it's less than 10% since they completed their mission and all that's left for them is to return. Then, Sima-chan asked him if they might have been killed by the recluse martial master. But, the subordinate said that the last letter sent to them didn't have any information like that. Hearing this, Sima-chan felt troubled. He thought that it feels like something went wrong somewhere already, and he doesn't like that feeling at all. Then, his subordinate told him that he will form a search team, to which Sima-chan instructed him to gather the people are able to move covertly. Sima-chan said that they need to search Hunan thoroughly, so he needs to choose the veterans. Meanwhile, back in the manor, Woohyun instructed Sam-tae to protect the manor and keep a close eye on those that are tied up and make sure that they don't get away. Wang Chang then asked the place he mentioned where that he will lead the constables. Woohyun informed him that it's in Tianzi Mountain, as it's the location of the Black Faction's headquarters that Bang Chuguk mentioned. Then, he said that he will go there personally. Hearing this, Sam-tae was taken aback while Wang Chang felt his sincerity. But, Woohyun told them not to worry about them and just worry about themselves because they are so pathetic that they can't win against even one of them. He then told them to become strong enough so that they won't get beaten anywhere, as they should be embarrassed for getting beaten at their age. Sam-tae felt irritated by what he said while Wang Chang fell speechless. Meanwhile, Woohyun proceeds to travel towards the Tianzi Mountain. He walked alone as he traveled. He pondered that it feels so different coming out after being stuck in the manor for too long. Then, he pondered that he always traveled in places like Tianzi Mountain when he was young. When he was young, he focused on martial arts. That's why he traveled everywhere. Looking back, it was so different than compared to what he is now. Moreover, when he was young, his spirit was so strong. Then, he wondered why he was so obsessed with strength when he was young. But he thought that his life right now is also a kind of joy in life. Suddenly, someone abruptly called him. A group of small bandits told him that he should give them everything he has if he wants to get past the area. Woohyun thought that it's been a while since he have encountered something like that, then asked the bandits what if he doesn't have anything on him. However, the bandits didn't believe him and decided to search him. But someone suddenly stopped them. She said that they must be the bandits that have made a mess in that area. She was so loud that she also caught Woohyun's attention. Moreover, The woman expressed that she can't believe that a group of strong men are bullying the weak together, so they should be ashamed of themselves. The woman is from one of the 8 great families, the Namgung family, and she is named as Namgung Sohai, part of the Murim alliance. Moreover, the bandits asked Sohai who she was and then wondered why a woman like her is there. They wondered if she was really trying to take them on by herself. To their surprise, Sohai charged at them. She wielded her sword and moved in an incredible speed. Meanwhile, Woohyun stayed still and watched the bandits get killed. Shortly, Sohai has finished dealing with them. She landed gracefully as she had dealt with them. Then, she quickly fixed her clothes. She told Woohyun that he was lucky, as if she hadn't been there, he would have been in big trouble. But Woohyun had no response. Sohai asked why he was staring at her face so intently. However, she realized that Woohyun was looking at her sword. Shortly, Woohyun told her that she has amazing swordsmanship. Sohai thought that Woohyun was just amazed by her exceptional swordsmanship, then she told him that she also heard that. But Woohyun ignored her and went to the bandits. She asked what he was doing, and Woohyun said that he's taking their money, to which she asked again why he was doing that. Woohyun asserted that the bandits probably must have stolen those from the others, so he is just picking them up. Then, he threw something at Sohai and said that it was hers. To her surprise, she gave him 1 silver niang. It made her feel speechless, thinking that Woohyun is basically plundering the bandits. As Woohyun was about to leave, Sohai called him. Then, she went close to him. She asked him to give her more, but Woohyun said that it's all that there is. However, Sohai said that he was lying, and claimed that she did all the work and he's taking all the profits. Then, she asked him what a mere silver niang can do. Hearing this, Woohyun told her that she might be well off, to which Sohai responded that she never starved. In response, Woohyun asked if it was the reason why she wielded her sword so conceitedly. Sohai felt a bit off and tried to clarify what he just said. However, she was caught off guard when a strong wind emerged. To her surprise, Woohyun just disappeared. She wondered where he went. She felt embarrassed and wondered what just happened. Meanwhile, Woohyun went to a village near the Tianzi mountain. The village was not well off. Woohyun then went to a food place and asked for a bowl of noodles. As he ate, he thought that he wasted time because of a troublesome person, which he was referring to Sohai. Suddenly, he noticed the cook was looking at him. The men beside him was looking as he ate. Moreover, the men inside the place strangely look at him. They were looking at every action he made. Shortly, Woohyun finished his noodles. Hence, he left the place quickly. Suddenly, he felt something strange. So, he stopped walking and turned around. He stared at the noodle shop where he ate. Then, he recalled the people that were strangely looking at him at the noodle shop. Suddenly, he felt something was coming out from his mouth. Much to his surprise, he saw that there was blood. So, Woohyun went back to the noodle shop. He killed all the people inside it. He knew at first that something was suspicious in that place. Woohyun guessed that they had put something in their food. Moreover, he continued on his way and then thought that it was a strange village indeed that he came across, as the eyes of the villagers look dead and there's a dark vibe in the air. Then, he thought that Bang Chuguk lied about what he said that the village itself was the Black Faction. Suddenly, he sensed someone coming. His guess was right as the Black Faction's group was already there. Meanwhile, at the Black Faction headquarters, a subordinate reported to Sima-chan that they're in big trouble. Sima-chan thought that they would find the locations of those who went missing, but his subordinate said that they had been ambushed. The subordinate informed him that there's only one person and he's a powerful martial master. Sima-chan clarified if it was really one person. He told his subordinate to not expect him to believe what he said. But his subordinate persists that it's the truth and the martial artist has already defeated 100 of them already. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound which alarmed them. Sima-chan felt anxious as Woohyun barged in. His fright increased when he saw him. He noticed that he was covered in blood. He never expected that one person would barge in the headquarters himself. At that moment, he realized who Woohyun was. It made him scared as he recognized him. He discerned that it was the recluse who had been messing with them, the Black Faction. Moreover, he wondered if Woohyun had defeated everyone on the first floor. Suddenly, Sima-chan felt like Woohyun was looking down on him as if he was a bug. However, he thought that he should try at least to fight him to know who's stronger. But he was caught off guard when he suddenly hit the wall when he didn't even do anything. After a while, the magistrate's men came to the village where the Black Faction people lived. He ordered his men to arrest all of them. He ordered them not to miss a single person and tie them up tightly. Then his men asked who those people were. Hence, Wang Chang informed them that those people are the evil bandits from the Black Faction, so they should not let their guard down. The guards were surprised and tried to clarify if they were really the Black Faction, to which Wang Chang said they were, so they mustn't let a single one of them get away. Meanwhile, the people from the village were already tied up. Wang Chang's men told him that they understood his orders. Wang Chang then thought that his men couldn't believe that they caught the Black Faction, to which he thought that he couldn't also believe it at first. Moreover, he also can't believe that a single man accomplished what the imperial family and the Millennium Alliance weren't able to do. Hence, he was really and wondered what the real identity of Dan Woohyun is. Suddenly, he didn't expect that a man would be thrown behind him. He was confused and didn't know how to react. Much to his surprise, the man doesn't seem to be just one of the members of the Black Faction. He noticed that the man was almost half dead. Then, he asked Woohyun who the person was. Woohyun told him that it was the Black Faction's leader. Thus, Wang Chang felt overjoyed and called Woohyun a great warrior. Meanwhile, Woohyun said that he's done with his mission. Hence, he informed Wang Chang that he will get going as he promised Somi that he will be back early. Wang Chang said that he understood and told him that he will look for him after he settled everything. In response, Woohyun acknowledged it and also told him not to forget. At first, Wang Chang doesn't seem to know what he's talking about. Then, he easily thought that he was telling him to be quiet about what he did. But Woohyun said that it was not it. He told Wang Chang that he was talking about the bounty of the Black Faction. In response, Wang Chang just smiled and agreed. After a while, the prisoners were brought back to Yeyang. They walked through the city and the people were happy that they were finally caught. The people think that the magistrate did a good job, hence, they wondered if he would be summoned to the central government. At the parade of the prisoners, Namgung Sohai was also present and watching. She felt something was off and thought that it didn't make sense that Magistrate Hong Wang Chang was able to take down the martial masters of the Black Faction with a bunch of bandits there. Hence, she felt that Wang Chang was hiding something. She was sure that someone was behind it other than Wang Chang. At the Millennium Alliance, the head was told that it was certain that a powerful martial master was siding with Magistrate Hong Wang Chang. The head's subordinate said that it was quite an impossible feat for a mere magistrate like Wang Chang to accomplish. In response, Namgung Chun said that he thinks that his subordinate's guess is correct. Then, Namgung Chun instructed his subordinate to send the Phoenix squad captain to investigate the matter. Namgung Chun thought that if there is really a hidden martial master, they have to find him and win him over to join their alliance. Jae Gal-woon then said that if Sohai really meets the martial master, he believes that they need to be prepared to confront the person if he is needed to be brought there. Chun agreed as he thinks that they don't know what the martial master is capable of. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Somi and Samtae was training. On the streets, Sohai's stomach was growling. She thought that she was a fool, as she shouldn't have eaten too many sweets. She then pondered that back in her days, if her grandfather saw her in that state, he would probably try to kill her. Hence, she wondered what she should do. Suddenly, someone offered her a bun. Somi is the kid who offered her a bun. Sohai's mouth drooled as she saw the food. Hence, Somi was giving it to her, saying that she's already full. So, Sohai felt hungrier looking at the food. She thought that Somi is such a kind child. As Sohai got the food, she asked what the kid's name was, to which the kid said that her name was Wa Somi. Sohai told Somi that she has a pretty name, and then asked her where her parents are as she would like to offer her thanks. Somi was about to tell her that she doesn't have parents, but Woohyun came and patted her head. Woohyun told Sohai that he is Somi's father. Then, Woohyun looked at Somi and smiled. Meanwhile, Somi was caught by surprise as he said it out of nowhere. Suddenly, Sohai was surprised when she saw Woohyun. She realized that he was the man that she saved from the bandits, and was also the man that said that she wielded her sword so conceitedly. But Woohyun showed no reaction and ignored her. Hence, Sohai didn't know what to do. However, she suddenly thought of something. She thought that Woohyun was sent by the heavens to help her. So, she quickly ran up to them and told him that she thinks that fate brought them together, but Woohyun said that he's not interested. Sohai said that she hasn't said anything yet, but Woohyun responded that he's not interested whatever it was. Sohai then asked him to help her, to which Woohyun asked why he should help her. Meanwhile, Somi was still thinking about what Woohyun said earlier. She can't stop thinking about Woohyun saying that he is her father. Somi cuddled Woohyun, to which Woohyun was surprised. Then, Somi told Woohyun that they should help Sohai as she looks pitiful. Hence, Woohyun wondered why she would say that. Then suddenly, Somi called her dad. Somi calling him dad kept replaying in his mind as he didn't know how to respond to her. After a while, they got back to the manor. Sohai was doing laundry at their manor. She complained to Samtae that the dirt is not coming off. Samtae told her that is now how she does laundry and she has to hit harder. But Sohai got fed up and asked Samtae if they wanted to go for a fight. However, Samtar just laughed and said that it was the price when she asked for a favor. Somi can't talk back to him as it's the truth. She laid on the ground and questioned herself why she needed to be treated like that. Before, Woohyun told her that he can't help her for free, so he suggested that she help out with the chores and he will pay her salary for it. Sohai regretted that she agreed when she only wanted a few silver coins. Meanwhile, Woohyun comes to the magistrate to get the bounty. The magistrate gave him a chest of 100 gold yang. Woohyun told him that he was amazing as he can't believe that he got that much from such a short time. Then, he asked what happened to the Black Faction, to which Wang Chang said that they were turned over to the Imperial family and were probably handed over to the Eastern Bureau. Hence, Woohyun asked if he meant that the matter has been dealt with, to which Wang Chang said that he's right. Shortly, Wang Chang noticed Somi. They looked at her as she was enjoying playing outside. Wang Chang then told Woohyun that Somi is truly a kind and cute child. Then, he told Woohyun that it's about time that he sends her to school. But Woohyun didn't seem to have thought about it. Meanwhile, Somi was enjoying the magistrate's pond. Wang Chang told Woohyun that it's a must for a kid to attend school, as there's no greater embarrassment for a child if they don't know how to read or write. He also told him that Somi would make great friends, and he will introduce him to a school that he knows of. Woohyun looked at Somi and said that he will think about it. Then, Wang Chang thought that he must convince Woohyun as he can't have a daughter-in-law who can't read or write. Furthermore, Woohyun and Somi stayed at the magistrate's place for a while. Somi was playing at the pond and thinking that the magistrate's garden sure has a lot of interesting things. Suddenly, someone abruptly called her. The boy claimed that it was his house and asked who she was and why she was there. But Somi was a little bit surprised and she's at a loss for words. Suddenly, the magistrate called him and asked why he was screaming at Somi. To his surprise, it was his father. He was frightened when he saw her father get mad and scolded him for making Somi cry, saying that it was not how he taught her. Hong Wang Chang scolded him and said that he did not only treat their precious guest well, and he also dared to scream at her. Hence, Hong Jinreng apologized to his father. Then, Hong Wang Chang went to Somi and asked if she was all right. Somi asked the magistrate if the boy was his son, to which Wang Chang said that she's right. Moreover, Wang Chang told his son to apologize to Somi. But Jinreng hesitated. He wondered why his father was treating Somi better than him. Suddenly, he ran away crying and told Wang Chang that he hates him. Furthermore, Woohyun and Somi left the magistrate's place shortly. Woohyun asked Somi if she thinks that she could be friend with the magistrate's son, to which he said that she thinks that they can become best friends. Then, Woohyun asked about what Somi thinks about attending school. Somi asked if she could really go to school. Woohyun responded that she could as long as she wanted to. Hearing this, Somi was overjoyed. She jumped in joy and repeatedly said that she wanted to go to school. Even as the night came, Somi and Samtae trained. Woohyun was watching them as they trained. Shortly, Sohai asked Woohyun if Somi would be alright to attend a famous school within Ye. Woohyun said that it doesn't matter, but he asked if the school was really great. Sohai asserted that he has no clue how the world works, stating that the more famous the school is, the harder it is to get along with the kids. Hearing this, Woohyun said that she sounds like she had been through it. Then, Sohai pondered that back then, she purposely changed her name to get into a school and there was a huge fuss over it. She pondered that when she was 10 years old, she beat up the kids around her age and didn't get along with them. Moreover, Woohyun asserted that Somi will be fine, and if something happens, he will just step in and help. He said that it's because he is Somi's father. Then, Sohai asked if he was confident that he won't budge even in the face of great power. Sohai thought that Woohyun doesn't know martial arts, so he wondered what he would do if he was in a situation where he had to face a powerful family or the harassment of government officials. In response to her question, Woohyun stated that he will protect Somi with everything that he has. He declared that he will protect Somi even if it means that the world becomes his enemy. As he said that, Sohai suddenly felt a strange energy. Hence, she asked Woohyun if he felt it too, to which Woohyun said that he didn't feel anything. So, Sohai thought about what it meant. She thought that only the strange energy could be felt by a martial master like her. The next day, Sohai was about to drop Somi off at school. Sohai asked Somi if she was really that happy, to which she said that she was. Sohai then thought about what Woohyun told her to just bring Somi to school and thought that he was irresponsible for making her do it rather than himself. Moreover, Sohai told Somi that she's sure that she will be able to meet nice friends. Somi then said that he also hoped that way. Then, Sohai told her that even if she meets bad kids, she should just send them flying with her punches. Sohai then thought that it is what she said, but she wondered if such a frail kid like Somi will be able to do well. Shortly, Somi waved goodbye to Sohai as she was about to enter the school. As she entered, Sohai sighed in relief. Then, she thought that it's time to look around as she has dropped Somi off. Hence, she quickly went on her way. However, some people seemed to be stalking her, without her having any idea. Furthermore, Somi just entered her classroom and introduced herself to her classmates. But, her classmates are not that welcoming. Hence, Somi shyly told them that she hopes that she would get along with them in the future. Afterwards, her teacher asked her to go to her seat. Suddenly, she noticed someone familiar. It was the magistrate's son, Hong Jinrang. However, Hong Jirong ignored her. Meanwhile, Sohai went to Woohyun and informed him that she finally found the martial master behind the magistrate. But Woohyun told her that he thinks that she didn't find the right person. Still, Sohai persisted and said that she found them and she was going to look for them later in the evening. Woohyun then asked who it was that she was referring to. Sohai said that it was the Hunan Five Swords and if it's possible, she would like to bring them into the Millennium Alliance, but she has no idea who they are. She then mused that the Hunan Five Swords did things in secret, so even the Millennium Alliance has no idea who they are. Moreover, she thought that if she told the Millennium Alliance about the information about the Hunan Five Swords, she can finally say goodbye to her life in the manor. She was so happy thinking about it, while Woohyun contemplated what she said. Shortly, Woohyun told her that he will go with her. He stated that he also wanted to see who the Hunan Five Swords are too. Hence, Sohai told him that if he's nice, he will bring him along and when they come back, he should give her lots of money. Woohyun agreed without hesitation and said that they should take a look at them once they got back. After some time, night descended. Somi was telling Woohyun what she did at school, and Woohyun just listened to her. She also shared that she learned calligraphy and held a brush for the first time. Moreover, Somi continued to share what happened in school. After a while, she got tired and unconsciously slept on Woohyun's lap. Woohyun guessed that Somi looked like she enjoyed school. But Sohai asked if he realized something when Somi was telling about her day, to which Woohyun asked what she meant. Sohai told him that Somi mentioned what she did, but she never mentioned about making friends, to which Woohyun just realized when she said it. Then, he thought that Somi struggled in school as she didn't make friends. But he considered that it's because it's only the first day of school. Sohai then said that she guessed that it's possible, then asked him if he was really going to come with him to visit the Hunan Five Swords. Woohyun responded that they will go right after he put Somi to bed. As midnight came, they quickly went out to meet the Hunan Five Swords. Sohai confronted the group and asked if they were the Hunan Five Swords that subjugated the Black Faction Society. In response, one of them said that he doesn't know what she is talking about. But Sohai persisted that she already found out everything and asserted that they are the group who watched the magistrates back and subjugated the Black Faction. However, the man told them to go back as he doesn't know where she heard that gossip. Hence, Sohai told the group that she is the captain of the Millennium Alliance's Blue Phoenix squad. She told them that she knows that they don't wish to be known in the world, but the Alliance leader would like to meet all of them. As she mentioned the Millennium Alliance, they started to consider what she said. Sohai then told them that she hopes that they won't reject their request and the bounty on the Black faction. So, the group decided to tell Sohai that they are the ones who subjugated the Black faction. Hearing this, Sohai opened her eyes. She felt strange upon seeing the group of people. She doubted if they were really the one who subjugated the Black faction, as it looked like she might even be able to take them down easily. Hence, she asked them if they could show her the techniques that they used to subjugate the Black faction. The leader of the group then felt anxious. Thus, he asked her if she was perhaps doubting them. Shortly, the group showcased their power and it made break the ground. Then, the leader asked Sohai if she still doubts them. Meanwhile, Sohai thought that they are amazing as they even broke a tree without making a sound and thought that for martial masters like them that are that strong, it would be easy for them to hide their abilities. The leader of the Hunan Five Swords told Sohai to go back if she doubted them. Hence, Sohai asked them to wait, while Woohyun checked the trees. As he looked at the branch, he thought that it was pretty decent. Meanwhile, at the Yellow Marshal Castle, the leader informed his subordinate that there were rumors that there are people behind the magistrate and the name appeared out of the blue. He said that he has never heard of them. In response, his subordinate said that it's the same for them. Suddenly, the leader slapped him abruptly. The leader said that he didn't call them to talk about useless nonsense. Moreover, he mentioned that there's a high chance that it might be the Hunan Five Swords were the ones who attacked Black faction. The leader got mad again and kicked his subordinate as he thought that he was ignoring his words. Then, he told his subordinates that he will confirm it himself, and they should track the Hunan Five Swords. His subordinate then thought about if he was given the chance to choose his lord. He asserted that he would never choose the likes of him. The next day, Sohai was about to leave the manor. She told Woohyun that she would like to introduce the Hunan Five Swords to the Alliance as soon as possible, to which he said that he will just convey her farewell to Somi. Woohyun then gave her a pouch and told her to take it. She was surprised that it contained many gold coins, which she didn't expect because she thought that Woohyun would just give her a few silver coins. Hence, she told Woohyun that he looked different out of all the days that she had been with him. Shortly, she bids goodbye and thanks Woohyun for all the time he had spent with her. Sohai proceeds on her way without looking back. After a while, Woohyun conveyed to Somi that Sohai had left, which saddened her. Hence, Woohyun told her that they will meet her again if they're meant to be, which Somi doesn't seem to understand. Woohyun mused that it must be difficult for her to understand. So, he explained to Somi that he doesn't think that it was the end of her relationship with Sohai and they will meet again. But, Somi still feels sad thinking about the time she spent with Somi. She told Woohyun that it will be much better to just live together. However, Woohyun told her that it is what it is, and then he asked if everything is fine at school. Somi then said that it's fun. He patted her head and said that getting along with someone is never easy, but he told her not to think that they are the only people that she will ever meet in her life. Somi told her not to worry as he is his daughter, and she won't be pushed back or discouraged easily. Woohyun responded that she's right as she's a strong child. He then thought that Somi was just 7 years old, yet she's more mature compared to her peers. Moreover, Woohyun told Somi that his name was Dan Woohyun and her name should be Dan Somi, as she's his daughter. Woohyun told her that he will protect her no matter what, so she should not be afraid of anything and grow. Hearing this, Somi fell speechless. Woohyun pinched her cheeks and told her that she must understand. Moreover, Woohyun also went downtown. Suddenly, a group of men walked through the town. The people were surprised as they looked at them. They wondered if they were martial masters. The group displayed such a terrifying aura. Woohyun also noticed them and caught his attention. But Woohyun noticed the sword of the big man. He thought that it had great vigor. Meanwhile, the commander was just informed that they found the location of the Hunan Five Swords. He was told that they are spotted 20 li north of Ye. Moreover, he also was told that they are currently heading to Hubei. Additionally, they were being led by the Blue Phoenix squad captain, Namgung Sohai. Hence, the leader of the group decided to check them out. They prepared to leave immediately. In an instant, the group disappeared from where they are. Meanwhile, Woohyun overheard their conversation and thought that he overheard some interesting things. He heard they are heading 20 li to the north. After a while, the sun was about to set. The Hunan Five Swords are getting tired. They were struggling to catch up with Sohai as they run through the forest. Shortly, Sohai noticed them. She asked them if they should take a break. The leader acted like they were fine and said that they can walk for 3 days straight with no problem. But Sohai told them that if they're not used to walking, they should go with Qigong. However, the leader still persisted that they could do it. Meanwhile, Sohai starts to doubt them again and thinks they are suspicious. But she considers that she saw their skills personally. Suddenly, she felt something was hurling towards them. She quickly drew her sword and defended the Hunan Five Swords. To her surprise, it was darts. Meanwhile, the Hunan Five Swords hid behind her. Sohai was surprised as she saw the group that attacked them. She realized that they are the Yellow Martial Castle. The Yellow Martial Castle is a group where only the best masters of the evil factions are gathered. Moreover, she told Ma Dokjin, the leader, that it was an honor to meet him. Ma Dokjin responded that it seemed like even a young talent like her knows his name. Meanwhile, Sohai also noticed the person behind him. She knows him as the Master of the Blade, Quan Mu-jin. Moreover, Ma Dokjin asked her if the people behind her are the people who brought down the Black Faction Association. Hence, Sohai was about to introduce him to the group. But the Hunan Five Swords stepped in themselves and said that they are the Hunan Five Swords. Seeing their reaction, Sohai thought it would be hard for her to survive that day. A few days earlier, the Hunan Five Swords leader told his group that it was their chance to gain a lot of money, although their opponent is the Millennium Alliance. He encouraged them that they have never failed at anything up until the moment. He told them that they can just take the reward for what happened to the leader of the Black Faction Association and run to the western region. The leader did not show any fear to the Namgung family and continued his plan. They put fake trees in the ground as it was their plan to show strength. Moreover, the leader thought that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that they could take. Namgung Sohai came to them as planned and asked if they were the ones that subjugated the Black Faction. They acted like they didn't know anything. Then, they told Sohai that they really are the ones who subjugated the Black Faction Association. Hence, they showed their strength to Sohai. Upon seeing her reaction, they thought that their strategy was a success. With that in mind, the leader of the Hunan Five Sword thought that they can't fail as they have come far. Hence, he confronted Ma Dokjin saying how a small fry like them dare stand in their way. Ma Dokjin laughed and said that he's interesting. Ma Dokjin shouted at them so loudly that it made them cover their ears. But the leader of the Hunan Five Swords told his group that he will take care of them. Shortly, he drew his sword and stated that they will die the moment that he swings his sword. In response, Ma Dokjin told him to bring it on. The man then asked Ma Dokjin if he really does not value his life. Then, he said that if that is the case, then he has no choice. Quickly, he casted something. Sohai was surprised that he made a smokescreen. Then, the man told his teammates to run. Sohai tried to stop them, but they continued. So, she was left alone with the Yellow Martial Castle. Sohai couldn't believe what just happened. The Yellow Martial Castle was also frozen in surprise. Shortly, Ma Dokjin laughed and said that the Millennium Alliance must be nearing their doom as the captain of the Blue Phoenix squad just got fooled. Hence, Sohai was flustered and embarrassed. Meanwhile, Ma Dokjin continued to laugh. Suddenly, he told Sohai how she dare make him run on a fool's errand. Then, he ordered his subordinates to kill the Hunan Five Swords without leaving any single one behind. Quickly, the men departed. Thus, Ma Dokjin told Sohai that she must entertain him, to which Sohai knew what he was saying. In an instant, the Hunan Five Swords were eliminated. Quan Mu-jin was mad that they got fooled by those groups. So, he kicked the leader multiple times and let out his anger. Suddenly, he heard someone talking which surprised him. He saw the man exude such a terrifying aura. Previously, Woohyun knew that the Hunan Five Swords just played a trick. Presently, he told Quan Mu-jin that it has been a while since he saw such a neat dexterity. Quan Mu-jin felt chills with Woohyun's stare. Hence, he quickly moved back. He then asked Woohyun who he was. Meanwhile, Sohai was fighting Ma Dokjin. She was holding as she could against him. Sohai thought that the skill to wield a sword is impressive, but she was more amazed at how fast he wields his sword. Ma Dokjin told her that he was disappointed that is the best swordsmanship that she could show him, to think that she's from the Namgung family. Sohai responded that she's the weak one and her family isn't weak. Then, Ma Dokjin told her not to be arrogant just because the Sword Emperor belongs to their family. He then struck her with all his might. Consequently, she let go of her sword, and then she fell to the ground as she lost her balance. To her surprise, Ma Dokjin quickly pointed his sword at her. Ma Dokjin asserted that the loser shall not say a word, but pay respect to the winner. However, Sohai told him to just kill her. So, Ma Dokjin acted as she wished. But a strong wind emerged and stopped Dokjin. Woohyun told Sohai that she forgot one piece of silver coin. He then confronted Sohai, saying that he thought that she is heading for Hunan, yet she hasn't been able to leave Ying yet. Woohyun told her that her eyes are blinded with so much greed that she couldn't see anything properly. Ma Dokjin was surprised with Woohyun's appearance and quickly questioned his identity. He told Woohyun that he seemed to have pretty good skills as he was able to capture Quan Wujin. Then, he also told Woohyun that he had no fear at all for daring to face him. At the same time, Sohai was surprised that Woohyun was able to defeat Quan Wujin, so she wondered if he learned martial arts. Suddenly, she thought about their first encounter. She remembers that Woohyun was on his way to Mount Tianzi when she first met him, and shortly after that, the Black Faction Association was subjugated. Hence, she starts to consider that he was the martial master behind the magistrate. Woohyun then came closer to her and told her to let him borrow her sword for a while. Sohai asked if he was trying to take on Ma Dokjin by himself. In response, Woohyun told her not to worry and he will finish in no time. Afterwards, he quickly challenged Ma Dokjin to bring it on. Ma Dokjin got mad and said that he was an arrogant bastard. He swung his sword and asked Woohyun if he knows who he was. Sohai warned Woohyun to watch out, as she thought that even if he was skilled, he wouldn't be able to endure Ma Dokjin's broadsword with her flimsy sword. Meanwhile, Ma Dokjin just charged at Woohyun. As he struck him with the sword, it caused a strong impact. However, Woohyun stopped it with Sohai's sword. Woohyun then told Ma Dokjin that he's just overconfident who is full of himself. Meanwhile, Sohai was taken aback that Woohyun was able to block it easily with her sword. But Ma Dokjin did not stop and continued swinging his sword. He chose not to believe that Woohyun was holding off as he thought that it didn't make sense. Meanwhile, Woohyun told Ma Dokjin that he has an interesting way of thinking of trying to overcome him using speedy repetitive swings of the broadsword. But he added that he's too focused on speed that he doesn't put in his strength. That moment, Ma Dokjin started realizing the limits of relying on the strength of the broadsword. Hence, he still told Woohyun that he doesn't know anything and he's just saying nonsense. He cursed at him and told him that he's a little opponent. Then, he gripped his sword tightly to prepare charging at Woohyun. Without delay, he charged towards him, thinking that he could overcome him with his speed and if he swung his sword like that. But Woohyun just easily evaded him. Ma Dokjin was as mad as he told Woohyun that he was titling his efforts. He said that he put effort all the time. However, Woohyun just blocked what he just called effort. Then, he told Dokjin that he had never belittled him and explained that the sword doesn't fall short on speed, whereas the broadsword doesn't fall short of destructive power. Suddenly, Dokjin's sword started to produce some cracks. Much to his surprise, his sword broke into pieces. Then, Woohyun told him that the efforts he made were put in waste. Quickly, Woohyun took the opportunity to attack. He struck Ma Dokjin and told him to come to challenge him in another 1,000 years. As Ma Dokjin was defeated, Sohai and Quan Wujin fell surprised and couldn't believe their eyes. Ma Dokjin continued to suffer the heavy injuries inflicted by Woohyun. Shortly after, he finally fell to the ground. Hence, Woohyun threw the sword back to Sohai. Sohai then clarified if he was really the one who subjugated the Black Faction Association. She questioned why he didn't tell her. In response, Woohyun told her that there are times when you have to pretend to not see or hear something even if she does. Moreover, he said that she could think of that day as just her lucky day. He asserted that she could think that way since she didn't die taking on Ma Dokjin with the prideful swordsmanship of hers. Woohyun then decided to go back. Hence, He quickly walked back to the manor. But someone was following him. He just stayed silent even if Quan Woo-jin closely followed him. Shortly, he asked Woo-jin why he was following him. Quan Woo-jin, with a big smile, begged him to allow him to stay by his side. Previously, Ma Dokjin thought that while there are many strong people in the world, there isn't one that would be able to fight Ma Dokjin as if he were a child. But he recently found that person, the person who can take him to greater heights. Hence, he told Woohyun to please allow him to stay by his side. However, Woohyun wasn't answering him. He repeated it again, and Woohyun declined easily. Thus, Quan Woo-jin felt dumb. He asked Woohyun again to allow him to follow him, but Woohyun declined again. Quan Woo-jin then said that it doesn't matter, and he will follow him even if he says no. But Woohyun had a response. Hence, Woo-jin told him that if he didn't accept him, he would rather just die. To his surprise, Woohyun suddenly attacked him. He fell to the ground and felt weaker. Woohyun stared at him and thought that he is pretty strong for such a young age. He thought about the hatred in Woojin's eyes. He felt like it's looking past him. Woohyun thought that Woojin's eyes say that he will do whatever it takes as long as it will help him climb higher. Shortly, he left, thinking that it's good for Woojin to have pride as a martial artist, but the more hatred he has, the more dangerous he will become. Swiftly, he went to the top. He stared at the lifeless group that pretend to be the martial master who subjugated the black faction. Then, he thought that what happened that day reminded him of the old Jianghu. After a while, someone splashed water on Woojin. Hence, he woke up. To his surprise, Ma Dokjin and his teammates are in front of him. But he seemed to be looking for someone else. Woojin then asked them what happened. Instead, Ma Dokjin kicked him and said that he was a traitor, as they saw him begging Woohyun to take him in. He beat Woojin multiple times and reprimanded him that he raised him, and yet, that is how he repaid him. But Woojin just laughed when he said that he raised him. Woojin told Ma Dokjin that he is just a pathetic person who made a big fuss because he felt inferior to him when he became more famous than him. Dokjin got mad and told him how he dare talk back to his lord. But Woojin retorted that he's not some lord. He's just some trash trying to kill his subordinate. Ma Dokjin's anger flared up as Woojin kept talking back. Hence, he pointed his broken sword at Woojin and said that he will grant him the most painful death possible. However, Woojin managed to remove the ropes and quickly attacked his former teammates. So, Ma Dokjin immediately charged at him. Woojin thought that he needed to calm down, thinking that Dokjin will be slow since he sustained internal injuries. Ma Dokjin couldn't see Woojin's movements. Hence, he was unable to dodge his sword. Consequently, Woojin cut his eyes and was able to avoid his attack. Then, he quickly prepared to flee. He ran as fast as possible before his former teammates catch up to him. After a while of running, he starts to feel tired. His vision was blurry, but he thought that he couldn't stop there as he can't die at that place. Hence, he continued running. He thought that he needed to survive and become the strongest. However, his body can't hold on anymore, prompting him to fall to the ground. The next day, at the street market, Somi becomes friends with Jayak and Jinrang, and they wander around the market after school. Somi then pitched Jinrang's clothes. She told him that she could buy the dumplings and she will buy the sweets, to which Jinrang asked why he would buy that for her. Thus, Somi told him that Jayak wants to eat it. Jinrang agreed and asserted that he just needs to buy the dumplings. While they were buying, Somi heard something nearby. She looked at the direction where the sound was coming from. Then, she quickly went to the place to check it. As she looked over, she was surprised by what she saw. After some time, the night came. Woohyun went to the street market as he felt strange. He thought that it's way past Somi's school time and she hasn't returned yet, so he wondered if something happened to her. Woohyun then went to a store and asked the marketer if he had seen his daughter. The marketer said that he saw his daughter buying dumplings 2 hours ago. Thus, Woohyun thanked him and quickly left to find the dumpling store. However, he suddenly heard something nearby. So, he quickly went to the direction of the sound. Then, he saw Somi crying and was surprised. He quickly asked her what she was doing there at that time. He then noticed that there are herbal plants at the ground, and they were putting it at the person who was unconscious. Somi told Woohyun to help her, as she wants to save the person. Earlier, Somi and her friends looked at the man they found. They wondered what they should do as the herbal medicines they gave him weren't working. Shortly, Kwon Woo-jin unconsciously opened his eyes. But Somi immediately closed it. Jayak asked if they should call the authorities, but Jin Rang asserted it's pointless, as the government doesn't get involved in affairs like that. Meanwhile, Somi continues to stare at Kwon Woo-jin. She thought that he was just like her in the past. Hence, she called Jin Rang and Jayak. She told them that she wanted to save the person. Presently, Woohyun felt confused about what to do about the person. He then recognized who the person was. It was the person that he fought earlier. And he remembered that his name was Kwon Woo-jin, and he begged him to allow him to follow him. Moreover, he asked Somi if he was trying to save that man. Somi said that she is, and Woohyun asked her the reason why. Somi said that the man looked lonely and all alone. Then, she cried and said that the man must be scared and doesn't want to die. Woohyun quickly carried her as she cried and told her that he understands. Then, he told Jin Rang and Jayak that they can go and wash up, as he takes care of the man. So, Jin Rang and Jiyoung quickly went with Somi and comforted her. Hence, Woohyun turned his attention to the man. He thought that Kwon Woo-jin was really lucky. Afterwards, they quickly went back to the manor. Woohyun noticed that Somi looked down, so he asked her what's wrong. Somi then asks him if Woo-jin can be saved. Woohyun told her that he was not sure, but he have done all that he can. He added that whether the man makes it or not, depends all on him. Then, Somi stated that she hopes that the man make it through. Hence, Woohyun told her that he is sure that the man will make it if she works hard while looking after the man. He said that it's because she is a child with great luck. Somi was confused and asked him what he said, but he told her not to worry about it. Then, Somi said that she will go and nurse the man. After she left, Samtae told Woohyun that the man is half dead already, and if he said something like that, Somi would get more hurt if the man died early. Then, he told Woohyun that if the man survives, he will give him all his assets. Hence, Woohyun asked him if he was sure, to which Samtae was surprised. Woohyun asked him again if he was sure about giving him all his assets when the man survives. Samtae was taken aback and thought that Woohyun was baiting him to gamble on that. He noticed that Woohyun is serious, so he thought that the man would survive. Thus, he told Woohyun that he was just joking. However, he asked Woohyun if the man was really going to survive, to which Woohyun just smiled. Meanwhile, Somi was nursing the man. Moreover, Woohyun shared to Samtae that there are very rare instances when one is born without energy. On the other hand, there's one who's born with the blessings of the star. He stated that the ones who are born with blessings of a star and great luck, they are known to live a life of misfortunes until their luck shines forth. Woohyun explained, for that to happen, they will lose their parents or almost starve to death. But Somi met him who's born with the fate of a star, and her great luck started to manifest that even the things she touches would be blessed by luck. A few days later, Kwon Woo-jin woke up. He was confused as he woke up in an unfamiliar place. He wondered where he was and how he survived. Suddenly, Somi appeared, which surprised him. He asked her if she's the one who saved him. Somi shared that she found him, but her dad was the one who saved him. Somi then happily conveys to him that she's glad that he survived. Hence, she said that she will go and inform her dad and Samtae. As Somi left, Woo-jin was still surprised and confused about what was happening. At the same time, at the Millennium Alliance, Namgung Sohai finally met her grandfather after her mission. Namgung Chun immediately asked her if she found the person that subjugated the Black faction. At first, Sohai felt hesitant to answer her grandfather's question. She thought about Woohyun, saying that there are times when one needs to ignore what they see or hear in the world. But she chose to tell the truth. She asserted that she found the martial master who subjugated the Black faction. Namgung Chun was surprised when Sohai conveyed that she found the martial master. But Chun questioned her why she returned alone if he found the person who subjugated the Black faction. Sohai stayed silent in response. Hence, Namgung Chun asked if the person told her that he won't come to the Millennium Alliance. Sohai confirmed that the person did. Then, she said that the person stated that there are times where one has to pretend to not have seen or heard something even when one does in Millennium. Namgung then asked if the person was strong. Hence, Sohai revealed that the person fought against Ma Dokjin and handled him like a kid. Upon hearing this, Namgung Chun couldn't believe that the martial master really fought the tyrant Ma Dokjin, who was one of the top 50 of yellow martial arts. Afterwards, he wondered if he was from a demonic path because he refused their offer, or if he's trying to live a secluded life. He turned his attention back to Sohai as she spoke again. Sohai told him that the martial master said that her sword is full of conceit. Hence, Chung got mad. He pondered how the person dare say that to a child that he raised up. Then, he told Sohai that she did a great job and she should go back and rest. At the same time, in the manor, Woo-jin woke up. He still couldn't believe that he's alive. He pondered that he thought that he would die when he couldn't move. Hence, he was happy that he could still clench his fist because he's alive. Shortly, Woohyun came in and asked if he was awake. Woohyun mused that he looked fine, seeing that he's moving fine. Woo-jin then remembered that he's the guy that fought Ma Dokjin. Woo-jin doesn't know his name, so he told Woo-jin that his name is Dan Woohyun. Meanwhile, Somi is in the garden, picking flowers for Woo-jin. At the same time, Woo-jin asked Woohyun if he saved him. Woohyun told him that he should pay his gratitude to Somi, as if it weren't for her, he would have died. Somi picked up the flower and thought that Woo-jin would get better with it. Meanwhile, Woo-jin got embarrassed when Woohyun told him that he must have been attacked by his allies based on his injuries. Woohyun told him that Murim is a place where anyone would do anything to survive even if he has to betray the others. Hence, he advised Woo-jin not to take it personally of what Ma Dokjin did to him, as he would have done the same thing if he's in their situation. In response, Woo-jin said that he understood. But Woohyun still wasn't satisfied with his response. So, he told Woo-jin to forget about everything, which surprised Woo-jin. Woohyun conveyed to him that if his heart is poisonous, his blade will also become poisonous, and in the end, poisonous blades are destroyed most easily. Hence, Woo-jin said that he will keep it in mind. Moreover, Woohyun said that he can't just let him stay and eat. Thus, he told him to do his best to earn his stay there. In response, Woo-jin agreed and thanked him. Afterwards, he quickly lay in the bed again. He thought about the people that saved him and wondered if there has been anyone that has shown him kindness so far. The next day, Woo-jin got up to work and earned his stay. Jang Sam-tae was supervising him as he worked. Woo-jin was determined, doing his best at work. However, Jang Sam-tae wasn't satisfied with how he does laundry. Sam-tae told Woo-jin that the clothes will only turn into rags if he does the laundry like that. But Woo-jin told him to stop nagging and do his job instead, to which Sam-tae retorted that his job is to watch over him. He stated that it's because he's his boss, but Woo-jin said that he is not a servant like him. Sam-tae felt disappointed, as he thought that he will be free from all the chores. But he saw Woo-jin was bad at his job, so it's not easy for him. Shortly, Woo-jin asked Sam-tae why he needed to do that if he is the servant. Hence, Sam-tae told him not to forget about what Woohyun said and added that he should listen to him because he's the senior who came first. But Woo-jin stated that he won't follow orders for him, which made Sam-tae madder. Sam-tae fiercely told him to follow him to the back, but Woo-jin said that he won't cower just because he said that. Suddenly, Woo-jin was taken aback when Sam-tae suddenly ran and was shouting to Woohyun that he's rude and is trying to kill him. Hence, Woo-jin quickly chased him. Sam-tae mocked him as he ran and said that he can't outrun him as his Jinkong is much faster than him. Thus, Woo-jin said that he's done once he catches him. Sam-tae kept running as Woo-jin chased him, but he stopped when he noticed some people entering the manor. He discerned that it was Magistrate Hong Wang-chong. Meanwhile, Wang-chong spoke of his name. Wang-chong showed a picture and instructed the guards to capture Jang Sam-tae. Earlier, Wang-chong got a list of the wanted persons. He quickly put on his glasses as he wondered which person was causing trouble. As he saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. He recognized who the man was. Hence, he told himself that he won't let the person get away. Quickly, he went to Woohyun's manor. He pointed at Sam-tae, calling him sinner and instructing the guards to bring him. Sam-tae was taken aback, wondering what Wang-chong was talking about. Hence, he asked Wang-chong what he's talking about, to which Wang-chong told him not to act dumb and also said that he had done all kinds of evil deeds behind Grandmaster Dan's back. Wang-chong drew his sword and declared that he will catch Jang Samtae at that moment. However, Woohyun arrived and struck him in the nape, which surprised him. Woohyun quickly asked him what the situation was about. Samtae then angrily asked him again what he's talking about, as he suddenly barged in and put on a show. He asserted that there is not anyone with a clearer background than him. Wang Chang showed a drawing and said that he can't get away after he sees that. The drawing showed a person that looked like Samtae, and they also have the same name, and the description says that he did a lot of crimes like human trafficking. Samtae looked at the drawing and saw his name was written there. He tried to read the crimes that were written there, while Wang Chang called him trash. Suddenly, Somi defended Samtae and said that he's not trash, and he is definitely not someone like that. She asserted that the painter must have made a mistake, as Samtae is not a bad person. Then, she shouted that the person on the drawing and Samtae could simply have the same name. Samtae was touched by Somi's words. Hence, he stood up for himself. He told them that he will directly prove that it's not him and catch the real person with his own hands, to which Somi also stated that she will assist him. Quickly, Samtae went out. He brought Somi with him, and Somi asked him where they are going. But Samtae wasn't responding. He was anxious as he doesn't have any solution in particular. He thought that he was angry for a moment, so he indecisively brought Somi, so he can't leave her as she's full of expectations. Moreover, he thought about the sketch and wondered if it really looked like him. Suddenly, he stopped as he heard a man speak, asking where he was going. To his surprise, it was Woohyun, and he was with Woo Jin. Samtae then said that he will check the gambling houses first. But Woohyun was angry, asking him why he brought Somi along. Somi then asked Woohyun why she couldn't come along. Woohyun picked her up and said that she can come along once she grows older. Then, he gave her to Woo Jin and told her that he will take her to the street market if Woo Jin, and he went out. Woo Jin and Somi quickly went away as Woo Jin asked Somi if she wanted dumplings. Suddenly, Samtae spoke up and said that he really didn't do it. Woohyun said that he knew, so Samtae asked why he said earlier that the sketch resembles him. Hence, Woohyun explained that it was a joke, which angered Samtae. Then, Woohyun told him that he doesn't have to think deeply about it. Woohyun remembered that Wang Chang said that the perpetrator trafficked opium and even humans, so he asserted that it will be simple if they catch all the people involved on those crimes and interrogate them. Hence, Samtae asked if he meant the bandits. Woohyun confirmed that it's the bandits who live in the mountains, as unless they are subdued by the government, they only stay hidden in one place. Thus, he asked Samtae if he knew where the bandits would be. Without delay, they went to Mount Yellow. Samtae and Woohyun walked around for a while. Woohyun appreciated the place and said that it's better than he expected. Hence, he said that it would be even better to build a house around there, to which Samtae agreed, saying that the place is crowded with bandits, but it will make a good house. In response, Woohyun said that he sounds sarcastic. After hearing that, Samtae was about to cry. He shouted at Woohyun, saying that it doesn't matter whether he's guilty or not, because he might lose his life there, as he is only a third-rate martial artist and he only teaches Somi and Woo Jin. Woohyun's ear exploded as he get a mouthful of words from Samtae. After Samtae stopped, Woohyun thought that Samtae was definitely jealous. Moreover, he told Samtae that he has worked hard. Meanwhile, Samtae thought of Woo Jin and told Woohyun that he also want to become strong. Hence, Woohyun told him that he can become strong. Suddenly, Woohyun sensed something. He noticed some arrows heading towards them. Samtae also froze in surprise when he saw the arrows. So, Woohyun quickly grabbed his clothes. Woohyun threw Samtae behind him and confronted the arrows. Samtae was surprised when he was almost hit by the arrows. As the attack stopped, Samtae wondered what's going on. Suddenly, a person shouted as he got angry. He told them that they should just have died from the arrows. Much to their surprise, they are already surrounded by the bandits. The bandits were smiling as they encircled Woohyun and Samtae. Meanwhile, Samtae was thinking that they met faster than he expected, but he thought that it's okay as Woohyun is by his side. However, he was surprised to see Woohyun lying on the ground. He was confused and stared at him intently. Hence, Woohyun said that it hurts and he's dying. Samtae asked him what he's doing, to which Woohyun said that he got hit with the arrows and he can't move anymore. Samtae asked why he was suddenly putting on an act and told him to stop it. But Woohyun told him that he just said that he wanted to become strong. Hearing that, Samtae realized what he meant. Suddenly, the bandits called their attention. Samtae thought that Woohyun might want him to practice in real life. He noticed that Woohyun is not moving an inch, and he's serious about not helping him. So, he had no choice but to fight by himself. He quickly looked around. He counted all the bandits that were present. He estimated that there are roughly 10 of them, which is too many for a third-rate martial artist like him. But he prepared himself as he thought that he wouldn't back down without a fight. The bandits laughed at him as they saw him in position. They told him to just give up as his ally seems to be dead. But Samtae retorted that Woohyun is not dead and was just closing his eyes. The man got mad because he talked back. Hence, the man quickly charged at Samtae. Meanwhile, Samtae thought that he could pass by them as they are mere bandits, and he already won against a high-level martial artist with his jinkong. Then, he told himself not to run if he wanted to become strong. Without hesitation, he used his jinkong. Meanwhile, the bandits are close to attacking him. However, the bandits were surprised when Samtae suddenly disappeared. Thus, the man wondered where he went. Unbeknownst to the bandit, Samtae was charging at him. He was caught off guard when Samtae attacked him from behind. Hence, the man reacted in pain. The bandits got anxious and wondered who Samtae was. Meanwhile, Samtae was pumped up. He was happy that he got one of them. Suddenly, some arrows are hurling towards him. But he quickly noticed it. He leaped in the sky and evaded the arrows. Then, he saw some bandits hiding in the tree. The bandits were surprised when they saw Samtae. They didn't expect that Samtae would see them. Meanwhile, Samtae punched the man without any hesitation. The punch was so strong that it sent the man flying. Consequently, the man fell to the ground, causing a strong impact. Much to their surprise, the man fell unconscious. Meanwhile, Samtae was getting tired. But he did not stop and planned his next move. However, he didn't see an arrow coming. Hence, he barely evaded it. As a result, he got scratched a little on his arms. As he lowered his guard, the bandits quickly surrounded him. Samtae felt troubled as he was already surrounded. Hence, he thought about what he should do. Suddenly, Woohyun whispered that he should move to steps to the right. Samtae heard it and immediately noticed a presence coming. Hence, he quickly did what Woohyun said. He was able to dodge the man's sneak attack. The man got mad and told him to stop dodging. But Samtae didn't stop and confronted him with his fist. He punched the man and finally caught him. Thus, Samtae was happy, thinking that he finally did it. The man felt dizzy as soon as Samtae hit him. Consequently, he fell to the ground. Samtae was also shocked that he was able to take down the man. The bandits got angry for what he did, so they charged at him. But Woohyun rose up and stated that it should be good. Samtae was surprised when Woohyun confronted the bandits. He took them down at once in just one strike. Then, Samtae asked Woohyun why he was moving when he said that he was dead, to which Woohyun just laughed in response. Suddenly, Samtae lays in the ground as he felt relieved that it was over and thought that he was going to die. Moreover, he asked Woohyun if he would have helped him if by any chance that he didn't win and was about to die. Woohyun said that he wouldn't help him if he wanted to become strong, as he shouldn't have to depend on anyone, because it would help him utilize his power. Hence, Samtae thought that even if Woohyun angers him, he couldn't deny that Woohyun was cool. Shortly, they woke up the leader by splashing water on his face. Thus, the man woke up in surprise. The man got angry when he saw Woohyun and Samtae. But Woohyun said that they didn't have time for small talk and he should just answer the questions. Quickly, they showed him a sketch of a man and asked if he knew that person. The leader pointed at Samtae and said that it was him, to which Samtae denied that it wasn't him. Hence, they proceed to ask him where they got the opium as they found opium from his subordinates' bodies. Woohyun smirked as the man anxiously said that they obviously got it from the alley. Woohyun showed the man his anger and said that they didn't come all the way there just to joke around. He asserted that if the man doesn't tell the truth, he would let him feel pain more miserable than death. The man got scared and felt a murderous intent on Woohyun, thinking that he's an incredible martial master. Hence, he said that the opium came from the Triple Sword Association. After that, he ordered him to keep explaining. The leader shared that after the Black Faction Association collapsed, those who were in hiding started to run amok. He said that it may look peaceful on the outside, but the truth is that the weak keep growing stronger behind the scene. Hints, among them, are the ones that called the Tripe Sword Association active in Hunan, which are also the ones who supply opium. Moreover, he mentioned that the Triple Sword Association is strong, and they wear masks so no Aoyai knows their faces. Then, the man revealed that he didn't want to get his hands on opium, but people from the association had beaten all his subordinates and forced them to buy it, so they had no choice. Woohyun then asked him where the association's location was, to which the man said that he didn't know, as they just visit them once a month, but they don't have an idea when the Triple Sword will come next. Samtae shouted at the man and asked him if he really doesn't know anything, to which Woohyun said that the man doesn't seem like he's lying. Moreover, Woohyun instructed the man to give him all the opium he has, to which the man questioned him why. Hence, Woohyun told the man to just give him all the opium he has. The man quickly said that he will as he saw Woohyun's burning range. Meanwhile, at the Yeyang streets, there are people that are begging on the streets saying that they need more. Namgung Sohai was roaming around the streets and saw them. She confirmed that the rumors are true that the opium is also circulating around countless villages in Hunan. Suddenly, someone accidentally bumped on her, which surprised her. She confronted them and said that they should apologize if they bump into someone. But to her surprise, it was Quan Woo-jin and was even carrying Somi. She couldn't believe that it's really Somi. Hence, Somi smiled at her and called her big sister. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, a man that is responsible for opium was making medicines. Another man arrived at the cabin and asked him if it was going well. The man responded that it's coming soon, then asked if he could find the guy who destroyed the Black Faction Association. In response, the other man said that he didn't, as even though there are news about it, it's been quiet even when disguised himself as Samtae. The man making medicine was alarmed when he mentioned that Samtae must have been hiding deep or he's already dead. Hence, he told the man that there is no way that the guy who destroyed the Black Faction is dead. Thus, the man that disguised as Samtae said that he didn't have to think about anything else and just take the meds, as they would find the person and kill him at all costs. The man shouted that he's right as there's no other reason that he would join the likes of them if it weren't for them, helping him to find the person that destroyed the Black Faction. Thus, the man said that he understood, then asked if he heard that it seems like the governor found opium while subjugating the bandits. He said that it's uncertain, but it seems like they were secretly trying to send the opium into the imperial household. Hearing this, the man making the medicines got angry and said that they have to steal it again at all costs as they might catch their tail. The man thought that he wanted to rip the man's limbs at the moment, but he couldn't as the man is still useful to them. Hence, he told the man that he will let the lonely people deal with the situation. Meanwhile, Woohyun didn't expect that he would see Sohai again. Sohai just laughed when he saw Woohyun, as she also did not expect that he would get in that situation. 30 minutes ago, Somi forced her to come with her even when she didn't know where they're going. She felt embarrassed as she was surprised when Somi took her to Woohyun. Moreover, Woohyun asked Sohai why she's back there again. Sohai said that she has a question before he answers his question. She pointed at Quan Woo-jin and asked why he was with him, considering that he's Ma Dokjin's subordinate. Woohyun told her that Woo-jin is now part of his family, to which Sohai questioned how he could take an unusual guy into his family. Meanwhile, Quan Woo-jin blushed as Woohyun said that he's part of his family. Woohyun then told Sohai that she said a strange thing and asked if he should accept someone from the demon cult next time. Then, Woohyun told her that it's her turn to answer his questions. Hence, Sohai agreed. Sohai shared that when they were in the midst of tracking a black market opium dealer, they found out that the person's source was in Hunan. She said that when they tracked the person, they found out that the situation in Hunan had gotten serious. Moreover, she revealed that the villagers in the small village were all obsessed with opium, and even the large village got addicted to opium. Then, she said that the place she got ended up is Hunan when she tracked the person. Sohai then said that it was actually a national matter that the imperial family should be taken care of, but a few of the smaller sects that the Murim Alliance is in charge of have fallen due to opium addiction. Then, she revealed that it was the Triple Sword Association, and it was their leader who used a face-changing technique to freely change his face. Sohai was surprised when Samtae intervened. Samtae quickly confronted Woohyun and said that if the culprit knows how to use the face-changing technique, then they must have changed their face to look like him. Woohyun said that he knew it, to which Samtae asked why he didn't tell him before, and Woohyun said that he didn't feel like telling him before. Sohai then asked Woohyun if he knew something. So he told her that someone is using Samtae's face to do opium and human trafficking. Then, Woohyun gave her a pouch, saying that it's the opium that the guy sold. Sohai discerned that it wasn't normal opium. Hence, she asked Woohyun where he got it, to which Woohyun just said that he has his ways. Thus, Sohai asked if he also had a way to catch the mastermind. Woohyun told her that if she wants to know, she should give some compensation for the information that she wants, to which she quickly asked what it was. Woohyun told her to bring him the bounty that was on the black faction leader, but Sohai doesn't seem to like the idea. So, Woohyun told her to forget it. However, Sohai eventually agreed and said that he will give it to her, but she also has a condition. Woohyun then asked her what her condition was. Sohai said that the condition is that the Millennium Alliance will take all the credit if the matter gets resolved. Woohyun said that she can do whatever he wants as he knows that she's trying to recover the Millennium Alliance's reputation because it was worse than the magistrate after the Black Faction incident. Sohai was surprised and asked how he knew about it. But Woohyun ignored him and called Samtae. He instructed him to bring Wang Chong to him. After a while, they acted like they got caught by the magistrate. Hence, Wang Chong tied their hands. Wang Chong told them that they're going straight to the imperial residence like that. Samtae and Sohai were surprised as they didn't expect that they would turn out like that. Then, Sohai asked if they would really meet the person if they did that. Woohyun said that they will definitely discover the culprit if they showed up, knowing that they are going to deliver the opium to the imperial residence. Hearing this, Sohai thought of something. She recalled that Namgung's advisor also told her to find the opium. Then, she thought about Woohyun, thinking that his foresight is incredible, and he's also much stronger than her in martial arts with exceptional intelligence. With that in mind, she thought that there's really no way to find out who he really is. Suddenly, they sensed some fast movements in their surroundings. The guards quickly warned them of the enemies. Hence, Sohai and the others broke free. Sohai quickly drew her sword as she got anxious that they're already there. Meanwhile, Wang Chong faced the bandits. Wang Chong confronted them and asked them if they knew who he was because they're blocking his way. But the bandits said that it was none of their concern. Meanwhile, Woohyun turned his attention to his subordinates. He quickly called them both as they released themselves from the tie. Woohyun instructed Samtae to catch the bandits alive, to which he also instructed Woojin. Sohai, along with Woojin and Samtae, prepared to fight the bandits. Sohai thought that it's harder to capture someone alive than killing them in that situation, considering there are many enemies. Then, she asked Woohyun if he's going to fight, as she thinks that Woohyun doesn't intend to fight. She thought that Woojin would be the one to help her, while she hopes that Samtae won't get in their way. Hence, she asked them what they're going to do. Woojin stated that small fries are still just small fires when gathered together. Without hesitation, he quickly charged at the bandits. Sohai was surprised, while Samtae was relaxed. Woojin easily attacked the bandits. He attacked them in the back one by one. Consequently, he caught two of them already. He looked at Sohai and Samtae and smirked at them. This annoyed Sohai and Samtae, thinking that Woojin is arrogant. Then, Samtae said that they just need someone to talk to, and they don't need to capture all of them. Meanwhile, Sohai said that she can't lose, at least not against Woojin. Hence, she told Samtae that people don't die even if he cuts off an arm or a leg. Samtae was taken aback by what he said and was a bit surprised. Meanwhile, Sohai quickly charged at the bandits. Samtae doesn't know what he's going to do as Sohai and Woojin are already fighting the bandits. After a while, they finally caught all the bandits. Woohyun was impressed that they really captured all of them alive. Samtae lay on the ground as he felt tired and thought that he's going to die. Then, Woohyun said that the bandits will be enough for them to interrogate. Hence, Wang Chong instructed the guards to take the bandits' masks off. The guards immediately understood. Thus, they quickly removed their masks. But they were surprised by their faces. Their faces seemed to be in a wreck. Sohai was just as surprised when she saw it. Woohyun was also speechless as he stared at the bandits' faces. At the same time, Wang Chang asked the bandits who ordered them to make them do that. But Woohyun asked him to stop, saying that the bandits won't talk if he asks that way. Hence, Woohyun interrogated them and told them that there is a rumor that the magistrate has found the drugs was only spread within Changsha. But the bandit didn't answer. The man only reacted when Woohyun said he expected that their base was in Changsha. He shouted at Woohyun, saying that he doesn't know a thing and he will never tell him anything. Hence, Woohyun said that it's likely that they aren't from the Hao clan and it means that their sect is nearby. After hearing that, the man felt visibly anxious. Sohai also started to wonder about the sect that Woohyun mentioned. Meanwhile, the bandit got angry as Woohyun found them out. The bandit surprisingly got freed from the ropes and quickly charged at Woohyun. But Woohyun stopped the man with only his bare hands. Consequently, the man fell. Then, Woohyun asked Sohai if there was a place that comes to her mind after hearing their conversation, to which Sohai said that she had. Sohai said that based on what he said, there are 3 sects that fit their description and they're all in Millennium Alliance. Sohai was embarrassed as she couldn't believe that the Millennium's alliance shame was being shown again, but she thought that it felt like they're slowly falling apart. Woohyun then told her that he will help her. She asked if he meant it, to which Woohyun said that he did. However, he said that she mustn't forget about the price of his help. Sohai already thought that it's money. Hence, she starts to consider his offer. Eventually, she decided that Woohyun helps her, so they quickly moved forward to go to the location. Meanwhile, at the Triple Sword Association, they are wondering why their men aren't back. The man said that if the group failed their mission, it's because of the government. But the man making the medicines told him not to be impatient, as they're people that they raised with the drugs that he manufactured. Suddenly, the man was surprised when the doors suddenly opened. Both of them turned around in surprise. Much to their surprise, they recognized that the person that barged in was none other than Namgung Sohai. Meanwhile, Sohai thought that she hoped that Woohyun's guess would be wrong. She can't help but think that such people like those would commit such crimes while pretending to be an orthodox martial artists. Moreover, she recognized that the bald man is the sect leader of a small sect that belongs to the Millennium Alliance, but she doesn't recognize the man beside him. Suddenly, the man making the medicines was taken aback. He just realized that Sohai was with Jang Samtae. The man thought that Jang Samtae is very likely the guy who took down the Black faction. Hence, he wanted to unalive him instantly. But the small sect leader told him that they should wait and find out what's happening first. Chu Banji said that it's obvious that they have caught them and uncovered what they are doing there. Then, he told him not to worry as they just need to kill them. He added that he should know that the guy they have to kill has come on them on his own. The 2 of them were referring to Jang Samtae. Chu Banji then said that if they don't kill Samtae there, he should not expect him to help in the future. Thus, the small sect leader agreed. Meanwhile, Sohai and the others were fighting the assassins. Sohai thought that she needs to take down everyone who dares to ruin the reputation of the Millennium Alliance. But she thought she might lose at that rate because there's too many of them. She got distracted, so Woohyun instructed her to do a right diagonal slash. Hence, she quickly attacked the man in that way. Afterwards, Woohyun told her to look his way. Woohyun said that Chu Banji has crawled out of hiding. Sohai then suddenly realized who Chu Banji was. Chu Banji then said that it's no surprise that she knows him and asked if she knows her grandfather well. Sohai told him to shut his mouth. Meanwhile, Woohyun told Samtae that the guy in the middle seems to be the one that used the face-changing technique to change into his face. He pointed out that there's traces on the man's face that shows that he's used the face-changing technique. Samtae got offended when Woohyun added that Chu Banji's face also resembled him a bit. Moreover, Woohyun ordered Samtae to take the one on the left, which Woohyun clarified if it's him. Then, Samtae smiled like a kid, trying to convince Woohyun, but Woohyun wasn't buying it. Thus, Samtae doesn't have a choice but to do it. Before he fights, Woohyun told him to take a good look at the one that he will be fighting. Woohyun told him that the person seems to be pretty confident in Qinggong, but Woohyun said to him that he's faster with Qinggong next to him, which surprised him. His confidence builds up, so he quickly prepares to move. Samtae agreed to do it, since they are there to catch the guy who impersonated him. Afterwards, Woohyun thought that they're settled on that side. Hence, he wondered what he should do about Chu Banji. Meanwhile, Chu Banji cursed at Woohyun. He pointed at Woohyun and said that he must be the one who took down the black faction. Woohyun asked what he's going to do if he said yes. In response, Chu Banji said that he will kill him. Woohyun tried to scare him and asked him to stay silent. But Chu Banji was filled with anger and blamed Woohyun for killing his family and taking away his place of refuge. Chu Banji asserted that Woohyun is the one who took everything away from him. Meanwhile, Woohyun was unfazed and thought that it's been a while since he had seen a crimson wind that only he's able to see. The crimson wind represents people who bring about disasters. They are the one who causes harm to their surroundings and is full of evil intentions. Then, Woohyun thought that he didn't want to create any bad relationships. Hence, he asked Chu Banji again to shut up. But Chu Banji persisted and declared that he will crush everything that's precious to him. Woohyun thought that he had no choice but to do it as words won't get through him. Suddenly, a strong lightning hit Chu Banji. As a result, his whole existence disappeared and only a part of his clothes was left. The small sect leader felt frightened as he witnessed it. Sohai and Wu Jin were also caught off guard. All of them were stunned and thought that it's impossible. Meanwhile, Woohyun was relieved that it had quieted down a little. Sohai was shocked about what happened, as even though she has seen so many deaths, she has never seen deaths like that. Hence, she felt a little bit of pity. Then, she thought that she definitely saw it with her own eyes. She thought it was not done by someone else, but they couldn't pull themselves together being too scared. Thus, she felt sure, thinking that those people must have gotten a lot stronger because of the drugs. Suddenly, Woohyun called her. Woohyun told her that he will let her handle the rest. At the same time, a man was climbing on a cliff. He was climbing at the north side of Hunan in Junshan Island at the central part of a daunting lake. Finally, he reached the top. The man was a hunter called Sagukjung. He came as it was now allowed for people to enter there when it was not allowed 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, the ground cracked. He was stunned and didn't expect that the ground would collapse. As a result, he fell inside. After a while, he was able to wake up. It was already nighttime, and he just realized that he's alive. Hence, he sat up and started to wonder where he was. To his surprise, he saw traces of a big snake. He recognized that it's a trace of a legendary giant serpent. Seeing this, he thought it was amazing. Then, he thought if he sells the information to the Millennium Alliance, he doesn't have to worry about his food for the rest of his life. Suddenly, he noticed something nearby. He was not sure if it was a person. He saw 3 skulls with clothes that were still on. Their position was just sitting down. Suddenly, he thought something in his mind. He noticed that it seems like they are waiting for someone. Moreover, he saw a mortuary tablet. He quickly went closer to it to read what's written on the wall. The tablet said that it's a tribute for the martial god, and as they commemorate the martial god, the 3 immortals rest in that place. After reading about the martial god, Gukjung felt chills. Then, he thought that the martial god that it was referring to is the name written on the tablet, named Dan Woohyun. The next day, it was hotter than the normal days. Somi also went down to the ground as she felt too hot. Meanwhile, Sohai was just sitting and eating some snacks. Then, she told Samtae and Wu Jin that they should just hire someone as they shouldn't have also plowed the field on that hot day. But Samtae said that they are ordered to do that, and Wu Jin also said that she should help instead of just sitting. However, Sohai ignored him and called Somi to sit by her side and rest. But Somi declined and said that her father told her to do that. Hence, Sohai wondered if Woohyun was training everyone after the Triple Sword Association incident. Suddenly, she was surprised when Woohyun suddenly appeared. Woohyun told her that even Somi, who is a kid, is doing better than her. Sohai then told him not to sneak behind her. She said that she is a guest, and she has the money to pay for it. Thus, Woohyun asked her if they would have a bet. Woohyun told her that the fastest one to plow the field will be the winner. He said that the bet will be a silver coin. Hearing this, Sohai felt interested. Even as the sun was setting, Sohai still plowed the field. Sohai repeatedly told herself that she will win. Samtae and Wu Jin watched her as she plowed the field by herself. At the same time, in the Millennium Alliance, Namgun Chun's underling informed her that a hunter has found the martial god's secret cave in Junshan Island. Hence, he asked about the place, to which his underling confirmed that what he had in mind was right. He conveyed to Namgun Chun that the corpses of the three immortals were there. The three immortals were called the Three Heavens. They are known as Sanfeng of Wudong, Dharma of Shaolin, and the Heavenly Demon of Demon Cult. After confirming it, Namgun Chun thought that the whole Central Plains was going to shake once they heard the news. Then, someone said that they have to go there. To his surprise, it was the Wudong elder, Hyogong. Then, he thought about the creator of Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng, thinking that if they say that he has created Tai Chi and walked the pathway of martial artists, they can say that the existence of Taegong Jin is the one who made Zhang Sanfeng learn the nature of martial arts. Zhang Sanfeng is the one that coincidentally obtained Taegong Jin's tri-system sword technique and realized the multitude of Taoism and modified them into the Wudong's current martial arts. With that in mind, the Wudong elder said that someone will also take action as Cheon Mugwang's body is also there. Shortly, the Murim Alliance called a meeting. Namgung told the man that he will assign 200 martial masters of the Murim Alliance to lead the Wudong sect to retrieve Taegong Jin's body and bring it back to Wudong. He thought that the demon cult and Wudong sect can each take Taegonjin and Cheon Mugwang's body, but there's one thing that's bothering him. He thought about Namjuriyeon, one of the three heavens, because compared to the other two, there is no record of her accomplishment and don't even know if she belonged to righteous sects or evil sects. Meanwhile, Samtae and the others just finished plowing the field. Samtae wanted to play for a while in the river as it's too hot. So Sohai told him that the water in the Dongting Lake is great. But Samtae said that it's deep and they can die if they drown, which Sohai said that he can try first. Sohai teased him, saying that his mouth might flow on the water and survive, which angered Samtae. Wu Jin intervened and said that should stop fighting and start working instead. In response, Samtae and Sohai told him to tell it to himself. Then, Sohai wondered what Woohyun is planning to get from plowing that kind of field, to which Samtae said that it's cheaper and they can grow their own food than buy it outside. But Sohai was not convinced and asked them if they really think that it's the only reason, which Wu Jin and Samtae said that it's possible if it's Woohyun. As they work, they wonder what Woohyun did for a living before. Samtae said that he thinks that he used a sword to make a living since his inner chi is really strong. But Somi told them that her dad was a carpenter. She said that Woohyun even made the house and most of the things in the house were made by Woohyun. Hence, Sohai asked her if she's telling the truth. She can't imagine Woohyun being a carpenter as he's too strong. Thus, she wondered if Woohyun was really just a carpenter. Wu Jin then also said that it's impossible. But Somi said that even the hoe is made by her dad. Suddenly, Woohyun appeared and told them to stop trying to dig into others' past. Sohai was surprised with his sudden appearance, then asked him, since when he was there. Then, she looked at him carefully, wondering if he really looked like a carpenter. Meanwhile, Woohyun told them that it's noisy in Yang nowadays, so he asked Sohai if she knows what is going on. Sohai said that he doesn't know since she hasn't been there since she arrived. Suddenly, Somi raised her hand and said that she knows about it, and the people said that they have found something. Woohyun quickly asked her what it was, and Somi told him to try and guess it. Suddenly, a pigeon appeared. It descended on Sohai's arm. She saw something attached to its feet and realized that it's a messenger pigeon. Then, Woohyun asked her what it was, but Sohai was hesitant to say it. Instead, she told him that she had to go back to the Murim Alliance. Shortly, Sohai bids goodbye to them and says that they will visit them again. As she left, Samtae asked Woohyun if he knew why Sohai suddenly left, but Woohyun didn't respond. Then, Woohyun instructed Samtae to investigate what's going on. Meanwhile, Sohai quickly hurried to return to the Murim Alliance. She was informed about the cavern of the martial god and was asked to return. She was informed that even the corpses of the three heavens were found. Back in the manor, Samtae already told them that the people have found the cavern of a martial god. Samtae said that even Wang Chong said that it was true. Hence, Wu Jin thought that it wasn't something small. He knew that the martial god is a legend and also called the unstoppable demon god. Thus, Wu Jin told Woohyun that they have to go and see it as they might be able to get something good, which Samtae also agreed. Somi then said that she also heard it in their class, but she doesn't know what a martial god is. Meanwhile, Woohyun felt intrigued, so he asked Samtae where it was located. The martial god has many rumors. He was the person who had killed countless people from the Central Plains. But in the end, he was also the person that is said to have died at the hands of the 8 immortals. Hence, Woo Jin thought that there is nothing as interesting as the martial god in Murim. Even so, he noticed that Woohyun looked unfazed. Moreover, he told Woohyun that it's located in Junshan, which Woohyun quickly said that he's not going as it's too far. Woohyun persisted and said that they will be there in no time. However, Woohyun said that there is nothing to gain even if they go. Hearing this, Woo Jin thought that Woohyun seemed to know everything. Suddenly, he thought about an unthinkable thought. He thought that Woohyun may have been a normal carpenter, but he gained an epiphany from the martial god and became strong. Woohyun then told Woo Jin that even though he doesn't know what he's imagining, it's not the case. Meanwhile, Woohyun wondered if there really was a legendary giant serpent 1,000 years ago. He doesn't recall it as he only vaguely remembers it. There was a 1,000-year-old legendary giant serpent and many other bizarre things in Junshan Island, that even the animals residing there were several times bigger than usual. Woohyun blamed the spiritual energy that the legendary giant spread. He recalled that it took him decades to take care of everything and leave the place. Woohyun went there when he was 15 years old and was able to come out when he reached 35. He faced countless failures repeatedly and deaths, to the point where 9 deaths and still being alive isn't enough to explain it. In the end, he survived, and all that is left there are traces of his training engraved on the rock walls. Going back, Samtae urged Woohyun that they go to Junshan Island as the Murim Alliance is even going. But Woohyun told them that epiphany is not something that can be gained easily. Woohyun told them to stop the useless talk and train, and if they're lucky, they will find an epiphany from somewhere closer than they think. Then, he told them that if they understood what he said, they should continue weeding the dry field. Samtae then whispered that it's still a shame, as it's their only chance to see it in their lifetime. Hence, Woohyun asked him what he's talking about. Samtae then said that he's talking about the remains of the 3 heavens, which surprised Woohyun. Moreover, Samtae said that he heard that along with the ancestral tablet that commemorate the martial god, there are also the remains of the 3 heavens. Hearing this, Woohyun's expressions have changed. Then, he conveyed to them that he changed his mind, and they will go to the Junshan Island. The next day, they quickly set off. Woohyun, along with Woo Jin, Samtae, and Wang Chong, has rowed a boat towards the island. Wang Chong cried as he didn't expect that he would be there. Shortly, Samtae informed Woohyun that they had arrived. He asserted that they had arrived on Junshan Island. Much to their surprise, Sohai was also there. She asked them why they were there and where's Somi, to which Woohyun said that she's playing at Wang Chang's house. Woohyun then told her that he did not expect that they would meet in that kind of place, to which Sohai said that he must have heard the rumors. But Woohyun said that he's not interested in the martial god. However, Sohai was confused when Woohyun said that he's interested in finding the corpses of 3 heavens. Hence, Sohai asked him why he came all that way for that. Then, Woohyun told her that he thought that she would be working on it. Sohai explained that a secret hunter destroyed all the entrances and exits, so it's impossible to enter the cavern and the ground may completely collapse as the soil has gotten damp. Hearing this, Woohyun asked if she meant that they hadn't found anything, and then said that he would like to meet the secret hunter. But Sohai conveyed that the man is dead, as someone killed him and his body was found with his limbs torn apart. Hence, Woohyun said that the first discovered might have gained something, so he must have been targeted by many, while Samtae said that the place seems to be quieter than they thought. Sohai explained that it's because it was a shrine of the martial god, and since it's a place where corpses of 3 heavens lay asleep, no one would dare to make a noise. Woohyun then said that it's grandiose hearing her say that it's a martial god's shrine. Moreover, Sohai said that she also couldn't believe it, as the martial god died and couldn't even gain victory over one of 3 heavens, and also there was a rumor that the 8 immortals appeared and the martial god died after trying to run away and being caught. Hearing that, Woohyun chuckled. She realized that it's her first time seeing Woohyun laugh, so she asked Woohyun if the story regarding the martial god is that fun, and Woohyun said that it's fun and then asked what she is doing in Junshan Island. Sohai said that she's just there to confirm if strange people would come here or not. Then, she said that it's fortunate that the Millennium Alliance and Demon Cult have finished talking, and they aren't wielding their swords or fighting. Suddenly, someone shouted that they had found the entrance of the cavern, which quickly caught Sohai's attention. With that said, it quickly caught all of their attention. Hence, Sohai quickly left, running. Samtae then asked Woohyun what they should do, to which Woohyun said that he's not sure. Then, Woohyun told them to stay there and observe the situation, which they understood, then asked Woohyun what he will do. Woohyun said that he will nap for a bit. Samtae couldn't believe that he just said that, while Woojin was amazed that Woohyun is still relaxed even in that situation. Quickly, Woohyun went into the forest. He wondered if there was an entrance there. Suddenly, he recalled his early days. He remembered that he used to run there every time. Woohyun saw his younger self, training. His younger self was determined to train and was obsessed with power. He didn't expect that it'd be 1,000 years. Hence, he thought that a lot of time had passed. However, he felt like nothing had changed on that island. Then, he thought that he should stop being sentimental and he should hurry before the others touched the remains. Woohyun went to a cliff at the end of the island. He wondered if the thing that he's finding is around there. Hence, he quickly jumped to check it out. He floated as he jumped off the cliff. To his surprise, the formations haven't yet disappeared even if 1,000 years have passed. As he wandered around, he wondered if he should head deeper. Then, he noticed that the traces of his training are still visible. He then realized that the traces of training in the walls are engraved, so no one recognizes it. Moreover, he went deeper in the cave. Finally, he reached the remains of the 3 heavens. He thought that it has been a long time since he saw them. Woohyun thought that he should have also been by their side as 1,000 years had passed. But he ended up staying in the world as he got frozen, while the 3 heavens went to the other world. Moreover, Woohyun recalled that the 3 heavens always wanted to keep up with him and looked for him. He thought that even if he wasn't good enough to be called a teacher, the 3 heavens were his close friends and disciples. Hence, he wanted to see them and pray for their soul. Meanwhile, back at the beach, Samtae felt bored. Hence, he wondered where Woohyun was sleeping. Suddenly, some people recognized Woojin and wondered why someone like him was there. Woojin heard it, so he told Samtae to not let his guard down as it's the first time that he's receiving that kind of glare. Samtae said that he doesn't care, and there is no one else where he would receive that kind of attention. Additionally, Samtae told Woojin that thanks to his popularity, Wang Chong is standing like a stone statue on his cold feet. In response, Wang Chong told Samtae not to talk to him that way. Suddenly, Woojin noticed something. He asked Samtae and Wang Chong to stop. Then, he told them to look at the sea. Woojin told them that dozens of ships with cannons are coming their way. Hence, Wang Chong quickly looked, trying to see if he's saying the truth. Woojin then said that he's serious as he has good eyesight. As the ships got closer, they confirmed that it's true. Suddenly, Samtae pointed at the ships and said that they were terrifying as it sounded like they were aiming their cannons towards them. Meanwhile, at the ships, they really are bringing out their cannons. Suddenly, they started firing towards the island. Consequently, parts of the island exploded, which Samtae and the others were caught by surprise. They were stunned in surprise and didn't know what to do. Then, Samtae told them that the people are really aiming at them, to which Wang Chong said that those are not important. Wang Chong shouted that there's an enemy attack. Hence, he urged Samtae and Woojin to run away. As they ran, Woojin looked at the ships. He wondered if they were from the unorthodox faction. Also, he thought that they must have looked for the martial god's cavern for a long time. Hence, he thought that the one who put in the most effort would be the first elder. But then, he decided to ignore it as he was not sure. He thought that they needed to get out of there first. At the same time, Sohai saw what happened. She was surprised and thought it was an enemy attack. Suddenly, a man shouted at her saying that it's not the time for her to be in awe. But Sohai ignored it as she thought earlier that the demon cult was just worried over nothing up until then. Hence, she wondered what they should do, now that they are nearing the entrance. Then, she thought that they just needed to defend the place. Quickly, she told the branch manager that she thinks that it would be best if they gather their strength and deal with the enemies first. The branch leader said that he agrees and asked Go Dam Jin if he also agrees. Go Dam Jin said that he also agrees, saying that it's more urgent for them to take care of those who set the sacred land on fire. As the two of them agreed, Sohai quickly told them that they should deal with them right away. At the same time, the fire has been spreading in the forest. Samtae and Wu Jin were taking action. They were trying to open a way for them to escape. Meanwhile, Wang Chong just hid behind the tree, wondering when Dan Woohyun will come. Moreover, the ships continued to fire cannonballs. Suddenly, a cannonball was about to hit some people. Samtae thought that they couldn't stop it, so he told them to get away. Suddenly, someone came in. He quickly ran towards the people. Quickly, he cut through the cannonball. The people were amazed as they recognized who the person was. The person is the leader of the 7 swords of the Wudong sect, Go Dam Jin. Quickly, Go Dam Jin confronted the evil men. The men in black told them that there's no point in talking, so he quickly instructed the others to kill all of them. As they charged at Dam Jin and the others, martial artists from the Wudong sect also attacked. At the same time, the western part of Junshan Island was quiet. Only a few people remained there to protect the secret cavern's entrance. But a group of masked assassins are heading there at a fast pace. As they got there, the group of men attacked the guards. The guards were caught off guard and couldn't fight back. After dealing with them, they decided to quickly go in as they only have 30 minutes left. Without hesitation, they went into the cave. Suddenly, they noticed that the flow of the air has changed. They mused that they are getting closer, but they were surprised that someone was already there. They didn't expect that someone would get there first. Hence, they quickly drew their sword and asked who he was. Meanwhile, Woohyun thought that it seemed like he have some unexpected guests. Woohyun stayed behind because he didn't like the sound of their footsteps. He didn't bother to think that someone like them was the first one to reach the place. The masked men were confused about what he's saying, while Woohyun asserted that he's going to get rid of them because they are causing too much trouble. So, he quickly observed them. He noticed that they're stable in their sword stances, as if he's looking at the assassins of the past. Still, Woohyun told them that they made a mistake coming there. The masked men told him that there's no point in talking. Quickly, the masked men surrounded him. Woohyun thought that they made a nice formation, maybe even better than Shaolin's. Meanwhile, one of the masked men realized that Woohyun is also a martial master, but he thinks they're confident to take them down with their formation. He thought that no one who's been caught in their formation has survived, so he thought that they would successfully take their life. Without delay, the masked men prepared to attack Woohyun from behind. He shouted at Woohyun, telling him to die, but Woohyun seems to be unfazed. He was able to take down the masked man's weapon. Then, he immediately took the man down. The masked men suffered heavy damage. They thought Woohyun made such a mysterious move, then pondered what they should do. Suddenly, they thought that Woohyun had made an opening. Without hesitation, they attacked Woohyun all at once. Woohyun mused that they wanted to die together because they acted recklessly without knowing their place. So, Woohyun told them that if they had used their brains a little more, they would have been able to survive longer than that. Woohyun then picked up a weapon. He swung the weapon to the masked men, and it easily sent them flying. As a result, the masked men's blood shed. All of them had been inflicted with heavy injury, but one of them was still alive. Woohyun told the man that it doesn't mean that he's invincible because they have internal energy. The masked man then asked who he was, but Woohyun proceeds on finishing him. As a result, the man met his demise. Woohyun got mad and told them to be silent. He told them that they shouldn't wake those that are sleeping soundly, even if they're dead. Moreover, Woohyun picked up a thing and wondered if it was a signal flare. Then, he mused that they ambushed the people outside the cavern as they're trying to get their hands on what's inside the secret cavern, while the masked men distracted them. So, he thought that it meant that they're intending to send a signal flare for those who ambushed the island to retreat. With that in mind, Woohyun realized that the signal flare will alert the others that they have obtained their objective. He had something in his mind and thought that things have been gotten easier for him. At the same time, outside the cavern, while Sohai was fighting, she heard a strange sound. To her surprise, the masked men are suddenly running away. Gu Huang was confused why they suddenly stopped attacking and retreated. So he asked Go Dam Jin if he knew why. Go Dam Jin said that he had no idea. Moreover, Go Dam Jin felt frustrated as they haven't found Put who's behind the ambush attack, because the masked men run away, and those that they have caught has committed suicide by consuming a poison pill. Gu Huang then said that he heard a loud sound before the masked men retreated. With that said, Go Dam Jin realized that the sound was a signal flare. Quickly, they run to the cavern. Sohai went with them as they will confirm if their suspicions are right. As they reached the cavern, they saw that it's empty. Sohai was also surprised that the martial god's cavern is totally empty. Seeing that, Go Dam Jin felt frustrated again. He was irritated that they had been fooled by tricks of the masked men. Gu Huan then said that they don't have time to think about it, and they should chase the masked men right away. Go Dam Jin and Gu Huang quickly depart, while they told Sohai to stay behind in case the masked men come back. Sohai sighed as she didn't expect to be left behind. Then, she sat down and she felt frustrated, thinking that nothing's going well. Suddenly, he noticed something. She saw a tablet with a name on it. So, she quickly picked it up and recognized that it was an ancestral tablet. Sohai was confused when she saw something strange on the tablet. She saw a name that seems to be familiar. At the same time, Woohyun had left the island along with the remains of the three heavens. After the ambush, Namgun Chun visited the secret cavern. As he wandered around, he saw some strange marks that is engraved on the wall. Then, he told his subordinate that he felt disappointed as they don't know the attackers or who took the remains of the three heavens. Namgung Chun thought that they didn't gain anything as the remains of the three heavens are gone, and they also didn't find any traces left behind by the martial god. So, he felt frustrated because they put so much effort and money in that. But in the end, things ended up in vain for them. However, his subordinate said that they are sure of one thing. The man said that the ambush wasn't made by the unorthodox factions since they are already monitoring them from the start, so the ambush came from an unknown force. Then, Namgun Chun stated that it also could have been the demonic cult. The two men asked what he meant and tried to clarify if he was saying that it could be someone from the demonic cult. Namgun Chun said that he's just making a speculation and they can't believe everything that's on the surface, and said that they ought to keep the possibility open. The advisor said that he didn't think of that since they have already talked with the demon cult, so he said that he will look into the demon cult as well. Moreover, the man started to ponder about who Namgun Chun was. He thought as the Sword Emperor, Namgun Chun is considered one of the powerful within the Central Plains, that it is also said that no one can match him. The man felt glad that Chun was the leader of the alliance, but he thought that it's a pity that his term will soon end. Then, the advisor asked Chun about the marks, and Namgun Chun said that they're useless, like someone had added sword marks onto that to hide previous traces. Namgung Chun mused that it's impossible to get anything further from that. So, he felt a little bit disappointed. At first, he thought that he could finally find something useful for the limits that he had been feeling with his sword techniques. Meanwhile, Samtae and Wu Jin were waiting for Woohyun. Samtae wondered if there's something important that Woohyun is going to tell them because he called him in a place like that. Wu Jin said that it's possible, then asked him what he's doing, to which Samtae said that he's training. Samtae mused that Woohyun is watching them to see what they can do on the island, and to also teach them how to get stronger. Then, they started to think that Woohyun secretly went to the secret cavern to get something good for them. Suddenly, they were surprised when Woohyun appeared out of nowhere. But, they quickly ran to him, and said that they had been waiting for him. Woohyun then apologized for making them wait, as he had something to attend to. Moreover, Woohyun threw a big bag and told them to open it. Samtae was excited to open it as he thought that it's from the secret cavern. But, to their disappointment, all that there was 2 shovels. They were confused and was left shocked. So, they asked Woohyun why he was giving them shovels. To their surprise, Woohyun told them to start digging. He asked Woohyun again what he said, and they are taken aback that he actually wants them to start digging. Eventually, they started to dig as they didn't have a choice. While they dig the ground, they felt a little bit of frustration as they expected something else. Wu Jin couldn't believe that he was doing that. Samtae also wondered if what they're doing was real. After a while, they successfully made a deep hole. Samtae sarcastically thanked Woohyun when Woohyun told them that they are talented in shoveling. Afterwards, Woohyun pointed at the bushes. He instructed Samtae to carefully bring what's hidden behind the bushes. Samtae went quickly, but he felt irritated that Woohyun is ordering him again. Then he wondered what's behind the bushes. He saw nothing was there, so he called Woohyun and informed him. So, Woohyun told him to put out his hand, which he quickly did. Suddenly, a strange thing appeared which surprised him. He thought if there was a trap formation there, and started to wonder what was really there. Out of nowhere, the remains of the three heavens suddenly appeared in front of him. He was stunned in surprise and couldn't believe it at first. As he recognized it, he accidentally sat down and screamed. Woo-jin and Woohyun quickly went to him, so he asked Woohyun what are those skeletons for. Woohyun then simply instructed them to bury the skeletons. Additionally, he told them to be respectful when they bury the remains. Meanwhile, at the Millennium Alliance, Hunan branch, Sohai couldn't stop fidgeting and thinking. She couldn't stop thinking about the name, Dan Woohyun. She thought that the ancestral tablet was intentionally brought by the three heavens to the secret cavern to pay respect to the martial god. But she didn't expect that the name written there was Dan Woohyun. She thought that it's impossible that it was referring to the Manor Master, since it's also possible for two different people to have the same name. Suddenly, Namgun Chun arrived and asked her what she was thinking so deeply. Namgun Chun told her to stay seated, and then Sohai said that there's something else weighing on her mind, to which Namgun Chun told her to tell him. Sohai then said that she just wondered if it's possible for humans to live 1,000 years. Hearing this, Namgun Chun laughed and said that she was thinking of an interesting concern. So, Sohai said that she wasn't kidding because Emperor Chi put in so much to make an immortality potion, but he wasn't able to escape in the end. In response, Chun said that all human beings die eventually, except for some that appear once in a blue moon, to which Sohai asked if she was referring to the 8 immortals. Chun confirmed that he's talking about the 8 immortals, and stated that he also thinks that it's possible for someone to live 1,000 years if they reach the 8 immortals level. Hearing that, Sohai guessed that what she thought was too absurd. He thought that even if Woohyun is strong, he couldn't be the martial god because the powerful also have an air of class and exceptional spirit since the past, just like her grandfather. Afterwards, Chun asked Sohai if her concern was addressed, to which Sohai said that it was. Chun expressed that it's good to hear as it's been a long time since he spent time with her. Then, he asked her if they shall visit the Dongting Lake, which Sohai wondered about. Meanwhile, Woohyun just finished burying the remains of the three heavens. He poured alcohol on the cup as the three heavens loved alcohol when they were still alive. Woohyun pondered that he never thought that he would pour them one like that. Woo-jin and Samtae stayed silent as Woohyun is paying his respect to the dead. Shortly, Samtae went closer. He asked Woohyun if he could also offer a cup. Woohyun hesitated for a bit. Still, he told Samtae that he can offer one to the dead. Samtae immediately poured the alcohol. He thought that he should be doing that because Woohyun seemed exceptionally lonely that day. He then wondered if the alcohol was an expensive wine because it smelled good. Woohyun quickly hit him as he didn't say that he could drink it. As the night came, they questioned Woohyun. Samtae told Woohyun not to lie that the corpses are the three heavens because their names are written on the tablet, but Woohyun said that he just read wrong. So, Samtae got mad that Woohyun is saying that he's an idiot who can't read. Samtae persisted and kept pestering him how he got the corpses. Meanwhile, Woo-jin just stayed silent and wanted to stop Samtae for acting like that. Suddenly, Somi picked Samtae's clothes. Somi told Samtae to get her ball. So, Samtae quickly said that he will get it. Woohyun picked up Somi and asked if they even have a ball. Then, Woohyun told her that it's not good to lie, but there are times when white lies are needed. Somi then said that there's something that she's curious about. She said that Sohai left in a rush before. So, I asked what Sohai has been doing since then. In response, Woohyun said that he's not sure. He thought that the Millennium Alliance must be furious since they didn't get anything at all. Suddenly, someone knocked. So, Woohyun quickly heads to the door while he told Somi that Sohai will be busy for a while. Quickly, he opened the door. Sohai appeared in the door, which they did not expect. Seeing Sohai, Somi got happy. Then, Sohai greeted them awkwardly. But Woohyun was not happy. Still, he told them that it seemed like they had an important guest. Namgung Chun chuckled and thanked Woohyun for considering him important. To Sohai's surprise, Woohyun easily asked them to come in. So, she asked if he's not angry. As they head to the room, Woohyun told Sohai that he thought that the Millennium Alliance would be busy for a while, but they seemed like they have a lot of time. Namgung Chun said that he's already old in age, and he won't be able to take on a job where he doesn't have that much free time. Woohyun then said that it's interesting that he can still laugh after what happened. In response, Chun asked what he meant, and also if he could tell him more. Meanwhile, Sohai felt anxious as she suddenly felt an awkward feeling. As Woohyun took them to their room, he told them that the meals are free since the room is expensive. When Woohyun left, Chun asked Sohai if Woohyun really took down the Black faction. Sohai said that Woohyun didn't admit it, but she's certain. Then, Chun thought that Woohyun is really an interesting man, which he knew from the moment he met Woohyun's eyes. Sohai then asked Chun if it's really alright to stay because the alliance is chaotic, to which Chun said that it's fine. On the other hand, Somi told Woohyun that she wants to go see Sohai. Woohyun told her that it will be hard since Sohai didn't come alone, but Somi insisted that she wants to see Sohai. Suddenly, Woojin approached Woohyun saying that he's worried. Woohyun quickly asked what he meant. So, Woojin told him about the guest. He revealed that the man with Sohai is the Sword Emperor. After hearing Chun is the Sword Emperor, Woohyun felt intrigued. Meanwhile, Woojin further explained that Chun is also the Millennium Alliance leader, and he is invincible and no different from death gods. So, Woohyun realized that Chun is the person that Sohai always talked about. He recalled that Sohai confidently bragged about her grandfather, earning the nickname of the Sword Emperor. He then thought that he felt a different energy from Chun from all the martial artists that he has met so far, but that is all that there is. Woohyun cannot find any hidden sharpness within all the energy that Chun has, so he thought that he hasn't been able to properly understand the martial arts that he has. Moreover, Woojin asked Woohyun if Sohai and Chun are there because of what happened in Junshan Island, to which Woohyun said that he doubted it. Then, Woohyun said that whatever the case may be, he guessed that it's fate. Meanwhile, Somi went to meet Sohai. The next day, Namgung Chun went out. He was fishing at the Dongting Lake, but he hasn't caught anything yet. Suddenly, Woohyun called him. Namgung Chun shared that he used to grab fishing poles and fish all day when he was young, but he can't remember the last time that he was able to fish like that. After saying that, he starts to think. He thought that he really had close to zero such quiet moments other than when he was young and immature. Chun thought that in order to not lose to the other rising martial artists in their 20s, he trained her with his sword. He also did it for the sake of spreading the name of his clan and eventually reached where he was now. Moreover, Chun told Woohyun that he climbed to the highest position to raise his clan's reputation, but nothing that he did was all that he wanted. As he kept talking, Woohyun listened attentively. Chun stated that there is nothing left for himself. Suddenly, Somi intervened, informing them that she caught a big fish. Chun said that she has a clear voice, so he was startled. Woohyun then told Somi that she did a good job and she should try an even bigger one next time. Somi imagined it and agreed to catch a bigger one next time and added that he will share it with everyone. Hearing that, Woohyun smiled. He picked up Somi and told her that they should do that. While they were talking, Chun stared at them. He felt like Woohyun resembled him, so he was worried that he might make a mistake as he did. But looking at Woohyun now, he thought that he guessed wrong. In the past, Namgung Chun was still young. His 2 kids greeted him with a happy birthday and made him a paper art as a gift. But he ignored it and told his kids that they should go train with their swords instead if they have time to do that. Chun told them that weak people are useless. Consequently, his 2 children felt sad as he didn't appreciate their efforts. So, the current Namgung Chun thinks that compared to him who sought only after strength, money, and fame, Woohyun found something much better than him. With that in mind, he felt sad. Chun thinks that all that he did was all in vain. Subsequently, Woohyun noticed that Chun had been quiet and was in deep thought. Somi was confused when Woohyun suddenly stated that the higher he tries to surpass the wall, the higher it gets. Hearing that, Chun realizes something. He looked at his reflection and realized what Woohyun just said. So, Chun told Woohyun that he's truly an interesting man, which Woohyun thanked him for thinking like that of him. Suddenly, Sohai came rushing and calling her grandfather. She told Chun that there's another problem. She informed him that she has received news from the Millennium Alliance. He was surprised when Sohai told him that advisor Jaegal was attacked by an unknown assailant and is now on the brink of death. With that said, he quickly stood up. He told Sohai to get ready and they will immediately head back to the branch. Meanwhile, Woohyun just saw something on Chun, but he wasn't sure as it's still faint. He saw that there's an energy of death surrounding Namgung Chun. So, before Chun leaves, Woohyun advises him to be wary of pride and arrogance. Woohyun told him that a martial artist could die anytime. In response, Chun thanked him for his advice. But Chun added that he had no intention of dying easily. After hearing that, Woohyun fell silent. Moreover, Namgung Chun also thanked Woohyun for letting them stay in his manor. Then, Woohyun told them that they can come back anytime that they like. Without delay, Sohai and Chun quickly rode their horses, rushing to return to the Millennium Alliance. They felt anxious as they rushed towards the Alliance. Meanwhile, Woojin asked Woohyun what's happening, to which Woohyun said that it doesn't concern them so they don't need to worry about it. Then, Woojin shared that he heard that a martial sect is trying to establish itself in Yang. He told Woohyun that there has been a lot of commotion in Hunan and Yang recently. Woohyun said that he had no idea because he was busy taking care of Somi. Still, Woojin shared that it seems like some people who claim to take control of Yang have appeared, and they also plan to take a better look for anything useful in Junshan Island. So, Woohyun starts to contemplate. He thought that things had gotten troublesome. Moreover, he thought that if martial sects or families are getting involved in the issues, they will obviously poke around and hang around there. Woohyun said that flies are starting to buzz around, which made Somi wonder what he was saying. Meanwhile, Samtae said that he agrees and stated that Yayang is their place and asked if he should kick the enemies out. Woohyun said that it's bothersome, but it's still just a rumor, so they should watch closely for the moment. Then, Woojin and Samtae pondered that things are going well for them because they have been in Yayang even though they haven't formally revealed their name as a martial family. So, they are both determined to protect their place. They thought that the one who protects and rules over Yayang is them, the Dan family of Hunan. On the other hand, a messenger pigeon lands on Sohai while they're traveling. She read that the Alliance are chasing the ones who attacked the Alliance strategist and heading towards Anxiang, and that they had to engage in a number of skirmishes on their way. Hearing that, Chun thought that the enemies were quite strong. So, he told Sohai that he will head to Anxiang right away, and he should go to the local branch of the Alliance. Sohai felt hesitant, so she asked if he would be all right. Chun chuckled and asked if she was worried because he's old. Then, she told him to give the enemies a good scolding, and she will go check the Alliance strategist's condition. As she left, Chun told her to take care. He looked at Sohai while she was leaving. He thought that it was best that she didn't come. Quickly, he left as well to head towards Anxiang. After a while, Sohai finally arrived at the Millennium Alliance. She rushed towards the room where Jaegal might be. As she barged in, she quickly asked where Jaegal was. She was startled to hear that Jaegal is in the main building. She ignores the people and proceeds to walk towards the main building. Sohai felt strange as she opened the door. Much to her surprise, she saw something unexpected. She didn't expect to see the Alliance strategist well and fine. Jaegal was also surprised. So he asked what happened to her as she noticed that she's out of breath, then asked where the Alliance leader was. But he was surprised when Sohai strangely asked him why he was all right. Jaegal asked her what she meant, and also if she was saying that she likes to see him hurt somewhere. Sohai explained that he misunderstood, and explained that it was mentioned in the message that he was attacked and was on the brink of death. Hearing that, Jaegal was shocked and asked what she was talking about. Meanwhile, the Alliance leader, Namgung Chun, was still traveling. The night came, and he still hasn't encountered anything. So, he starts to feel strange. He thought that something was wrong and started to doubt where he was going. He pondered that the pigeons certainly came from the Alliance. But he felt strange as upon following the path, he can't see a trace of the Millennium Alliance at all. Unbeknownst to him, a rope was about to catch him. The horse's feet were caught on the rope. Consequently, the horse fell out of balance. Namgung Chun quickly leaped and was able to descend on the ground safely. He then realized that it was a tribe and also couldn't believe he would be fooled by such a trick. Suddenly, he smelled something strange. He recognized that it's a qi-dispersing poison, but he was unsure of it. So, he tried to harness his inner qi, and unfortunately, he couldn't, which confirmed his suspicions. Suddenly, arrows are hurling towards him, but he quickly noticed it. He jumped at his current location and avoided it. But he wasn't able to run away because he can't bring out his inner qi. Suddenly, he was hit by the arrows as he was too slow to dodge it. As a result, his arm bled. Suddenly, a man spoke and said that he shouldn't be called the Sword Emperor because he lost his strength. Namgung Chun thought that he had heard that voice somewhere. He couldn't clearly see them as his vision was already blurring. But he did not give and told the masked men that he won't die easily. The masked men said that they also thought that it would be the case. Hence, Namgung prepared to fight. He thinks that if he dies there, the Millennium Alliance will collapse. The next day, Woohyun rested beside the Dongting Lake and saw a boat. He starts to wonder what boating in the Dongting Lake would feel. Then, he wondered if Somi would like it as well. Shortly, he decided that he would need a boat. On the other hand, the martial artists from the Millennium Alliance are finding the Alliance leader. All of them felt anxious and worried about the Alliance leader. Sohai also joined the search. She thought that the enemies intentionally lured her grandfather alone. She felt troubled, wondering who the enemies were. Shortly, they stopped in their advance. They saw blood on the ground and mused that those are traces of a fight and something must have happened there. Sohai felt scared for her grandfather, but she thought that she can't make a quick judgment as there's no way that her grandfather was defeated. Moreover, Jaegal also noticed a trace of flash bomb, which is difficult to have unless a person is from the imperial family. He quickly digs the ground as he thinks that there is other evidence. Suddenly, he smelled something strange. He recognized it and quickly informed the others that it's a qi-dispersing poison. Sohai quickly thought of her grandfather as the qi-dispersing poison is especially fatal to martial artists. She felt scared that her grandfather might have been defeated if it was really a qi-dispersing poison. So, she quickly rode her horse and left on her own. At the same time, Samtae was scolding Somi because she ruined the boat again. Somi said that she was just trying to help, but Samtae told her that nothing is coming out good when she's trying to help, so he must give her a good scolding. However, Somi acted cute. Samtae felt hesitant to scold her. Somi asked Samtae if he really was going to scold her. Samtae thought that she was too cute to get scolded, so he felt troubled. So, he didn't scold her and continued making the boat, which Somi said that she will help again, but Samtae quickly told her not to. Woohyun then arrived and told Samtae that he must have a death wish for screaming at a child. So, Samtae explained that he misunderstood, and they need 15 minutes more to complete the boat. After a while, the boat was finally finished. Woohyun looked at the boat and praised Woojin and Samtae that it was quite good for something that they took 2 days to make. Samtae felt happy that he was complimented, so he said that he was more talented than he thought. But Woojin said that the boat was only made possible because he was 10 times more focused than when he practiced martial arts alone. Shortly, Woohyun told them to hurry and get on the boat. Woohyun and his family went to boat in the Dongting Lake. The surroundings are quiet and have a gentle feeling. They quietly enjoyed it as they sailed. Woohyun then wondered what life is all about. He thought that he witnessed so much blood in the past that he never knew that such a luxury existed. Suddenly, Somi pointed up front and told them to look. There was a fall in front of them. Woohyun said that the scenery is good, while Somi expressed that boating is really nice. Suddenly, the boat bumped onto something which surprised them. Samtae and Somi were surprised by the sudden event. Meanwhile, Woohyun thought that his suspicions were right. He didn't expect to see Namgung Chun that way. Furthermore, at the Millennium Alliance, Jaegal felt troubled as they did not find any traces of the Alliance leader even after more than a month and a half have passed. Suddenly, someone came into his room. Moyong Hyokman told him that they should give up since they have not been able to find Namgung Chun. He told Jaegal that the Namgung family has sent out their people, and at the moment, their priority should be to take care of the Alliance. So, Jaegal said that he will return to the Alliance and trust the Namgung family. Meanwhile, Sohai's father comes to her room. He asked her what she was doing so late. Sohai didn't answer. Instead, she asked if he thinks that her grandfather is dead. Her father comforted her and told her that her grandfather isn't someone who will die so easily. Sohai thought of her grandfather and thinks that her father was right. Then, she asserted that she will do anything to find her grandfather. The next day, at Dan Woohyun's manor, Namgung Chun finally woke up. He felt strange, wondering if he was alive. He remembered that he was poisoned with the chi-dispersing poison, but he survived it even after facing many masked men. So, he laughed and wondered if it was the heavens' will that he was still alive. Suddenly, Woohyun came, telling him that it seemed like he still had the energy to laugh. To his surprise, he didn't expect that it would be Dan Woohyun. Chun asked him who he was. So, Dan Woohyun told him what his name was. Namgung Chun then asked if Woohyun saved him, and Woohyun said that he never did and it was Chun who hit his boat as he pleased. Moreover, Chun told Woohyun that what he predicted was right. Namgung Chun stated that he, as a martial artist, has died. Woohyun then asked if he would want him to alert the Millennium Alliance that he's alive. Chun hesitated and thought about it for a moment. He thought what would happen if the news was spread that he's alive. Chun thought that people were just going to praise him. He imagined that they would rise in joy, telling him that the Namgung exists because the Sword Emperor is there. So, he told Woohyun not to alert the Alliance. Then he asked if he could let him stay at his place for a bit. In response, Woohyun said that he could, but under one condition. Woohyun told Chun that he must work, as he won't just let him play around and eat. Chun was surprised and clarified if he meant that he's telling him, who is dying, to earn his food. Woohyun said that he did, because whether it's a male or female and old or young, everyone is equal at the manor. Then, he told Chun that if he feels better, then he can start working right away. After that, Woohyun left Chun's room, and Chun quickly sat up. He starts to ponder about his current situation. Then, he thought about what happened to him that got him in the situation where he is at the moment. He thought that those masked men ambushed him as if they had been waiting. So, he starts to wonder who the person was behind all of that. Moreover, he thought that it seemed like a coincidence that he was ambushed when the election of the next alliance leader was just around the corner. With that in mind, he mused that it was an enemy inside the alliance. The next day, Sohai and her father went out to search for Namgung Chun again. Sohai was at the location where her grandfather might have fought with the enemies. Shortly, Sohai's father told her that the attack was very secretive. So, Sohai asked if he thinks that her grandfather is dead. Sohai was in pain as she thought of that. So, her father assured her that her grandfather is definitely alive. To which Sohai asked if he was saying that her grandfather is still in a bad condition. Sohai felt pity, thinking that her grandfather was suffering at the moment. So, she told her father that she would do anything no matter what it was, if it helps her find her grandfather. Suddenly, a subordinate informed them that they found traces of blood. So, Sohai's father quickly checked. He wondered where those blood stains will lead them to. Then, he said that there's a stream leading to Dongting Lake. Hence, he instructed his servants to send a boat immediately. Moreover, Sohai's father thought that the Sword Emperor is no different from the symbol of Namgung family, but if Chun was attacked to that extent, it is very likely that he has lost his inner strength. After a while of following the blood traces, they noticed that it stopped at the stream. Sohai's father immediately instructed her to dispatch as many personnel as she can and search the surroundings thoroughly. However, Sohai said that Jae-gal is already doing the search, but her father said that he told her to look for her grandfather. He told Sohai to do her best until she found Namgung Chun. Meanwhile, at Dan Woohyun's manor, Somi was playing happily with Namgung Chun. Chun picked her up and threw her at the sky many times, which Somi thought was fun. Then, Chun told Somi that they should go fishing again. In response, Somi said that she would love to. Meanwhile, Woojin and Samtae don't like Namgung Chun being there. Samtae wondered what Chun's deal was because he still stood up within half a month after receiving such critical injuries. Furthermore, Somi wanted Chun to help her try catching an eel, saying it's healthy for him and her dad. Chun told her that it's hard to catch an eel, to which Somi told him not to worry. Somi told Chun that she will hold the eel so tight for him. Then, Chun was surprised when Somi called her grandfather. She told him that as long as they have his extremely strong right hand, there's no fish that they can't catch. Somi held Chun's hand and asked if she was right. But Chun fell silent and didn't respond. He still couldn't believe that he already lost his left arm. After fishing, Somi and Chun wandered in the forest. Chun asked Somi if it wasn't hard for her to live at the manor because it's far from the streets and school. Somi ignored his question, then asked him if he was uncomfortable that he doesn't have his left arm. Chun thought that Somi was a nice kid for worrying about an old man like him who doesn't have an arm. Then, Somi told him that she doesn't find the place uncomfortable even if there's nothing on it. She said that even if she has no friends at their place, there was her dad and the other guys. Moreover, she said that if she sleeps at night and go to school in the morning, she can meet her friends. And her family is also there when she comes back from school. So, Somi told Chun that is the reason that she have never thought that living there is uncomfortable. Moreover, Somi told Chun that he doesn't have a left arm either. But Somi said that he could hold her hand with his right arm and together like what they're doing. Somi puts on a smile as she comforts Chun. In response, Chun said that she's right and that what she said was true. As the sun was setting, they went back to the manor. Chun and Somi caught a lot of eel for dinner. Somi played with the eel with Woo-jin and Sam-tae. Meanwhile, Chun was in deep thought as he held a sword. He thought that Somi doesn't find being alone uncomfortable. He recalled Somi telling him that he has his right arm even if he doesn't have his left arm. As Somi said that to him, he never thought that he would learn from her. With that in mind, he held his sword. He thought that there is still hope for him as a martial artist because he still has his right arm. So, he started to try wielding a sword again. At first, he felt uncomfortable and his sword trembled. He didn't like how it trembled, but he felt that he should push himself. So, he took a deep breath. He continued wielding his sword with his only right hand. On that day, he spent most of his hours with his sword. As the night came, he started to get tired, but he didn't rest and trained until morning. He felt more determined and sure about what he wanted to do. So, he kept wielding his sword until he got used to it, because he wasn't satisfied with his performance. Shortly, he felt tired again, making him stop his movements. Suddenly, Woohyun threw a sword in front of him. Namgung Chun told him that he realized that what he said was right. Then, he asked Woohyun if he could spar with him for a while. Woohyun asked if it was alright when he only had a right arm. Chun told him that he can do it lightly, but he's quite confident that he's quite used to it. So, Woohyun started to consider sparring with him. He thought that even if Chun can't use his aura sword, his basic form and battle style is the heaven and earth splitting sword, which is technically different from Woo-jin and Sam-tae. Woohyun thought more deeply, deciding if he should spar with him. He thought that he had seen the Namgung family's swordsmanship through Namgung Sohai in advance, and he thinks that Namgung Chun will use the same technique. So, he told Chun that he accepts his offer. With that said, Chun thanked him. Behind the bushes, Somi and the two guys were watching. Somi were amazed by what she was seeing while Woo-jin and Sam-tae put on a poker face. Woo-jin asked Sam-tae who he thinks will win, and Sam-tae said that it's definitely their manor master, because even if Chun is the sword emperor, he only has one arm now. So, Woo-jin thought that it also should be the case. Moreover, they are anxiously watching nearby, waiting for the spar to begin. Namgung Chun felt more confident as he faced Woohyun. Woohyun felt the same as he held the wooden sword. The two of them were both serious as the fight will begin at any moment. Somi and the two guys felt the tension between Woohyun and Namgung Chun. Shortly, Woohyun told Chun to give it his best. So, Namgung Chun made the first move. He charged towards Woohyun without any hesitation. As the Sword Emperor took a step, it crushed the ground. Chun thought that he felt the same before, even only with his one arm. However, he was surprised when Woohyun easily took down his sword. It was a massive blow for the Sword Emperor's pride. He didn't expect that he would be defeated in a single blow by Woohyun. Sam-tae, Woo-jin, and Somi were taken aback by what happened. Meanwhile, Woohyun told Chun that he must have said it wrong. He told Chun to bring it all with his might. However, Chun was too stunned, because he felt like he'd grown too weak with only one arm. Then, he thought that he had no place to go up from there. However, he still continued to spar with Woohyun. He didn't want to give up and lose his pride, but he thought it wasn't an easy feat to defeat Woohyun. Meanwhile, Woohyun was taking him lightly. Still, he didn't give up and tried to strike again. only to be evaded by Woohyun. Samtae was confused about what's happening because he thinks that he would do it shortly if only Woohyun seriously took on Namgung-chun. Shortly, Namgung-chun felt tired, and his knees gave up to the ground. He felt so ashamed with his performance. He thought that it's not like himself. Then, he thought that Woohyun has something that surpasses simple strength. Moreover, Woohyun asked Chun if he had given up, and that is all that he could do. Namgung-chun said no, and asked him to spar with him a bit more. He tried to bring out his inner chi as he charged towards Woohyun. He thought that he couldn't let himself be a loser. However, his efforts were in vain, and he couldn't win against Woohyun. After the spar, Namgung-chun rested in his room quietly. He wondered if his spar with Woohyun was a complete defeat. Suddenly, he was surprised when Samtae came in and told him not to be too disappointed. Samtae told him that it would be shocking if he was able to survive after fighting with Woohyun. Namgung-chun then asked why he was calling him grandsire, to which Samtae said if he should call him an old man instead. Then, Samtae said that he was very disappointed because he thought that the heavens would tremble and the earth rupture since it was a fight between two martial masters, but it ended boringly. In response, Namgung-chun asked him if he wielded swords. Samtae laughed and told Chun not to even think about fighting him. Woojin came in as Samtae was telling Chun that he won't let him off the hook like the Manor Master. Then, Samtae said that he will be going since he already checked that he's alive and well. But Namgung-chun thought of not letting him go easily. Chun hit Samtae with a wooden sword on his face. As a result, Samtae's face got beaten up. It's visibly swollen and can be seen while they are eating together at one table. Shortly, Namgung-chun asked Woohyun if it will be alright if he stayed there a little longer. In response, Woohyun said that he could. Namgung-chun was surprised that Woohyun accepted his request easily, so he wondered if Woohyun pitted his situation. But Chun thought that he is really completely useless as of the moment. However, he was glad that he met Woohyun after losing his arm. He thought that he finally met Woohyun, the walk that he must overcome. The next day, Chun went out with Somi to the street market. He bought Somi a big squid, which Somi liked very much. He watched Somi as he devoured the big squid all by herself. Moreover, he recalled that Woohyun asked him to take and pick Somi from school, then thought that he was doing it because he was told to, but he didn't expect it to be fun. Shortly, Somi called him. She pointed at something and told him to look at it. It was a store that sold different masks. Chun went over and wondered if it was a store that sells masks, and thought that Somi's at that age where she would find it fun. Suddenly, he was surprised when Somi asked him to look at a certain mask. Somi asked him if he would like to try it. Somi said that it's a super cool mask of Junshin swordsman. With that said, Namgung-chun picked up the mask. He fell silent and stared at the mask, as he recognized it from somewhere. They stayed at the mask store for a while. Shortly, some kids arrived at the store. Somi forced Namgung-chun to wear the mask, and he was very confused about what it was. So, Chun asked the marketer what the mask's reference was. The man pointed outside and asked Chun if he saw it. The man said that it's a place that organizes puppet shows, and the mask Chun was wearing is the mask used by the protagonist of the play. Moreover, the man said that the protagonist is a warrior called the Junshin swordsman, who is very popular among the kids. Chun thought that he never thought that some people would use such an incredible nickname for a puppet show. Suddenly, he heard some kids saying that the Junshin swordsman was there. To his surprise, the kids were coming to him. The kids loved Chun and even said he was cool, but Chun doesn't know how to react. He stayed silent and let the kids admire him. Then, he also noticed Somi was looking at him with such a bright eyes. Shortly, Chun and Somi left the store, and Somi told Chun that the masks suit him very well. Finally, they got back to the manor. Somi quickly heads towards her father, informing her that they're back. But then, Woohyun noticed something on Somi. He saw that she was holding a mask. He was happy that she really brought it in the end. Namgung-chun asked him if he knew that Somi wanted the mask, to which Woohyun said that he did. Woohyun shared that Somi looked at the mask every time they passed by the mask store, and she often sang songs about Junshin swordsman. So, Woohyun said that there's no way that he wouldn't know about it. Moreover, Woohyun told Somi that she must be happy now that she got what she wanted. However, Somi said that she doesn't like the mask very much. She said that it belongs to Namgung-chun. Woohyun did not expect that, and Namgung Chung thought that Woohyun was tired of Somi. Shortly, Somi brought Chun the mask. She told him that she will give it to him. Then, Somi said that she will go inside and study. As she left, Woohyun and Chun left speechless. Namgung Chun spoke up and said that he finally realizes how hard it is to raise a little kid. After that, they fell silent again. So, Chun brought up a topic, asking Woohyun if he knows anything about chi-dispersing poison. Chun said that he thought that he knew everything, but now that he's caught by it, he realizes that it's not the case. Chun also mentioned to Woohyun that he also told him that gender or age don't matter when it comes to learning. So, he asked Woohyun if there's a chance that he knows about the poison, which Woohyun said that he's not sure. Eventually, Woohyun revealed that he knows the chi-dispersing poison as he encountered it many times. Hearing this, Chun was taken aback that Woohyun actually experienced it himself. Meanwhile, Woohyun thought that Namgung Chun isn't someone who had lost his inner chi based on his moves, because he had sparred with Chun before. After hearing that Woohyun experienced it, Chun thought that maybe he can recover all his inner chi. So, he gained all his courage to confront Woohyun. Woohyun was surprised when Chun suddenly came closer. Namgung Chun held Woohyun's hands and asked if he could tell him how to make the antidote for the chi-dispersing poison. Woohyun said that if someone wishes to make the antidote, they must know how to make the poison themselves, but he doesn't know how to make the chi-dispersing poison. With that said, Chun asked how he overcame the poison if he didn't know. Woohyun said that the chi-dispersing poison did not disperse all his inner chi. Moreover, Woohyun said that the chi-dispersing poison doesn't disperse his inner chi, as it only blocks chi circulation. Additionally, he explained that Chun hasn't been able to overcome the chi-dispersing poison, so his inner circulation is blocked. So, Chun asked if he meant that it can be cured. Woohyun said that it could, but with his inner meridians clogged, he will need a hole the size of a needle. Namgung Chun wondered what he meant by a hole, so he wanted to ask what he meant. However, Samtae suddenly intervened, shouting at Woohyun. Samtae conveyed to Woohyun that there's a big problem. So, Woohyun asked what it was for him to make a fuss. To Chun's surprise, Samtae just said that the Millennium Alliance has crowned a new alliance leader. Meanwhile, Woohyun wasn't surprised. He said that it's obvious, that's why it's not shocking. Then, he asked Chun if he was shocked. Chun said that he did not get shocked as it was bound to happen. He said that his family and the alliance doesn't even know where he was, and if the alliance leader position is empty for too long, it will only cause confusion. Then, Chun asked if the new alliance leader is Shaolin, because he's fair and should be able to ensure justice. But Samtae said that it's not Shaolin, so Chun asked if it was from Kunlun. However, Samtae said that it's neither of them. So, Namgung Chun was shocked after hearing that it wasn't either of what he mentioned. He was shocked when Samtae revealed the new alliance leader. He screamed so loud that it startled the whole manor. It sent shivers when Samtar revealed who the new alliance leader was. He revealed that it was the sword sage of the Moyong family. So, Chun couldn't believe that it was Moyong Hyakman. He quickly asked Samtae if Jagal had approved it. But Samtae said that the Millennium Alliance strategist Jagal resigned as soon as he returned to Hunan, and then he was replaced by Man Hyryang. Hearing this, Chun shouted with all his heart that it made Samtae's ear bleed. Moreover, Chun thought that he never expected that all the candidates that he thought were excellent martial artists didn't even have the chance to become the new alliance leader. Then, he told Samtae that Moyong Hyakman must never become the alliance leader and Man Hyryang shouldn't be the new strategist because his eyes are full of deceit and corruption. He told Samtae that if it happens, the entire budget of the Millennium Alliance will be embezzled by the Moyong family. Namgung Chun then wondered what the other people on the Millennium Alliance was doing while it was happening. Suddenly, he realized something bad. He thought that Moyong Hyakman was as if he had been waiting for it all the time, and even thought that he's the person behind the ambush. Meanwhile, Woohyun just stayed silent. On the other hand, at Hyakman's house, he was outside, gardening. He was cutting some of the roses. Shortly, his son arrived. Hyakwan asked if he had already found Namgung Chun. His son said that they couldn't, to which Hyakman got mad because he told him to find Chun's corpse. His son said that there is no way that Chun is still alive, considering he was poisoned and his left arm was cut and Aslo fell off the cliff. But Hyakwon was still mad. He abruptly slapped his own son. Hyakwon told his son that he is foolish, and that he told him numerous times that everything should be perfect from the beginning to the end. Hyakwon said that they must perfectly remove any traces, so his son apologized. Afterwards, Hyakwon asked his son, "What's the situation with the Namgung family?" His son shared that the Namgung family is still in Hunan and looking for Chun's traces. Then, Hyakwon said that their real problem is Jaegal, as he must have resigned silently because he noticed what they did to the whole extent. After Hyakwon said that, his son also felt troubled. Then, Hyakwon asked where Jaegal was. His son told him that Jaegal has left Hunan and is currently heading towards Hunan, as it seems like he's going to join hands with the Namgung family to find the Sword Emperor. With that said, Hyakwon wondered what to do. He thought that it's currently chaotic in Murim, so he thought it won't be strange if anyone dies out of the blue. On the other hand, Namgung Chun continued to train. He continued to train his right arm. He wanted to get used to the feeling of having only one arm. Namgung Chun wanted to let out all his frustrations. Suddenly, Woohyun arrived, telling him that it seems like he isn't going back to the Murim Alliance. Namgung Chun grasped for his breath before he answered. Then, he said that even if he returns, there is no purpose that it would solve. Chun said that there's no way that they would listen to an old man like him who also lost his power. Woohyun then said that Moyong must be outstanding, to which Chun said that he is, as he was a tough opponent to fight even when he still had his body intact. Chun said that it must have been the reason why the Murim Alliance chose him, and he can't do anything about it. In response, Woohyun said that he understood. He told Chun that if it was his decision, he had no plans on interfering. Then, Woohyun stated that it seemed like everything was flowing accordingly. Suddenly, he was intrigued when Chun said that he wanted to tell him something. Chun asked if he knew the Gold King, to which Woohyun said that he didn't. So, Chun explained that the Gold King was the greatest thief of the Central Plains. He shared that there was no place that the Gold King couldn't infiltrate and couldn't rob. Additionally, his King Kong was so fast that no one in the Central Plains could catch up to him. But Chun said that he tried tracking the Gold King down, and that is what he obtained, as he threw a paper to Woohyun. Woohyun then asked what it was. Chun said that he knows that he's not helpful in the manner, so he will at least give him that. He revealed to Woohyun that it was the Gold King's treasure map. The next day, Samtae asked Woohyun where he was going. Woohyun said that he's going to Hubei. Then, Somi said that he knows where Hubei is as he learned it at school, and there's a place called the Wudong sect. Samtae got mad saying that the Wudong sect is very dangerous, yet he wants to take them there. So, Woohyun told Samtae that he and Somi aren't going. But Somi said that she wants to go, and Woohyun told her that she can't because she has school. Then, Woohyun told Samtae that he can't let the manor be empty. He said that if everyone leaves the house, all crops will die, which Somi and Samtae realized is the reason why Woohyun is not bringing them. Namgung Chun then said that he will stay with Somi, which Woohyun asked if it's alright if he doesn't go. Chun said that he lost interest in that kind of thing, so he just wanted to play with Somi. Woohyun observed that Somi is happy with Namgung Chun, so he told Chun that he will leave Somi in the manor to him. Quickly, Woo Jin and Woohyun left. Woo Jin asked Woohyun if he could ask something he's curious about. In response, Woohyun said that he could tell him. Woo Jin asked why they are going to Hubei even though it's far. So, Woohyun asked him if he knew the Gold King. Woo Jin said that he heard about the Gold King, that he was a big-time thief. Hence, Woohyun brought out a map and said that it was the reason that he's going to Hubei. He said that it's the map that Namgung Chun gave, and he says it is the location of the treasure Gold King hid in the map. So, Woo Jin thought that if Namgung Chun really said that, then it must be real. Woohyun told Woo Jin that if he found the treasure, he would buy him whatever he wanted. Woo Jin felt excited and said that he will find it with all his might. 7 days later, they still haven't found the treasure. Woo Jin felt tired after walking for so many days. He was surprised when he noticed that Woohyun doesn't seem to get tired. Shortly, they encountered a village. Woohyun saw in the map that the place is called Hantian. Suddenly, they heard loud noises. So, they quickly went to where the noises are coming from. They saw a group of men drinking and having fun. Woo Jin said that it must be bandits, which Woohyun also agreed that it was. Then, Woojin said that those bandits must be aiming for the treasure. With that said, Woohyun quickly went to the bandits. He beat them up, which surprised Woojin. Shortly, the bandits are down and Woohyun asked the remaining one how long they have settled down in the place. The man said that it has been a year. Then Woohyun asked if there was a trace of living there when they came. The man said that there was nothing, so Woohyun threw him and told him to get lost. Then, the man bowed and thanked Woohyun for letting him go and then quickly fled. Meanwhile, Woojin thought that Woohyun was being serious with the treasure hunt because he just beat up the bandits. Furthermore, they went inside the houses to find some clues. They even found some skeletons inside the houses. Then, Woojin also dug up the ground. After a while, the sun is about to set. Woojin stopped digging when Woohyun told him that he found it. Quickly, Woojin went to Woohyun and asked if he really found it. But Woojin was taken aback instead. They were just looking at a stone statue. Woohyun said that he found it strange because there is no large statue anywhere in the manor, but there is one standing alone in the middle of a rotten pod. Then, he said that when he knocked on it, there was an empty sound, so he wondered if he should destroy it. Woojin felt excited and asked if he found a treasure. Woohyun said that he didn't, but there's no mistake that it's marked something. They saw that it's about 5 kilometers from the west side of the manor. So, both of them got excited thinking of the money as it seemed like they were getting closer. They went inside the hole where the map was leading them. Woohyun told Woojin that he needs to speed up his phase. Both of them were getting tired from the endless path. Woojin thought that they were getting more and more lost even though they were heading straight towards the place marked on the map. He thought that he wanted to give up and just go home to take a bath and sleep while covering himself with a blanket. Shortly, Woohyun told him that they're getting closer. Finally, they were able to stand up. The end was blocked by a wall. Suddenly, they noticed a drawing that was pointing upwards. Woojin felt scared as he could feel Woohyun's irritation. He thought that Woohyun's patience had reached its limit. Shortly, Woohyun asked Woojin to hold the torch. Woojin asked him what he was going to do, and Woohyun said that he would break the walls. Woojin was taken aback and couldn't believe that he said that. He told Woohyun that the cave might have collapsed, but Woohyun continued. As Woohyun hit the wall, it caused a large explosion. Woojin stepped back as he got scared. He couldn't believe that Woohyun really just broke the wall with his bare hands. But then, he didn't expect where it would lead. Woohyun also doesn't know how to react. As the smoke dispersed, the statue showed up. They realized that they are back to where they started. Woohyun was so irritated that he quickly ordered Woojin not to say anything. Woojin sat down and said that they were totally played. Meanwhile, Woohyun's attention was on the lion statue. He thought that there was something inside of it. He attacked it and Woojin was surprised. He never expected that Woohyun would break the statue. So, he quickly ran over to him and said that he understood that he's very angry, but he still should not have break the statue. But Woojin noticed something. He saw a chest box that obviously came from the statue. Woohyun said that he should have break the statue the first time he found it, so they did not suffer by following the fake map. He laughed sarcastically as he felt ashamed. He thought that it's the first time that he was in a hurry after what happened with the blood demon, and it just became a laughing stock. Then, he told Woojin that he will hold himself and not rip GM Wangsu apart since they found it. Suddenly, a scroll appeared. Both of them wondered what it was. Woohyun quickly opened it as he thought that there's something else. But he didn't expect that something like that was written on it. The scroll said next time. They were stunned as they read it. At the same time, Jae-gal was being chased. Jae-gal-woon was hurt, so they were forced to stop their advance. He was with Jae-gal-yoon, his daughter. So he got mad and told the enemies not to think that they are going to be safe after doing that to them. The man retorted that they would be safe even if he threatened them. Jae-gal-woon felt troubled as he thought that the man already received money from the Moyong clan. On the other hand, the man was thinking that if he killed Jae-gal-woon, he would get 500 gold yang and also have his back covered. Jae-gal-woon told his daughter to run, but Jae-gal-yeon said that she will handle them. The man charged at them without hesitation and stated that killing them is a piece of cake. But a fist suddenly landed on the man's face. Woohyun appeared, and he had sent the man flying. Consequently, the man hit a wall. Jae-gal-woon and Yun was surprised with the sudden event. Jin then followed Woohyun and told him that he's venting his anger again, to which Woohyun said that he wasn't. Meanwhile, the bandits got scared and asked Woohyun who he was. However, Woohyun was really in a bad mood. The bandits stepped up because they saw Woohyun charging. They felt frightened as they didn't know how to stop him. The bandit barely managed to stop Woohyun's advance. Woohyun's force was so strong that the man couldn't hold his sword for too long. Suddenly, there was a man behind Woohyun that was about to attack him. The man threw a bunch of weapons at Woohyun. As a result, it exploded. The smoke was so big that they couldn't see Woohyun. Even Jae-gal-woon and Jae-gal-yun coughed because of the large smoke. But they were startled to see Woohyun was still alive. The assassin also didn't expect that Woohyun would survive that. They saw that he wasn't even hurt from the attack. The man then wondered how that happened. At the same time, Woohyun finished the man. Jae-gal was amazed and wondered where a skilled person like Woohyun came from. Meanwhile, Woo-jin couldn't believe that they met Jae-gal unexpectedly. He wondered if Jae-gal was in danger because the Murim alliance disappeared. Shortly, Woohyun called Jae-gal-woon and her daughter. He asked them if they knew where Jeom-wang is. However, both of them were confused by the sudden question. Woohyun felt more irritated because they told him that they didn't know. So, Woohyun called Woo-jin and told him that they should go. On the other hand, Jae-gal wondered where Woohyun came from. Then, Yun said that the man beside Woohyun was definitely the younger twin blade master. Jae-gal was surprised as he knew that Woo-jin is an unorthodox martial artist. So, he thought that it means that a skilled person from the unorthodox faction has appeared. But Yun said that Kwon Woo-jin no longer belongs to the unorthodox faction. She revealed to her father that Kwon Woo-jin is known to be dead. Jae-gal was confused, wondering what was happening. So, he said that they should join hands with the Namgung family and find out what is happening. Meanwhile, Somi was walking around in the street market with her friend. Suddenly, her friend called her. She told Somi not to go in that place and they should go where the adults are, as there are many scary people in the streets. Somi thought about what she said and looked around. She realized that they were surrounded by scary people. Then, she recalled her conversation with Namgung Chun. She remembered that Chun asked her why she hates martial arts. Somi said that she hates fighting. So, Chun told her that martial arts isn't something she learns how to fight, as a person can learn it to cultivate their mind and strengthen their body. Then, Chun said that she could also use it if she wants to protect what's precious to her. With that in mind, Somi said that she may really have to learn martial arts. After a while, Somi and Chun returned to the manor. Somi happily announced that she's back. Then, she was surprised. Woo-jin and Woohyun has arrived. So, Somi quickly hugged Woohyun. Woohyun said that he was a bit angry before, but it disappeared when he saw her. So Somi asked him why he was angry. Woohyun can't answer as they are ashamed of what happened. They all fell silent as Woohyun's demeanor changed. Namgung Chun also felt the cold aura on Woohyun. Still, he asked Woohyun if it was because he didn't find anything. Woohyun looked at him fiercely, signaling him to stop. Then, he told Chun that he does not wish to speak about it, and Woo-jin also told him not to ask anything. Shortly, Samtae arrived. He quickly asked Woohyun how's their trip. Woohyun said that it really went well. Suddenly, Samtae recognized the scroll that Woohyun brought out. He asked where he found it as it has been such a long time since he had seen it. Then, he asked if he may take a look. Samtae said that it felt exciting to see it as he suffered so much creating it. Woohyun then asked what he meant when he created it. Samtae explained that there's a rule in his clan, and that is to create those kinds of maps and confuse people. He laughed while he said that the treasure map is for foolish people, and he is the creator. Moreover, he said that he was going to put feces on the treasure that the treasure hunter would find in the end, but he couldn't because it was too dirty. Suddenly, he starts to realize something. He noticed that Woohyun and the others had been silent. So, he anxiously asked Woohyun why he was holding the scroll in his hands. Meanwhile, Woohyun and Woojin felt so mad. So, Samtae got nervous. He quickly ran and said that he had an urgent matter that he needs to attend to. Woohyun quickly instructed Woojin to catch Samtae. Meanwhile, at the Dongting Lake, a man from the Wind Sword sect was wandering around the area. His subordinate came and informed him that the lake around there is the deepest. So, the man asked if there was a place to stay, to which the subordinate said that there was a manor nearby. With that said, the man starts to consider staying at that place. Moreover, his subordinate informed him that no one knows in detail about the owner of the manor. Then, Hujeriong shared to them that he quickly organized the sect and came to Yeyang because traces of the martial god is found in Junshan Island. He said that if they found the traces of the martial god, they might become something even greater. So, he told his underlings to prepare themselves as he have to see the manor himself. Meanwhile, Samtae got beaten up by Woohyun. Woohyun told Samtae to put up his arms properly. So, Samtae quickly arranged his form, but he felt that it's exhausting to death. He pondered that he didn't expect that the map would fall on Woohyun's hands. But he thought that it's Woohyun's fault for trying to covet someone else's treasure. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. He quickly told Samtae that it seems like there's a guest outside. So Woohyun told him to go and check it. Samtae felt excited as he thought that he could put down his arms. But Woohyun was looking at him. He got beat up again and had his hands raised up even if they're going to check the door. Woo Jin then quickly opened the door. However, he was surprised when something unexpected came. He felt anxious and quickly held his sword. He discerned that there is more than one person outside. A man leading an army came to their manor, so he wondered who they were. Shortly, Hujeriong greeted him and asked if he is someone from the manor. Woojin answered and said that he is, and then asked who he was. The man said that he is Hujeriong, the sect leader of the Windsword sect. Then, Hujeriong said that he likes to meet the owner of the manor, to which Woojin asked him to wait for a moment. While Hujeriong was waiting, he wondered why the guy beside him was in that state. Shortly, Woohyun arrived. Hujeriong discerned that the man in front of him is the owner of the manor. So, he quickly introduced himself, and Woojin said that he should just get to the point because he already heard it. Hujeriong felt irritated with Woohyun's tone. Then, he told Woohyun that he will get to the point. He told Woohyun to sell the manor to him. As he said that, Dan Woohyun's family were surprised. Afterwards, Hujeriong threw him a sack of silver Niang coins. He told Woohyun that he has put a lot on it, and he's sure that he will like it. But Woohyun just stared at it. He kicked the sack of money towards them. Hujeriong and his subordinates were taken aback. Woohyun told them that it's not enough. Jeriong's subordinate got angry, but Jeriong told him to stop it and asked Woohyun how much the manor will be. In response, Woohyun said that 10 million gold yang should suffice. Hujeriong said that his jokes are too far, to which Woohyun said that he's not joking. But Jeriong said that he has a fun way of saying that he has no thoughts of selling the manor. Then, Jeriong told Woohyun that they will leave, and he can come and find him when he changes his mind. Woohyun didn't respond and watched as they left. After they left, Woojin asked Woohyun what they should do, to which Woohyun instructed him to call Namgung Chun. They told Namgung Chun about the Windsword sect. He shared that he heard about the sect when he was taking Somi from school and that they say that the Windsword sect have taken control of the Yeyang streets. Moreover, he said that it's strange for a sector to act like that. So, he asked Woohyun if there would be a problem. Woohyun said that he does not think so, as the sect appeared to have some sort of goal, that's why he needed the manor. But Namgung Chun said that they will come again. Meanwhile, Samtae and Somi were playing outside. On the other hand, at the Windsword sect, Hujeriong is reading the information about Woohyun. He wondered where Woohyun got so much money to have a manor as he is unemployed. Then, he said that they have no choice. He quickly instructed his subordinate to deal with the manor master's daughter. He thought that if they mess with Woohyun's daughter, he won't have any other choice. The next day, Somi attended school. Somi feels anxious while she waits for someone to pick her up. But then, her eyes brightened when she saw someone familiar. She saw Namgung Chun waiting for her. So, she quickly ran to hug him. Suddenly, Namgung Chun noticed that there was someone looking at them. The man asked Namgung Chun if he was Somi's grandfather. However, Namgung Chun just looked at them. Eventually, Namgung Chun pretended to be Somi's grandfather. He asked the principal why he wanted to see him. The principal said that what Somi has done recently is causing a bad influence at school. Chun asked what bad influence it was, and the principal said that Somi eats off the ground. Chun were surprised and asked if it was a serious thing to do. The principal said that it's serious because it has begun to spread like gambling addiction. He also told Chun that most of the kids have picked on Somi. So, he said that Dan Somi is always at the center of it. Chun said that he doesn't have anything to say about the bad things that Somi did, but they can correct it with a little bit of disciplinary action. However, the principal said that Dan Somi has already ruined their reputation and a lot of parents are worried. So, Chun asked what he's trying to say. The principal then said that their school can no longer accept Somi. Hearing this, Namgung Chun fell silent. Then, Chun said that he understood and he will inform the manor master about it. Chun doubted the principal as he thought that he have never complained before, but now, he pulled an excuse out of nowhere. So, he wondered if it was the work of those who come not a long time ago. Suddenly, he noticed Somi looking at him. Somi is smiling at him. Then, she said that they should go. Somi and Chun walked on the way home. They were holding hands. Suddenly, Somi asked Chun if she couldn't come to school anymore. Chun felt hesitant to answer it. So, Somi said that it's fine and said that even though she likes school, she likes dad, grandfather, and his uncles too. Chun then responded that he can teach Somi everything, which Somi said that he would like. Upon hearing this, Chun smiled at her. Suddenly, Somi saw some sweets. Chun quickly asked her if she would like to buy some, and Somi quickly said yes. So, Chun told the marketer to pack one, but the man felt hesitant. He told Chun that they aren't selling. The man said that they have sold all the sweets, which Chun asked what he meant by that because there are so many sweets. Suddenly, the man closed the store and said that his parents are sick, so he better hurry up and visit them. Chun was surprised and wondered what the man was talking about. Then, he noticed that some stores are also trying to avoid them. They were running away one by one and closing their shop. So, Namgung Chun started to wonder why. They went back to the manor quickly as the stores were closed. Somi told Woohyun what happened. Suddenly, Samtae barged and angrily asked what the people were trying to do to them. Woohyun asked him what the matter is. Samtae said that they went to the streets to buy what they needed, but there was nothing to buy and they didn't sell him anything because they're sold out. So, Samtae asked if the Windsword sect might be behind it. Namgung Chun said that he also think the same, but it might not be the case as they're also an orthodox sect, and he doesn't think that they would resort to using such methods. Samtae retorted that he might still be in dreamland to think like that. Woojin then also said that Samtae is right, and it doesn't matter whether they belong to the unorthodox or orthodox faction. Woojin said that there will always be a bad side in every group. Then, Woohyun said that he doesn't know why they are all worried. Samtae asked what he meant because at that rate, they don't know what they're going to eat and where. Somi raised her hand and said that it's fine. She said that they can make clothes and hunt food to eat like we used to. Woohyun agreed and Somi said that nothing would change. Somi said that Samtae is good and he will do everything, but Samtae was confused. However, Woohyun said that the meeting is over. Meanwhile, at the Orthodox faction, Jaeryong is resting in his room. He started to think that something's strange. He thought that he used all the means for the people to avoid Dan's family, but Woohyun hasn't come to him to beg for his life. So, he asked his subordinate if the Dan family pack up their things and run away. But the man said that they are proving that they can live without money, like they are fishing on Dongting Lake when they're hungry. Then, he said that they are also making clothes and blankets from the skins of the wild animals. Moreover, he shared that the Dan family is also growing their crops to replenish food ingredients. With that said, Jaeryong said that the Dan family is strange. Then, he asked what the deputy governor is doing. The man said that they are refusing them, as they all rumbled about how they shouldn't mess with the manor master. Jaeryong thought that it's ridiculous. Then, he thought that he had no choice but to kick the Dan family by himself. So, he told them to disguise their group as constables and send them to the manor. The Windsword sect came to the manor and said that they are from the government. The man said that he's ordering them to leave the manor tomorrow at once. The man said that he's ordering them to leave the manor. Samtae asked who the man was, and the man angrily said that he's the deputy governor. Shortly, Woohyun arrived and asked Samtae what's happening. So Samtae said that some crazy guy is ordering them to leave the manor. Woohyun confronted the man and said that they must have already heard what Hong Wangchang said. The man were surprised that Woohyun casually called the governor. The man retorted that he shouldn't call the governor by his name, and he's taking charge of the governor's work in his stead. In response, Dan Woohyun said that he has nowhere to go, and the man accused Woohyun of building a manor on the land of the imperial family. Somi intervened that her dad didn't build the manor, as it was there from the beginning. Somi looked at Woohyun and asked if she was right, and Woohyun just said that she was. But the man still persists and retorted that even if it's not built or repaired, they are not permissible to live under the manor. Woohyun fell silent for a moment as he said that. Then, Woohyun told the man that they will leave tomorrow, which surprises Samtae. The man then said that they should have done that earlier. Afterwards, they quickly left. Namgung-chun, Samtae, and Woojin quickly asked Woohyun what he meant because they have nowhere to go if they leave. In response, Woohyun said that there's no need to worry. He said that he had an excellent plan. At the street market, the man kicked an old lady's store. He told her that she has to send them money if they want to do business there. The old lady countered that the governor never said anything like that, but the man said that they have to follow his orders since the governor isn't there. The man left and said that those old people just want to live comfortably. Meanwhile, the old people thought that the man is copying the governor because he's absent. So, they pray for the governor's quick return. The man copying the governor went for a drink. The woman told the deputy governor that he must be in a good mood, to which he said that there's no way that he can't be in a good mood. He said that he will have no worries as he has a backing and he will soon have the money. Then, he thought that he was lucky to get that kind of opportunity as soon as he took charge. He didn't expect that the Wind Sword sect would be able to form a connection with the surroundings of Yeyang. Then, he also pondered that they promised to take care of the governor at the Wind Sword sect, and then, the position will naturally be his. Moreover, the man was happy as he thinks that the issue regarding the manor is also dealt with. Furthermore, the woman asked him if he heard the rumors. The woman said that there's a manor on the western side, which instantly surprised him. The deputy governor wondered why the lady brought up the topic all of a sudden, causing him to have goosebumps. Much to his surprise, the lady said that she also heard that a hermit lives in the palace. Moreover, the lady shared that rumors say that the big manor was built in just a day, and Jangbek-san or the Black Sword faction disappeared completely ever since the manor was built. So, the lady said that it's the reason why no one dares to mess with the manor. Additionally, she also shared that the governor pays tribute to the manor once every 15 days. The deputy governor doesn't believe it and said that it's all nonsense. The lady then said that they will never know if it's true or not. But the man persisted, saying that it's lies. Then, he instructed the lady to not speak of it in front of him again. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and his eyes starts to get blurry. After a while, he finally woke up. As soon as he completely woke up, he was surprised. He was upside down and was tied on a tree. He was caught off guard as he never expected that it will happen to him. Much to his surprise, the people from the manor is there. He angrily told them not to think after doing that to him. Woohyun then asked him if they even know who they are. The man tried to break free and said that he knew that they're from the manor and demanded that they release him at once. Woohyun thought that the man was still alive, so he called Samtae to punish the man. Samtae beat the man many times and the man still persists, saying that he will kill them all. After a while, the man stopped talking longer as he is tired from all the beating. The man begged them to spare his life, even calling Woohyun a great warrior. So, Woohyun asked the man why he should listen to him, to which the man revealed that Hu Jeryeong is the one that planned everything. At the same time, Namgung-chun felt anxious as he thought they were not supposed to be torturing the man. He never expected that's Woohyun's plan, but Woohyun said that it's excellent, but he thought that it also feels good. Moreover, Woohyun instructed Samtae to release the man. Samtae said that it's a waste, but he eventually followed Woohyun's orders. Samtae told the man to hold on for a bit as he will release him. However, the rope suddenly broke from the tree. Woohyun didn't expect it and was surprised. Samtae also didn't expect it to happen and he didn't know how to react. He couldn't reach the man, so he felt troubled. Consequently, the man fell off the cliff. All of them didn't expect that the man would fall, and it all caught them by surprise. Namgung-chun felt anxious as he also thought that it felt good at first. Meanwhile, Woohyun seemed like he didn't care. 10 days later, Hu Jerryong was in deep thought. He thinks that there is something strange. He didn't expect that the Dan family would still be at the manor even though they are driven out. Moreover, he also thinks that it's strange that the man who's supposed to deal with the Dan family has suddenly disappeared. So, he was wondering how things would turn out like that. Then, he thought that he could just give up the manor and search the vicinity of the Dumpling Lake. But he thought that it's a matter of pride since he invested so much money and time on the manor. Suddenly, his subordinate barged in. The man said that they found a body at the bottom of a cliff in Uelu Mountain. To his surprise, his subordinate said that it's the body of the deputy governor. Quickly, Hu Jerryong hurried to the higher-ups. The man then was surprised with his arrival. So, he quickly asked what brought him there. Jerryong asked the man if it was true that the deputy governor was dead, to which the man confirmed and said that they already discovered the body. Jerryong quickly said that he knows who killed the deputy governor, to which the man asked what he meant because they think that the deputy governor commits suicide. But Jerryong persists that the deputy governor wouldn't commit suicide all of a sudden. The man retorted that they already concluded the matter and he should bring evidence if he wants to prove that the deputy governor didn't commit suicide. Hu Jerryong got mad as the man shouted at him, so he asked the man if he even knew who he was. Suddenly, someone shouted, asking who the man is making a ruckus. To his surprise, it was the governor, Hong Wang Chong. Wang Chang's guard told him that Jerryong is saying that the deputy governor was murdered. So, Hong Wang Chong asked Jerryong who it. Hu Jerryong then asked if he knew about the manor near the Dumpling Lake, which Wang Chong said that he does. Then, Jerryong revealed that the people from the manor killed the deputy governor. With that said, Wang Chong acted surprised. The guards also think that Jerryong was speaking nonsense. But Jerryong persisted, saying that he will bring the matter to the higher authority if he won't investigate. So, Wang Chong starts to think. Shortly, he told Jerryong that he heard about what happened. But he told Jerryong that if he wants to live in peace, he should stay away from the manor. Wang Chong told him that the manor is not a place that the mere likes of him can mess with. Then, Wang Chong said to him that if he understood what he said, he should go back to where he came from and stay out of the matter. With that said, Jerryong got mad. He felt angry as he thinks everyone is protecting the manor. So, he thought that he had no choice but to deal with it himself. Thus, he instructed his subordinate to gather the group. Hu Jerryong declared that he will destroy the manor until nothing remains but dust. As night came, he deployed his group. They quickly rushed towards the manor. Jerryong was in the front leading the group. Then, he told everyone to not let anyone in the manor get out alive. The assassins quickly entered the manor. They went to the rooftop to enter it. Suddenly, Jerryong felt confused. A rock was suddenly thrown at them. The rock hit one of Jerryong's men, and it took the man down easily. Jerryong was caught off guard. He wondered what was happening. A masked man suddenly showed up in front of them. So, he asked the man of its identity. The masked man said that he should be the one asking him that, and why he hasn't worn a mask and crossed into someone's estate that late night. As the assassins attacked Chun stated that he will show them what he got. He stated that he will show them the way of Junshan. The assassin laughed and said that he's talking as if he's some kind of a main character in a puppet show. However, Chun didn't respond. He waited until the assassins charged at him. Then, he recalled his conversation with Woohyun earlier. Woohyun asked him what they should do if the Windsword sect marched there with swords, and Chun said that there's no way that they would do that as they are also a part of the Murim Alliance. Chun said that there's no way that the Windsword sect will do such a shameless deed. But Woohyun asked what if they do, to which Chun said that he will be the one to step up if that's the case. Woohyun asked him how he would do that with only one arm and no combat power, recalling that Hu Jerryong is about to attack him. So, he felt ready. He counterattacked, and it sent one of the assassins flying. Consequently, the assassins suffered heavy damage. Seeing how Chun took down one of them, they felt wary for a moment. They charged again as they called Chun a crazy old geezer. At the same time, Chun noticed something. He noticed the swords the assassins were holding, and the murderous intent that they're exuding. He thought that it wasn't the first time those people are committing such crimes. He felt sad because he wasn't aware at all. He He thought that he was in a position much higher than anyone else's, so he was ignorant about what was happening beneath him. Then, he also pondered that he would have never thought that those people calling themselves the righteous faction would come to the home where Somi lives and do that. He thought he was ignorant and everything was his fault. At the same time, he eliminated the assassin coming at him. Chun thought that he should set everything straight. So, he quickly charged at the enemies without hesitation. On the other hand, Jaeryong instructed his underlings to aim for Chun's arm as he only has one arm. So, the assassins quickly complied. Chun felt more determined than before. He stepped fiercely and confronted the assassins with his sword. Consequently, he was able to eliminate the first one. He eliminated the other ones with ease. Meanwhile, Jaeryong felt troubled to see his underlings got eliminated one by one. Namgung Chun continued without rest. He attacked them mercilessly and didn't think that they are from the righteous faction. Unbeknownst to him, Jaeryong was already behind him. He was caught off guard as he didn't sense it coming. Jaeryong told him to just quietly get into his coffin. Then, he quickly sliced his back. Meanwhile, Woohyun was drinking wine. Somi is in his lap, sleeping. As he looked at Somi, he saw that she's in a deep sleep. Woohyun was surprised to see that she's sleeping very well despite the situation. Subsequently, Woojin asked him if Chun will be alright, as it won't be easy fighting a sect leader without internal parts. Woohyun then asked him if he knows the difference between someone who has risen to the highest place and the one who hasn't. Woojin said that he's not sure and asked if it wouldn't be an effort. Woohyun said that it's not, and it's instinct. So, Woojin asked what he meant. Woojin started to explain what it meant. He said that natural-born artists instinctively find it in any kind of situation, which is the path they need to overcome. Meanwhile, Namgung Chun was heavily injured after fighting a lot, but he still has the energy to laugh. He thought that fighting without his inner chi is not easy. Jaeryong then asked him if he was mistaken that he's strong after just wielding his sword a few times. He told Chun that even though his skills are strong, he will be done for after that. As Jaeryong attacked, Chun tried to hold him off. The impact between them was too strong. Jaeryong felt confident that he can defeat Chun. He thought that Chun's skills are excellent, but he's a beginner that can't even use his internal parts. So, he thought that he can't lose to someone like Chun. Therefore, he tried his very best to use a strong skill. Consequently, Chun dealt a bad blow. Chun stepped back as he couldn't hold on much longer. He was losing so much blood. Jaeryong then asked Chun why he had to step up if he's in that condition. He asked Chun if he had a death wish. Meanwhile, Chun thought that he can't win, because the gap between his power when he had his martial arts and not as big. So, he was embarrassed to call himself the Sword Emperor, but he wondered if it would be weird to overcome his embarrassment. The feeling that he felt during his youth, and also the feeling when he encounters something that he can't overcome with his own strength. He wanted to regain that feeling, the blood-boiling desire to overcome it no matter what. He didn't think that he could ever feel that way anymore, the enjoyment. So, he felt more excited and asked Jaeryong to bring it on. Jaeryong felt irritated as Chun was still arrogant, so he told Chun that he won't stop him if he wants to end his life quickly. Quickly, Jaeryong charged at Chun, while telling him to not regret his decision. The next day, the sun rose high. Chun survived Jaeryong. So, he came back to the manor. Woojin was surprised when the door suddenly opened. Much to their surprise, Namgung Chun was still alive and standing. Chun then announced to them that he's back. As soon as he said that, he fell unconscious to the ground. Woojin was taken aback, wondering if Chun really won without his martial arts. Meanwhile, Woohyun asserted that Chun must have learned a lot. Then, he quickly instructed Woojin to alert the government office. After a while, Hong Wong Chong and his subordinates arrived at the manor. He ordered them to arrest everyone in the Wind Sword sect and send them to the government office. People watched as the government tied the assassins. They man gossiped that he heard that the Wind Sword sect got caught while trying to kill innocent people. They thought that it was a good thing, considering that they have suffered a lot because of them. Meanwhile, Somi is asking Chun who he fought with. Chun said that he didn't fight, and he didn't look like someone who would go around fighting. But Somi said that he's a liar and fighting is bad like her dad said. The three of them were taken aback because they know Woohyun too well. On the other hand, Somi was telling Woohyun that they shouldn't fight, and Woohyun agreed, saying that fighting is bad. Samtae spoke up and said that Woohyun doesn't fight, he throws punches one-sidedly. Namgung Chun and Woojin got scared when they realized that Samtae spoke a lot. Meanwhile, Woohyun said that it's a relief that the matter with the Wind Sword sect is over. Woojin said that it's too early to relax because if a new sect comes to Yeyang, something similar might happen again. With that said, Chun said that it is what brings him to his point. He said that there aren't any strong forces in Yeyang. So, he suggested that they put up a signboard and establish a renowned family. Meanwhile, a new sect was talking about the Junshan sword. A subordinate told his master that they found something strange as the manor master Dan Woohyun is suspicious. The man retorted that all of those men are suspicious. Sadohak, the demonic cult leader, stated that he will have to pay a visit to the manor. Back at the manor, Woohyun didn't respond when Chun suggested of putting up a signboard and establishing their own family. Chun told them that if rumors spread about a renowned martial family exerting their influence in Yeyang, it is possible that such matters may occur less frequently. Samtae and Woojin liked the idea, so they are waiting for Woohyun's answer. Somi also liked it, and is also waiting for Woohyun's confirmation. Subsequently, Woohyun told them that it's impossible, and said that problems may actually happen even more if they do that. He told them that people trying to use them will only flock in, so they should wait. So, Chun complied, saying that it's his decision. Then, Woohyun told them that they should end the topic. Namgung Chun then thought of an idea if Woohyun isn't interested in establishing a martial family. He looked at Somi and thought of an idea. He thought that he should at least lead Somi to the path of a martial artist. Chun hung out with Somi and told her that Central Plains have a really long history, to which Somi asked him how long it was. Chun said that it's more than 1,000 years, which Somi said that it's incredible. Then, he shared that the history of the current martial society began a really long time ago. Chun tells that it is said that the ones who paved the way for current martial society were the martial god, the three heavens, and great master Dharma of Shaolin. He said that up until now, there have been only 3 people that exerted a big influence on Murim, which carries the title Heaven. Somi then asked him how great the martial god was if the 3 heavens are such great people. So, Chun told her that the martial god is so strong that there isn't anyone that hasn't surpassed him even after 1,000 years has passed, making Somi amazed. Moreover, Chun shared that it's said that one swing of the martial god's sword cuts through heavens, and one kick of his could crumble mountains. Then, Chun said that he would ask the martial god to take him as a disciple had they been in the same generation, which Woohyun quickly intervened, saying that he won't take him in. Chun said that he never said that he wanted to become his disciple, to which Woohyun said that the martial god wouldn't have taken him in either. As Woohyun said that, Chun and Somi was bewildered. Then, Somi asked Chun if the martial god is G strongest in Woohyun, and Woohyun was the one who answered, saying that she's wrong. Woohyun said that the martial god wasn't the strongest, but he wasn't the best. So, Chun asked who it was. At first, Woohyun felt hesitant to answer. Suddenly, the cup he was holding shattered into pieces. It made everyone surprised with the sudden happening. Meanwhile, Woohyun is thinking if he should say it. Eventually, he revealed that the best one in martial arts history is the Blood Demon. As night came, Chun went to a place where he could see the manor. He never expected that a nice place exists behind the manor. Suddenly, he thought about what Woohyun said. He recalled Woohyun telling that the Blood Demon is the best. Then, he thought that it's strange that Woohyun knows something that he doesn't know about. So, he started to wonder about Woohyun's real identity and why hasn't he shown himself if he was that strong. Chun fell more in deep thought. He thought that the more he stayed in the manor, the more he wondered. Suddenly, he encountered something. He saw a burial in front of him. He thought that it didn't look like it was made a long time ago. Then, he started reading the names in the burial. As he reads it, he starts to feel anxious. He was surprised as the names were familiar. So, he quickly went closer. He realized that those names are the 3 heavens names. So, he questioned why the 3 heavens would be buried there as he thought that they were taken away by the demon cult. Suddenly, he recalled what Sohai asked her if it's possible that people can live up to 1,000 years. With that in mind, he realized something. So, he quickly went back to the manor. Then, He quickly went to Woohyun. Woohyun wondered why Chun came to him. Without hesitation, Chun asked Woohyun if he was related to the martial god.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and subscribe. And if you'd like to contribute further, you can now buy me a coffee. Every little bit helps in creating more quality content for you. Just click the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description below. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video.